to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Hello, my name is Lisa Unger and I'm a nutritional therapist. I'd like to invite you to join me on a free global online session health and fitness taking place this Sunday, 13th of September from 12 noon till 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several health and fitness experts sharing their knowledge and expertise on how we can optimize our health mentally, physically and nutritionally. Check out the lineup on healingourearth.com. I will be speaking on sugar addiction and how to break the habit at 1 p.m. British Summer Time. Sugar addiction is a worldwide problem, but when we are aware of the pitfalls, we can avoid them. This session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. Thank you.
Heal the earth, we will heal the earth,
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Global Namaste. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I would love to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Health and Fitness, taking place this Sunday, the 13th of September, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several health and fitness experts sharing their expertise and knowledge on how we can optimize our health mentally, physically, and nutritionally. Please do check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. This session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. So I look forward to meeting all of you this Sunday, the 13th of September from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. Love you all. Take care and keep shining.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands,
healing our earth. Dear friends, brothers and sisters, we are just one family on the Mother Earth. So we should show us and each other kindness, peace. And one way to do that, and the most important way, is to strengthen ourselves, to enjoy and be good and given person. And in the Qigong practice that I will show you next Sunday, show you here from Iceland. Everyone is welcome to Iceland. My practice, I call it Qigong Life Energy. And the most important thing is to smile. Smile into our body. And when we are doing this practice, that is a holy moment. Just a moment for ourselves to be with us, to heal, to enjoy, and smile. So the smile is really the most important thing for our health. So when we breathe, we put our tongue up to the roof of our mouth, breathe into the nose, inhaling, and feel the energy, clean energy coming into our body. And when we breathe out, we open our mouth, and every stress and everything that should not be in our body goes, and Mother Earth take. Mother Earth is always giving us what we need. So that is we need really to do what we can to heal our earth. So in the practice, we breathe in with smile, slava is in our mouth. We open our channels, energy channels, the pathways, and we take the clean water and lift it up to our heart where is a fire, and we take away the clouds and clean energy in, fire into the water, and we open. Smile, enjoy. We can do this practice in our working clothes. And the sun is shining, and we enjoy. We don't think anything when we are in this practice. This is our holy moment to be with ourselves, to be strong, healthy, and good person, ready to give from our heart. So now we open and we look into our heart and see our ruby red, beautiful heart. And the energy is coming in, and we feel it from our palm, Lao Gong. And when we feel that we have enough energy for ourselves, we give. We put our palm in the front, and we send each other the best and most beautiful energy that we have for everyone. We can all be strong and good, help each other, and be good to our Mother Earth. So I say to you, come and enjoy next Sunday, 13th of September. See the program and be with us. We are all responsible. We should enjoy to healing our earth and also healing ourselves to enjoy the life as much as we can as a good and given person. Thank you.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Hello, my name is Lisa Unger and I'm a nutritional therapist. I'd like to invite you to join me on a free global online session health and fitness taking place this Sunday, 13th of September from 12 noon till 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several health and fitness experts sharing their knowledge and expertise on how we can optimize our health mentally, physically and nutritionally. Check out the lineup on healingourearth.com. I will be speaking on sugar addiction and how to break the habit at 1 p.m. British Summer Time. Sugar addiction is a worldwide problem, but when we are aware of the pitfalls, we can avoid them. This session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. Thank you.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, a good afternoon, and a good evening to all you wonderful souls, whatever part of the globe you're joining us from. A global namaste to all of you. I'm truly delighted today to welcome you all on this 24th free global online session on health and fitness. How we're going to be optimizing health both mentally, physically, and nutritionally. Let us start this session by chanting the universal mantra, which is the Gayatri mantra. May I request you all, ladies and gentlemen, friends, let's all join together, fold our hands, take a deep breath in, get the air flowing in and out. Close your eyes and let's just focus. Friends, if you cannot chant the Gayatri mantra, that's okay. You can chant any mantra, any language, but let's all join to chant a mantra. For us, it's the universal mantra, the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Just put our hands on our eyes, energize ourselves, and that feels awesome. That feels energetic, and that feels absolutely vibrant. Agree with me?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Let me say, I'm so delighted to start today's session by introducing our super awesome speakers. However, before I do that, let me tell you one thing. Healing Our Earth is a global event, a free community channel for all of us, no matter who you are, where you are, whatever nationality you are, whatever age group you are, and whatever socioeconomic status you belong to. It doesn't matter. This is our channel, a free global online community channel, Healing Our Earth. Connect with us. Connect with us on the website. Get the phone number from the website, messages on the WhatsApp, email us. Let's all connect and spread the universal message of peace, love, and harmony. I'm truly delighted once again to be hosting today's event from 12 noon till about 2 o'clock. And let me say, without any further delay, we have our first guest, our first facilitator with us, Dr. Hemant Rathod. Dr. Hemant, are you there? Are you connected?
Yeah,
A
I'm
global
fine.
namaste to you.
Namaste, Globe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dr. Rathod, I'm glad we have connected, and I just want to make sure that I give you a good introduction of who this young gentleman is, who has achieved so much at a young, tender age. He is very scholarly, very young, a nuclear medicine physician working as a consultant and head of department at Bombay Hospital in Mumbai. He is looking after patients without consultants since over 8 years and involved in a lot of research work which he presented around the globe, important of which is the diagnosis of Parkinsonism using Trodat SPECT scan at Germany, the new PSMA radiological treatment of prostate cancer in males at Spain and Chicago, United States. He is also rewarded with the States Award by the government of Rajasthan, late Sri Murali Diora National Award, and most important one, RSNA, which is the Best Resident Doctor Research Award worldwide in 2017 at Chicago, the United States of America. Apart from his work, he is also actively involved in maintaining the global peace, health, and development and demolition of nuclear arms. He also represented India at City of York in the United Kingdom in 2017 and Kazakhstan in 2014 in the World Congress of International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War. According to Dr. Rathod, being a cancer specialist, immune system of the body plays an important role in maintaining a healthy and a long life. He always suggests many ways to boost our immunity to stay healthy and fight against minor illnesses. To ensure good health, eat lightly, breathe deeply, live moderately, cultivate cheerfulness, and maintain an interest in life. Dr. Rathod, lovely to meet you. Really looking forward to you talking about health and fitness, optimizing health, mentally, physically, and nutritionally. Welcome on board. On behalf of Healing Our Earth, we welcome you today. Dr. Rathod, a global namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Namaste, Globe. Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be invited by Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session on health and fitness. So, as we all know about the good health, like a good health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. That means one should be physically fit, mentally sound, and socially and environmentally friendly as well. So to start our talk, I have categorized my talk in three main subtopics. We will talk about the mental health first, then physical health, and lastly the nutritional aspect of the health. So let us move on forward. My first topic is the mental health. So what is a mental health? What is a mental illness? What it implies to our body? A mental health is always and always linked with the personal behavior, personal well-being. That is feeling positive about yourself. One should be positive about oneself. It can also be a physical illness leading to the some brain disorders which will interrupt with your thinking, with your behavior, with your energy, and so many other things like emotion as well. Being a medical, being a medico from a medical field, we broadly categorized these mental disorders or mental health related issues in two broad terms. One is the anxiety disorders, and the second one is the mood disorders. So, in the anxiety disorders, around more than 18% of the adults each year struggle with some types of anxiety disorder, which includes post traumatic stress disorder, which includes panic disorders, which includes some types of phobias, which includes obsessive compulsive disorder, and most importantly, which includes post traumatic stress disorder. The second category is the mood disorder, which includes the most common variant, that is depression, and the another one which is a bipolar disorder. So nearly 10% of the adults each year, as I told you, are characterized by difficulties in regulating one's mood. Approximately thousands of people now landing up into the mental health related issues every year. Most common of them are the adolescent. As we know, the adolescent is the such phase of life which goes on and goes on so many changes in their metabolism, in their body, and every part of the body and behavior. There are so many strategies that can help us in establishing a good mental health. What does it include? It includes keeping a positive behavior, a positive mind, staying physically active, helping other people's, getting a good sleep, having a healthy diet, asking for professional help if you really need it. If you think you are mentally unhealthy, asking for professional help is definitely a mandatory criteria. Socializing with the people whom you enjoy spending your time. Then we move forward. People with self-esteem who recognize and manage the factors that affects their emotions, and people who always feel positive about interaction with other people are definitely healthy mentally as well as socially. There are so many symptoms, or there are group of symptoms which characterize with the mental health disorders or mental health issues. Most common of them are apathy, restlessness, lack of interest in other activities, social immobility, social isolation, generalized body ache. Sometimes they presented with a loss of appetite, sometimes overeating. So there are group of disorders which characterize a person can be a mentally ill. For that, we always need a proper consultation, and we always need the strategies which we discussed earlier. Now we'll move forward on the physical aspects of the mental health. A good physical health is always linked to the fitness. being able to perform effectively the physical tasks involved in life. It is recommended a physical work of minimum 180 minutes per minute, 180 minutes a week, which can either divided into 30 minutes for 6 times a week or 45 minutes for 4 times a week. It can also include a brisk walk, a kind of jogging, cardio, yoga, meditation, as well as weightlifting. It's up to us. Being physically healthy also includes having good balance, coordination, everyday tasks, having a strength, stamina required in your daily life, your work, your play, having fewer illness, diseases, injury. These are also a part of being healthy, being physically healthy, and enjoying physical activity in all forms in your day-to-day life are the basics of being physically healthy. In our last part, we will talk about the nutritional aspect of the good health. So, what are the nutritional aspect of the good health? As we know, our diet is comprised of carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Apart from these, we always require nutrients in the form of either microelements, in the form of micronutrients, vitamins, amino acids, minerals, and so many other things. Most of most common amongst them are the iron, zinc, selenium, all vitamins, vitamin A, B, C, D, E, proteins, which constitutes all amino acids. The source of these micronutrients and these minerals is either from a variety of foods, either dried from plants or animal origin. Apart from this, we always required a probiotics. Probiotic food, which are yogurt, yogurt with live active cultures, fermented vegetables, curd, and prebiotics. Prebiotics, which includes a variety of fruits, vegetables, beans, whole grains like garlics, onions, leeks, asparagus, as well as seaweeds. So these probiotics, prebiotics, nutrients, these are the source of energy. Their main role is to sustain an immune environment. They will potentially help the immune cells to grow, to activate, and to work against the process which are going in the body. Apart from these, there are so many other factors which leads to depress our immune system. Like what those are? Most common of them are the older age. Older age, what happens as we grow older, as we start aging, what happens? Micronutrients start deficient in our body, which may worsen the declining immune function. Environmental toxins like smoke, like excessive of the air pollution, excess of alcohol. What these substances do, they basically impair or suppress the normal activity of immune cells. Excess of weight is a source of all non-communicable diseases, as we know. It will derange our metabolism. It will help in so many things to cultivate in our body. A poor diet, a malnourished diet, a diet lacking in one or more nutrients, as I told, can impair the production and activity of immune cells and antibodies as well. Chronic disorders like autoimmune diseases, immunodeficiency disorders, these things also attack and potentially disable our immune cells. Most importantly, one more thing is a chronic mental stress. Chronic stress always releases, or the stress environment releases hormones like cortisol. These hormones suppresses the inflammation, also suppresses the function of immune cells. A lack of sleep, a lack of rest, as we all advise to having a sleep of uninterrupted sleep of around 7 to 8 hours per day. If we do not go to that time, we always landed up with the decreased immune function, decreased metabolism as well. So there are a lot of things in the micronutrients, in the minerals, in the vitamins, which helps to immune our body. Uh, More importantly, in the pregnant females, lactating women, infants, toddlers, elderly people or geriatric population, all the critically people or patients who are suffering from any disorders or malignancy, they are all at the high risk group patients or people. So we always need to take care of their diet. As we told, our diet is consistent apart from a particular amount of carbohydrate, protein, or lipids. They should consist of nutrients, which we have discussed in the form of small elements, minerals, vitamins, and other essential amino acids. As we all follow, we know we all follow a 4-time meal a day with no caffeinated products during the evening hours to ensure a proper sound sleep and a good digestion as well. So lastly, I will give the same take-home message to everyone to ensure good health, eat lightly, breathe deeply, live reasonably or moderately, cultivate cheerfulness, maintain an interest in life. So I will stop my talk here, and I will be thankful to Healing Our Health team, to everyone, to all audience, and to Dr. Lalit. Over to you, Dr. Lalit, our host. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rathod. That was an amazing excerpt for how to maintain healthy and what we should be doing. Would it be okay if we engage in just a few questions? I'd love to ask you a
Definitely,
few
sir.
questions.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, great.
All
Now,
right.
this was an amazing talk you discussed on mental health, on physical health, and on nutritional health. Talking about the mental health aspect, I think a lot of people are worried about the fact that if they seek for assistance in mental health, they would be classified as crazy people or mentally sick people. How would we address that issue that people should actually recognize that they need this help and it is okay to ask for that help?
Definitely. So, in such group of patient, like patient with the impulsive behavior is always and always marker of some sort of mood disorder, maybe a product of bipolar disorder as well, or a very severe form of depression as well. So impulsivity in our behavior, repetition of any work, lack of interest in anything which were previously very interested or previously very pleasurable things now become unpleasurable. If we go more, restlessness, apathy. So these are the group of symptoms. If we found in anybody, we urgently seek a professional help to those people, to help them, to cure them very early in their early stages. They might landed up in the severity of their illness later on with the time, because sometimes what happened with the mental problem or the mental health issues, medicine is not the always treatment. First we always go through some behavioral therapies, like as we told, we discussed about lot of strategies to prevent our mental health related issues, like being physically active, become a part of some social activities, being socialized, socializing with the people you know you really love, they are your friends, go and meet them, discuss your illness, having a proper schedule with your diet, with your sleep, with your exercise. So these are a sort of behavioral therapy. So definitely one should go to the psychiatrist, a psychologist, or any family physicians they prefer to. Thank you so much.
Sure, sure. How do we come over through the stigma of going to a psychiatrist for help? Is that something that's very common amongst the population?
Nowadays, we are showing an increasing trend. Apart from adults, teenagers, like adolescents, from the age they become from child to adult, that age, that adolescent period, from age of around 11 to 12 to 19, this young generation is also landing up into the mental health related issues. You know that.
Yes.
So this can be because the environment in their school, because of the environment in their families, because of the environment with their friends, with their social culture around. So not the single factor. There are couple of factors involved to put up or to landing up these young generation into the depression, sort of depression things, or sort of the mental health issues. The most important of which is there is a barrier, there is a gap, like parents are not always talking with their children every day, or not kept some part of time to discuss the problems of their children, to discuss their issues, to discuss their problems. It should be mandatory. This is a type of primordial precaution. Like before the onset of any disease, we can modify these risk factors just by talking with our children, just by talking with our parents who is going towards the other side. So yeah, we can modify the risk factors by just talking with them, by just helping not to go, not to avoid those things which are really making them mentally ill. Thank
So
you,
it's
sir.
very, very important to communicate with them. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, right.
Fine. That's an excellent point. I think it's important to talk about the mental health issues and actually address the issue with your friends and family if that's one the starting point, and then consult somebody who is a specialist in that particular field.
Yes,
Yeah, that's good. Now, moving onto the physical health aspect, you had some very good tips on saying that we should be either doing a 30-minute schedule of exercises daily or a 45-minute schedule 4 times a week. Is that correct?
yes.
Yeah. Now, you
So
mentioned if go ahead.
yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So you mentioned a few things about exercises, how we should help ourselves. You recommend walking is very good. Can you share some of the benefits of walking that we get, and is walking enough for a daily exercise of 45
Yeah.
minutes?
So yeah, I definitely recommend walking, not for the young generation, but basically for the people who are over 50 years. A brisk walk will produce lot of hormones in the body, which we call them endorphins, which really help to stabilize our mood. It also releases dopamine in our brain, so many other hormones. A brisk walk is more than enough to pump your heart, to pump your blood in your muscles, in your brain, everywhere. Not really required to be weightlifting in a gym. You can do those if you really want to shape your body. I will recommend you, but a brisk walk, or just walk, a continued walk of around minimum 30 minutes a day, 6 times a week, or a 45 minutes a day, 4 times a week, a total of 180 minutes is really recommended to everyone nowadays. So if we follow that trend, we can shape our body with this, together with the dietary habits, as we discussed, together with the our nutrients in our diet, together with those, together with this physical activity, we can really shape our health in a proper manner.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's a great advice from you about walking on a regular basis, Dr. Rathod. My next question would go towards eating healthy and the nutrition side of it. whereby you mentioned about the probiotics, taking those. If I were just a layperson coming to you saying, Dr. Rathod, give me a magic formula. How many vegetables, how many fruits should I be eating on a day-to-day basis? What would be some layperson's sort of a request to you, asking you that? What would you answer to that?
So definitely I will recommend fruits with your breakfast and fruits with your evening snack time. So these two are the things when we require a nutritional diet. Apart from lunch and dinner, these two, breakfast and evening snacks, we always have a fruit sort of diet, have a salad, because they are easy to digest and they are nutritious, providing all essentials, vitamins and minerals. In the fruits, I will always asked to consume banana, apple, kiwi, papaya. These are really available to every place and easy approach, easy to eat. There is nothing required, no much. We can also keep them for a longer duration as well. So these are the things we can keep for at least longer duration in our kitchen as well, and taking on the regular basis on these durations. So that's what like, and they are always admixed with the in the morning hours with the type of milk or coffee, whatever products one should like, together with some heavy things like some sort of brown breads together with butter or whatever butter they will prefer, one should prefer, will have them with the fruits. But morning hours and evening during the snacks time is the most preferable time for these, for the fruits to be consumed. Thank you, sir.
Perfect. I was just writing some notes here, and you mentioned banana, apple, and kiwi. I didn't pick up on the fourth fruit. Could you please tell me that?
The last one is papaya.
Papaya, yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
so they
papaya
are,
is a. Go ahead.
yeah. So the my point of view is they are easily available to every place, and we can store these things for a longer time, for 2-3 days. Once we purchase them, we can store them for at least 2-3 days. So
Sure.
there are many advantages apart from their nutrition. We can keep them for a longer time. Is again an advantage, like not to buy to the market every time go and.
So you're
Thank you,
looking at
sir.
some convenience also to have
Yeah.
healthy fruits at
Yes.
home.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Now,
Yeah.
you know what, Dr. Rathod, you've really touched the mental side, the physical side, and the nutritional side of health. That was awesome. Let me say, I loved your 5 tips that you gave at the end. And you said, eat lightly, breathe deeply, live moderately, and cultivate cheerfulness and maintain an interest in life. I think that's the biggest. If you want to give your motto to anybody, those are the 5 points to your motto that I would actually take on board and say thank you very much. And for the audience, from the audience of Healing Our Earth and myself, Dr. Rathod, a thank you for coming on board and enlightening us with your specialty. A global namaste to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Namaste to everyone. Thank you so
Welcome.
much.
Welcome. Have a wonderful day today.
Thank you.
Perfect. Now, time is moving on, and we have our next facilitator coming in, and she's a lovely lady called Pranita Salonke. Pranita, did I say that correctly?
Pranita Sarangi, yeah, that's right.
There you go. A global namaste to you, Pranita. Nice to see you on screen.
Namaste as well. Yes,
Yes.
definitely.
I'm glad we've connected on internet, but before we start your session, Pranita, let me just tell the audience about the mission of our Healing Over Earth has. It is actually to bring some love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information to your doorstep, wherever you are on this globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole team that works with the Healing Our Earth, starting from the producer director, Mr. Neil Kumar himself, the IT team, the facilitators, the hosts, everybody who's helping on this Healing Our Earth mission is contributing their time, their energy, their knowledge, their talent, absolutely free to spread this mission of harmony, love, peace, and unity. We are all serving this mission together and voluntarily, absolutely. So before we move on to our lovely speaker, let me also take this opportunity to remind you of our forthcoming sessions like this. Today's is the health and fitness. The one coming up on Sunday, the 20th of September, is the Music and Dance Fest. And on Sunday, the 27th of September, we have the Vegan and the Vegetarian Kitchen. Don't forget to tune in. And without further delay, let me introduce you to our next guest, Pranita Salonke. Pranita is a lovely lady, and she's going to be talking to us about how to protect against coronavirus by controlling obesity or overweight. We absolutely are delighted to have you on board, Pranita. A warm welcome on behalf of Healing Our Earth and a global namaste to you. The stage is all yours.
I must say, what a beautiful, heartwarming welcome. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Pranita.
So, welcome to Healing Our Earth presentation, my friends. With the time we have, my purpose is to inspire, educate, and empower you to take proactive, preventive approach to protect yourself, to your family, and as a society against this global pandemic. So let me share my screen with you. Before I begin, just my brief background. I'm Pranita Saranki, and my background is occupational therapist, preventive cardiology practitioner, and I'm lifelong yoga and meditation practitioner. And of course, as any medical person, I am growing every day by learning new things like functional medicine. I have also done the sports science, smoking cessation, and various other courses just to keep my skills best suited for my clients and the wider community. So key points I would like you to share today, those are the two. When it comes to controlling cardiovascular diseases, controlling global pandemic of coronavirus, and any condition that has potential to take you to early grave. When it comes to that, prevention is not just better than the cure, but prevention is the cure, as Professor Robert Lustig says. And the second key point to take away from here is when you talk about controlling or preventing these conditions such as overweight, obesity, diabetes, it's not hypertension. It's not about the therapeutic drugs, but environment which we live as well as our lifestyle, that matters more. And we can't blame on our genes. My father had diabetes, so I do have. My mom was obese, overweight, so it's in my genes. No. Genetics has role to play, but only your lifestyle can trigger that genetic code. So your genetics are like genetics loads the gun, but environment that pulls the trigger, like Dr. Mark Heyman suggests. So what are some of the risk factors for this global pandemic we are experiencing? Well, overweight, obesity, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, people with this conditions are more susceptible to catching the infection as well as getting severe infection, along with people beyond 60 years and above. So your underlying metabolic condition, underlying health condition makes you more susceptible. So if that is the case, why not be aware of that, and why not take control of your metabolic conditions, your health, to not only prevent from COVID, but from other illnesses, including heart diseases. So we as a society are experiencing the global rise of overweight and obesity. According to World Health Organization, obesity rate has tripled since 1975. In 2016, more than 1.9 billion with B adults were either overweight or obese. And our children are not being excluded. Our children, like 38 million children under age of 5, were experiencing this problem. And you may see in our neighborhood, our community, our society, how many children, like teenagers, are just sitting on the sofa, playing on their device and just consuming the food. We as a society has a role to play. We can take this preventive approach, and obesity is of course preventable, apart from some genetic component. And of course, this overweight obesity leads to heart diseases, heart attack, and it has huge economic as well as human loss potential. Harvard School of Public Health produced this statistic that by 2030, we are going to spend more than 1,000 billion dollars on the direct and indirect healthcare cost due to this condition. People like you and me, our family members, more than 7.5 million people are dying as a result of this metabolic condition: overweight, obesity, raised blood pressure, etc. So the real question is, are these just the stats, or have you experienced any family member suffering from overweight, obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure? Do you have any family member, neighbors? So these are not just the stat. There is a potential. I mean, I have witnessed it my firsthand when my maternal uncle passed away in just when he was age 45 due to diabetes complication. And many South Asian people are externally, they may look slim, but internally they have visceral obesity, and that's even more dangerous. So obesity around your organ, not only due to the genetic predisposition, but the lifestyle we are having. And this COVID-19 has given us a warning, tsunami warning, against which we have to take proactive and preventive approach if we want to save our life, save our finances, and importantly, save our Mother Earth. Are you ready? So what we can do? Well, when it comes to overweight or controlling any condition, what is the answer? When you go to doctors, what they say? Oh, burn your calorie, do lots of exercises, and control your calorie. Take just a small portion. So calorie in equals to calorie out. That's the simple approach many advocate, but I like to differ. when it comes to controlling this metabolic condition, calorie in, diet, exercises are just two spokes of the wheel. But other lifestyle elements such as sleep, digestion, Ayurvedic tradition informs the importance of digestive health for our overall health and wellness, and it is being ignored by current medicine. Then our emotional wellness, our positive mindset, confidence, self-efficacy, and then our environment, our relationship, and importantly, relationship with ourselves. How we are living our life according to right values. What's your purpose? Are you living your purpose day to day? And this is the holistic methodology we have to focus on rather than just calorie in and calorie out. I hope you agree to this notion. And I live by that notion for myself as well as for many of my clients who I successfully help to reverse these metabolic conditions. So what we can do in the limited time we have today, I would like to share one simple principle with you about when it comes to nourishment. Rather than thinking food as a diet or thinking that concept as a diet, why not first of all change that concept and nourishment, nourishing our body. So when we are focusing on nourishment, the word nourishment just associated with nourishment from our mother as as a baby. Yeah, there won't be any harmful agenda behind that nourishment. So why not take that similar approach when it comes to taking responsibility of your own nourishment? And well-known author Marie Kondo of Spark Joy says that if you have to fill your life with a beautiful object, you need to first throw away the object which are not used or actually causing damage or harm into your environment. So using the similar principle, if you want to live energetic body, healthy body full of vitality, slender, you first have to throw out what is actually causing that. And that means any white bread, white sugar, white pasta, processed, packaged, and many objects with many preservatives. More than 5 preservatives or something which you can not understand, that means it is chemical and it's dangerous for your system. And it only gonna create spike in your blood sugar. It's gonna create inflammation in your system, damage sugar, damage your immunity. It's not worth it. So throw away. And this is world of information overload. When you create that space, you know what to do. You know you just have to listen to your body, in tune with your body, what that day your body needs. Nourishing, healthy foods. But you first have to create that space. Otherwise, it's like putting water into a dirty container, putting clean water into the dirty container and giving you to drink when you are thirsty. It won't work. So my emphasis for you today in the time we have is to first throw out what is not serving you. And it's on slide what you can have, like have variety of rainbow colored diet, healthy grains such as wild rice, brown rice, buckwheat, flour, millet, which we used for many generations in India, and it releases sugar slowly, giving you longer level of satiety, etc. And importantly, a community. Savor your food with the community. Well-known Mediterranean diet has shown to prevent heart diseases, heart attack, and cardiovascular diseases, because there was one important element which is not much researched about or talked about, was savoring with the family. So Mediterranean people always eat together, and so does in traditional India, traditional families of India, and that is the important part we must not forget. And of course, then seek professional help to choose the right supplement that will reduce inflammation. Curcumin, which is found in turmeric, is shown evidence to shown the reduction in inflammation. So is omega-3, vitamin C, and vitamin D. However, because supplements are sometime you need to choose right, because there is a toxicity element, and you need to choose with your professional. And yeah, so remove, replace, and regenerate. But the first component is remove. Unless you remove, throughout, make space, don't move into your next stage. So my encouragement for you is to take some time today, Sunday, reflect on your last week's diet, not diet, but a nourishment, or rather lack of, and see which of the component you can remove and what you can then add, and how you can savor the food more with your family and friends. Yes, I hope you find that useful. Next component I would like you to put your awareness onto is the stress, as it directly relates to obesity, cardiovascular diseases, heart diseases, as well as compromised immunity, and making you more susceptible to have this infection. So the stress response uh, is great for acute stress when there is a threat, imminent threat, like a tiger or lion in front of you, and you have to run, where your body redirects blood from your vital organ to your legs, so your legs are prepared to run. It releases cortisol, epinephrine, and all sort of stress hormone that associated with flight and fright response. But like this gentleman, Robert Sapolsky, who is one of the leading neuroscientists and has done intensive work on primates and their stress response, says that as a human being, we not only respond to real stress, but actually anticipation of the stress as well. That creates the chemical response which happens in actual stress as well. So boss screaming at you, or wife or husband screaming at you, children playing chaos, that every day is that cumulative stress. Even you're standing still in front of the traffic light over a period of time creates cumulative response, and that actually creates the chemical response in your body. And as a result, your entire body system from head to toe gets affected. It releases inflammatory cytokinin, and which are linked with heart diseases, memory loss, depression. And it also, like I said, it also makes you susceptible for infection, because it compromises your immunity extensively. And importantly, it is linked with a visceral obesity and diabetes because abdominal obesity, that means because it affects insulin secretion. And yeah, so lots of data on this slide, which you can read. So what is the one of the best thing you can do today to take care if you have experienced the acute stress or chronic stress in your life, what you can do to take control of the stress response, how you can manage it effectively? There are a variety of tools: breathing, meditation, and mindfulness based stress relaxation has also shown, evidently shown by many systemic review and meta-analysis, that has moderate effect on improving health, quality of life, and managing stress. So I would love to share with you one of the beautiful, like one of the short meditation, hopefully 3 to 4 minutes. But well, this is not really clear, but I would like to, whoever is attending this webinar or this event, I would love to share a small guide with you which is full of recipes and tools and techniques on how you can take care of your health, behavior, and also it has lots of ideas about how you can improve your immunity. So I will share that information with the host and they can share with you. So if you are ready to manage your stress and enjoy this 5 minute or 3 minutes meditation, I welcome you to close your eyes, sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take 3 deep breaths. Breathe in and breathe out. And as you are breathing in, leave away stresses of the day, of the week gone, out of your door. Now you may notice that your breathing is slowed down. Get in tune with your heart. And just visualize, bring into awareness one thing you're really, really, really grateful for. Maybe it's a person, it's an experience. And feel the joy, feel the grace of experiencing, of having that person in your life. Visualize the green light that emanate from your heart because of this grace and gratitude is engulfing your entire body. Now it's surrounded by white light of healing, which is protecting you against any immunity, any infection, giving you immense immune power. Anchor that healing with 3 deep breaths again. And when you are ready, slowly open your eyes. I hope you have enjoyed this meditation, and If you have any question, feel free to connect me with on LinkedIn and message me there, because I'm aware that we may not have enough time for questions and answer.
Pranita, thank you so much for this lovely talk that you had and the last few minutes of your meditation. May I request you to stop your screen share so that we can get the full screen of yourself? And great, thank you so much. That's wonderful. So this was amazing. This was an amazing talk about you telling us how we can protect ourselves from the coronavirus during this pandemic, just by controlling our obesity, our weight issues that a lot of people go through. So thank you for those tips. Just wanted to have a quick question, if that's okay. You talked about the benefits of the rainbow colored diet. So we have a minute, if you can just go through, what do you mean by a rainbow colored diet? So if you were to mix your fruits and vegetables in it, what would you include in the rainbow diet?
So for example, white, onion, garlic, red, your tomatoes, your carrots, yellow peppers, oranges, green, all green vegetables, spinach, lettuce, and think about rainbows, colors of rainbow. Choose what happens when we choose rainbow color diet. Our gut has diverse prebiotics. So prebiotics are the food for probiotics. So it has a diverse food to choose from to make a good microbe environment, and that diverse microbe environment is linked to improve your immunity, and that's what I mean by that.
Okay, now that's good. So every color of the rainbow, just match the vegetable you like and combine it on a day-to-day basis. That's wonderful. So also, I would like to say that your guide to weight loss and improved immunity, is that just an online version of your guide, or is there a booklet printed, or what's the deal?
Well, I mean, now it's a world of online, right?
Absolutely.
It's online, yeah.
It's all online.
But hopefully, my book, I'm writing like proper non-fiction book on healthy and happy heart, which is soon, which I haven't yet got the date, but once it's get published, I'll let you know.
Ah, that's brilliant, because this is the kind of information that I think everyone in the audience would benefit from. And obviously anybody who wants to connect with Pranita, connect with her through the Healing Our Earth team or through her website, the Instagram link, the website she's posted. And I think every household should have this guide to weight loss and immunity, improving how we can do all that. So I think that's a very good write-up, Pranita. Thank you so much on behalf of Healing Our Earth community for coming and sharing your wealth of knowledge with the global audience that we have today. So once again, a global namaste to you from everyone, the audience and the team at Healing Our Earth. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
we will be moving on to our lovely next speaker, who is Lisa Unger. Lisa, did I say that correctly with your surname?
You did, thank you, yes.
Ah, brilliant, Lisa. What a lovely soul there. Global namaste to you.
And namaste to you as well and everybody.
Brilliant. Lisa, now before we start your little session, I just wanted to inform the viewers that, hey, look, guys, this is an online session. Connect with us on the www.healingourearth.com. There are contact details on there via email or via WhatsApp. You've got the list of facilitators, the speakers that we have lined up for today and future events that are coming up. So connect with us. We really want to spread this message far and wide all over the globe about love, peace, harmony, unity. And this information comes to you at your doorstep via just clicking a few buttons online. Yeah, so connect with us on www.healingourearth.com. Now, moving on to our lovely soul, the next speaker, who is Lisa Unger. Lisa is going to be talking to us about sugar addiction and how to break the habit. Lisa, I'm going to very attentively be listening to you because I love my sweets and chocolates and sugar. So let's tell you all about Lisa here. Lisa Unger is a nutritional therapist specializing in weight management, gut health, and energy balance. Lisa loves everything about food, cooking it, and absolutely eating it too. And her mission is to support and inspire people so that they get to enjoy the food they eat while maintaining their health and well-being and vitality. And Lisa also believes that small, consistent changes to the diet and lifestyle can lead to enormous health benefits. She has a degree in psychology and a diploma in nutrition. Sugar addiction, she says, is a worldwide problem that leads to chronic illnesses such as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, cognitive decline, and obesity. By understanding which foods to avoid, how to overcome the cravings, and how sugar can be included in the diet in healthy ways, the damage sugar does can be halted. Connect with her on Facebook and Instagram. Facebook is www.facebook.com/Lisa Unger Nutrition. Pardon me, it's www.facebook.com/Lisa Unger Nutrition. Lisa, I'll also let you tell your links as we get on to your session. So a warm welcome to you on behalf of Healing Our Earth team. Lisa, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Namaste, everybody. And thank you for that very lovely introduction. So I'm really delighted to have been invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session on health and fitness. And as said, I'm talking about sugar addiction and how to break the habit. So I want to know, do you get frequent headaches? Do you often feel lethargic or tired? Do your muscles often ache? Do you crave snacks during the day? Well, you may be surprised to know that these are just a few of the symptoms of too much added sugar in your diet. So addiction to sugar is a worldwide problem. Refined sugar is sugar that has been added to foods such as baked goods, sauces, cereals, and you name a chronic illness, and I can show you research that's, that shows that refined sugar has played a role in increasing the risk of getting that disease. It includes heart disease, some cancers, type 2 diabetes, depression, acne, infertility, impotency, and these are just to name but a few. And sugar is a master of disguise. Just because you don't see the name sugar on the ingredient list, if you're looking at a label of a food that you're buying, it does not guarantee that sugar or sweetener are not in that product. In the UK, sugar has a variety of different names. In fact, it has 56 different names. And so often, if they, on the label, if they split it up into different names, we're going to have missed the fact that sugar is in there. So what you should do is look at the nutritional value, because there it says carbohydrates of which sugars, and then you'll know how much sugar is in your product. Now, some people use sugary foods in ways that aren't healthy, even though it's not an actual addiction. So some signs are that we just crave sugar. Other signs are that we eat more than we intended to. For example, we intended to eat 2 biscuits, but we end up eating the packet. Or we can actually lose control and gorge on a whole variety of high sugar foods. So what is it that sugar does in our body? Well, it contributes to the production of harmful compounds that can lead to our body being inflamed. It can damage our gut lining, which again can result in inflammation. When we have a lot of inflammation, it can have a negative effect on things like our cholesterol, which puts us at a greater risk of disease. And it can lead us, as we know, to putting on weight. And excess body fat is also linked to inflammation. So you've got the key word, inflammation, and long-term inflammation puts us at a greater risk of disease. So why is it that most of us find it really easy to say no to a plate of broccoli, but struggle to say no thank you to a bar of chocolate? Well, it's because the area of the brain that processes pleasure is the same area where we process the anticipation of eating, and particularly of certain types of food. So those foods are fatty foods like French fries, salty foods like crisps, or sweet foods like a donut. And it could be a combination of the three. So if you think now in the market, you can always buy something like salted caramel cake, salted caramel chocolate. Well, that's a combination of the three. And each time we eat them, the brain triggers pleasure, and it triggers us to want them more. And that is the basis of our food cravings. So sugar fuels every cell in the brain, so that our brain sees sugar as a reward, which makes us want more of it. So if you often eat a lot of sugar, you're reinforcing that reward, which it can make it a tough habit to break. So you may have heard people talk about blood sugar balance, and this plays a large part in why we crave sugar. Blood sugar is just that. It's, as we eat the food, the sugar, it goes into our blood and it's then termed glucose. And once it gets to our cells, it's used as an important source of energy, and it provides nutrients to our body organs, our muscles, and our nervous system. And when it's balanced on a graph, it would look like a gentle rise and fall. It just goes very gently. But when you eat a snack like a biscuit, those biscuits are mostly made of refined sugar, and they're broken down really and digested really easily by our body. And this causes a high amount of sugar to reach the bloodstream really quickly. And it's very difficult for our body to process it at one time. So this causes our blood sugar to spike. So instead of this gentle, it's going to go up there. So to get the glucose out of the bloodstream and into your cells for energy, your pancreas makes a hormone called insulin. And as I said, insulin helps the glucose from the blood into the cell. Some of it is used for energy. And if we don't need it for energy at that moment, the excess is stored as in our fat cells. So if there is a high blood sugar, there's going to be a lot of insulin that's made really quickly to compensate for it. And this can result in a sudden drop in our blood sugar level as the insulin looks after the glucose. And this rapid change can make you feel a little shaky and a little wiped out and tired. And you think to yourself, oh, I need something really quick to give me energy. So what do? You reach for another biscuit, and that will cause your blood sugar to go shooting up again. And you can see that this is the cycle when you eat a lot of sugary snacks. It's like a blood sugar roller coaster. And this roller coaster in the long term can damage your metabolism and lead to insulin resistance, which is the basis of diseases like type 2 diabetes. So what we want to do is we want to balance our blood sugar so that we don't have cravings for these sweet treats. And we can do this by eating protein with every meal, including snacks. Protein is much slower to break down, and it slows down digestion. So you don't get that big sugar spike. And in fact, it will help you feel fuller for longer. So you might not crave the snack in the first place. And how we can use protein is if you want to have the dessert, or you want to have, you know, your piece of cake or whatever, if you eat it as part of your meal where you're already having the protein, you won't get that big sugar spike, which causes the damage. So do you think you don't have a sweet tooth, because you crave maybe bagels, chips, French fries? Well, I've got bad news for you, because these starchy foods are complex carbohydrates, simple carbohydrates, and the body breaks them down into simple sugars, again, really quickly. So eaten without foods like protein, starches can make the blood sugar surge and crash like sugar. Highly refined starches are things like white bread, white flour, crisps, crackers, pasta, and they disrupt the blood sugar the most. So if you're craving something sweet after a sad movie or a bad day, watch out. Sugar cravings are often linked to how we feel emotionally. We continually turn to sugar as a means to cope with life stressors, boredom, or other psychological issues such as depression or anxiety. And research has shown that cravings can also be driven by memories. So for example, if you sit down to watch television, always with a bowl of ice cream, your brain makes a link between television and ice cream. And after a while, it will be really difficult for you to watch the television without that sweet treat. And sweets and decadent meals are often associated with vivid memories of social gatherings, such as holidays or parties or family get-togethers. So if you find yourself really craving your grandma's plum crumble, ask yourself, am I really craving the food, or am I craving that time with my grandmother, which was really happy and I miss her? And here's a bit of science for you. So one theory about food cravings involves serotonin. So that's a neurotransmitter, a brain chemical, and it's needed to help regulate our mood. Researchers believe that having an imbalance of serotonin in the brain contributes to the development of depression. Now, most of the body's serotonin is actually produced in the gut. And when you're craving carbohydrates, you're often drawn to foods that encourage serotonin production. So in a sense, reaching for a sugary, carbohydrate-rich food can be a way of self-medicating depression. So a way to stop this is to eat foods high in serotonin, which include tofu, nuts and seeds, and fish. And serotonin, in turn, is made from an amino acid, which is the base of all proteins, called tryptophan. And several studies suggest that low levels of tryptophan can increase hunger and drive food cravings, as well as contributing to symptoms of depression. So tryptophan may also produce a calming effect through interactions that take place within the connections between the gut and the brain. So those foods high in tryptophan include chicken, eggs, pumpkin, and sesame seeds. And including these foods in your diet may help curb the emotional eating triggers. Now, you may think that a good way to reduce your sugar consumption is by choosing sugar-free fizzy drinks. Artificial sweeteners and synthetic sugar substitutes and are widely used in processed foods. But I'm really sorry to disappoint you. You may be surprised to know that low-calorie drinks disrupt our blood sugar as much as refined sugar, and that can also result in sweet cravings. The thing is, our brain can't tell the difference between a sugar and a sweetener. So when that sweet taste hits our taste buds, the brain that automatically signals the production of insulin. When no sugar arrives, our body's totally confused and our blood sugar balance gets disrupted and insulin doesn't know where to go. And this can contribute to insulin resistance. And fizzy drinks also may condition our taste buds to sweetness, which can lead us to craving more sweet things. If you do cut sugar out your diet and then 2 weeks later you have a fizzy drink, it is so sweet that you think, oh, how can I have been drinking that? It really gives you a shock. And finally, psychologically, we may feel entitled to eat a little more as we feel, well, we've consumed less calories, so now I can eat that biscuit. Now, who here, who here looks at your phone or magazine maybe while you're eating? Or do you have a bag of chocolate buttons that open while watching something on television? The program ends, you look at the bag, they've all been eaten and you don't even remember eating them. This is mindless eating. Eating aimlessly, we are much more likely to overeat and to make poorer choices in what we eat. If we eat proper meals, we are less likely to snack or binge on those sweet treats throughout the day. Now, a good technique for helping us being aware of what we're eating is mindful eating. Eating mindfully is an approach to eating that supports health and well-being, but also gives us pleasure from the experience. And even when we are changing how we eat, like cutting down on sugar or when we're trying to lose weight, it is so important that we enjoy our food. So this is how to eat mindfully. Firstly, you need to turn off any screens, put away any magazines or books. We need to sit up straight, but be relaxed. We need to look at the food and appreciate its colours and its features. So for example, if you're looking at an apple, appreciate the colour and the variations on the side of it. If you're looking at broccoli, appreciate the texture of the florets and how the leaves fall. Notice the aroma of your food. Notice the aroma when it's on the plate, but also as you bring your fork towards your mouth, as it gets stronger. You need to aim to chew each mouthful at least 20 times. Now, I do appreciate that sounds a lot, but that is the beginning of the digestion of your food. And while you're eating, think of its flavor and texture. Really enjoy the food you are eating. So mindful eating has so many benefits. You learn to mostly eat when you are hungry and stop when you've had enough. You learn to eat with awareness and to slow down, which helps to savor your food and often leads to eating less. You become aware of how different foods affect your mood and energy throughout the day, and you develop awareness of triggers to overeat or eat mindlessly. And by practicing mindful eating tools, it can lead to enjoyment of your food, which, as I've said, is just so important. From a nutritional standpoint, this is a really powerful exercise because, as I said, because it triggers your digestive response. And as I said, it starts producing saliva, which is the very first part of digestion. It also starts the production of stomach acid, digestive enzymes, and the hormones all along your gastrointestinal tract, so that when your food actually hits the stomach, it can be broken down much more easily. This can increase your digestive capacity by up to 20%, and especially if stress has been reducing your digestion, because mindful eating really helps reduce stress. So from a nutritional standpoint, this is a really powerful exercise because it triggers your digestive response. Now, too much sugar can result in a tendency to eat later in the day because blood sugar levels are zigzagging out of control, and this can adversely affect your sleep. And your disrupted sleep will in turn produce an even greater craving for sugar the next day. So where possible, always have your sweet treat at lunchtime, not with your evening meal, so that you don't get this disruption. When you are trying to reduce sugar, you can suffer from headaches, cravings, anxiety, or you may have low mood, and it can disrupt your sleep. But how much this affects you will be dependent on how much sugar you've been eating, and it should only last a few days. If you're somebody who's always eaten a lot of sugar, then cut down more gradually, but it doesn't usually continue for more than 10 days. So finally, science has shown us that too much sugar affects our body. But please remember that not all sugar is equal. So an apple and a chocolate nut bar contain similar amounts of fructose, which is a type of sugar. But in a chocolate bar, it has been highly processed to corn syrup. And this causes it to behave in a really different way within our body. Corn syrup goes straight to the liver and gets stored as fat. And it also negatively affects our hormones, cholesterol, and rapidly affects our blood sugar balance, as I described to you. But fructose from an apple is converted into glucose and is absorbed into the bloodstream, where it is first used for energy, and then if no more energy is needed at that time, it's stored as fat. So you can see the difference. So if you fancy something sweet, go for a piece of fruit instead of that chocolate bar. Your body will thank you. So thank you so much for listening to me. And now it's over to you.
Lisa, that was wonderful. I'm not sure if I'm ready to give up my sugar as yet, because I love the sugar, the sweets. But absolutely, you're so correct. And we all try to sort of think that the artificial sweetener is a good alternative. But the amount of harm it causes, it's
absolutely. An alternative to the fizzy drinks is if you have, let's say, carbonated water and put like maybe cucumber and mint in with it, orange slices if you want it slightly sweet. I've even tried it with things like pineapple juice, just a bit of fresh pineapple juice in the bottom, add your sparkling water. You still get your sweet kick, but without doing as much damage to your body.
So here it sounds like sugar is a big culprit. Is there anything like good sugar?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, as I said, sugar in fruit is that. I mean, fruit has so many plant chemicals in it. Before, when we were hearing about eating a rainbow, because every color of the fruit has a different benefit to our body. So yeah, eating fruit is really good, but the way to slow down so that you don't get the big sugar spike is to eat it with a little bit of protein. So a good example, if you don't have a nut allergy, is eat a slice of apple dipped in a bit of nut butter, or if you have a nut allergy, you can use sunflower seed butter. And that's a little bit of protein with it, so you don't get the big sugar spike in your blood sugar.
Sure. So Lisa, that's good. Now, in terms of fruits, which fruit would you say is very high in sugar that should be consumed but with great caution? And what are the other fruits that you can consume with a bit more ease and not worry about the sugar content in it? So one with extreme sugar and one with probably less sugar.
To be totally honest, I don't worry too much. I mean, obviously things like grapes are very high in sugar, watermelon, but they have so many other good things that wouldn't worry me too much. The one to limit is dried fruit, because obviously they've got a much greater sugar content because all the water's been removed. So that I would eat in moderation, but I wouldn't worry. I mean, you don't want to be eating just vast amounts of fruit. A piece is great, a small handful, that it's more portion size as opposed to how much sugar is in it. And as I said, including a little bit of protein with it.
Sure. So one of the things that people have often said, that there is this magic formula of 5 fresh fruits and 5 vegetables a day. So do we still withstand with that one? Do you recommend 5 fruits a day?
What I do, yes, I probably do, because I like to include fruit with my meal as I like a dessert. So I tend to have fruit as my dessert. And if I have 1 or 2 snacks a day, then I'm having sort of 5 fruits a day. But 5 vegetables a day is not enough. You want to at least double that.
Really? At least double that on a daily basis. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. Now, just a question about the fruits, because here I think I'm hung up on the sweetness and the fruits, you know. So the other gentleman, prior to your coming, the other speaker, and the first speaker actually at noon,
Yes.
was really good at commenting on what kind of fruits we should be having. And he was very, very good in the sense that get a fruit that you can store for a few days so you're not running to your grocery store every single day to buy them. So are there any specific fruits that you personally would say? Because he was recommending apples, papayas, kiwi, all good fruits, but from an option, from your perspective, would you recommend anything else?
Yeah, one of my favorites is berries. Berries are really high in antioxidants. And that's very good for helping get rid of the toxins within your body. And I tend to freeze them, or I buy the ones that are already frozen because they're very reasonably priced. Again, bananas, you can freeze bananas and they're really good then for using in a smoothie. So if you use them with vegetables as well, like spinach is really nice in a smoothie. Let's say you put bananas, spinach, and a handful of berries with a bit of, whatever kind of milk you're having. You could put in some seeds, and then you've got your protein. That's a really good snack, really balanced. You've got your sweetness from your fruit, you've got added vegetables, and you've got your protein with your seeds. And then so you're getting everything that you need that's going to fill you up but not cause a big blood sugar spike.
Perfect. I think that's amazing. And you also mentioned, which was great knowledge for, I think, for me, myself personally, but also for the audience at large. Sugar comes in 56 different names. Oh my God. That's crazy.
If you Google, you can get all the names. And that's how manufacturers, they can make, you don't think there's as much sugar. You might recognize one name, but half of them are names you've never heard of.
And yet it's all sugar.
It's all sugar.
Yeah, it's important to be acknowledged like this, or given information where we can pick up on little things like this. And I think it's so vital for the audience, for the public, when they are buying or are very conscious about sugar, to look at the ingredients and know what sugar they're consuming.
Definitely.
Wow, that was really, really good. The one point I really enjoyed about your talk, the whole talk was amazing, Lisa, but about mindful eating. When you're eating, watch what you're eating. And I thought that was a very good tip, because we all are in such a hectic, busy life schedule that half the time we're sitting in front of the TV, not realizing what we're putting in our mouth.
Exactly. And it's just really good for relaxation. The other thing is that if you're trying to eat a little bit less, we're all very conscious about trying to lose weight or be a healthy weight, but you have two sorts of cues for being full. You have the stretch of your stomach is one, and that's an immediate cue, but we don't really listen to that one. And the other one is hormonal. That's from the hormones in your gut reaching your brain. Well, that takes 20 minutes. So if we wolf down our meal in 10 minutes, we end up eating more than we intended, because we're not getting the signal that actually we've had enough to eat. So by eating mindfully and slowing it right down, you do tend to eat less, because you're listening. You then get to hear the cue that actually you're full.
Wow. And that is so true. I can personally vouch for it myself. When I have just literally gobbled down a meal, I could eat tons more and then feel awful after that because I'm overstuffed. But I think we're all victims of it. And I think we all have to take that into control and say, watch what you're eating.
Definitely.
Because ultimately, you are what you eat. Is that correct, Lisa?
I'm afraid it is, yes.
Lovely to have you on board, Lisa. It was amazing to listen to you. Absolute thank you to you from Healing Our Earth community. Just keep spreading this kind of knowledge. Would you like to share how we can get in touch with you?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So I have my website, which is lisaungernutrition.com. As you mentioned, facebook.com/Lisa Unger Nutrition, also on Instagram. Or you could just email me at lisa@lisaungernutrition.com.
Brilliant. Lisa, so once again, thank you very much. And we hope to, I'm sure, be listening to you once again in the future. And have a blessed day.
Thank
Global
you.
namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching time. It is just time to get to our next speaker, and that is Sujata Rathi. Sister Sujata Rathi. Is that correct, Sujata? Are we here, Sister Sujata?
Yes.
Global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we have connected, Sister Sujata. But before we move on to Sister Sujata's topic, let me remind the audience that today we have to and want to really give some special thank yous to all the contributors who have been a part of Healing Our Earth. Today's session is being live from 12 noon till 7 p.m. and it's broadcasted live on the website healingourearth.com. We are on the Healing Our Earth Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Simran Ahuja official Facebook page, Sunrise Radio official page, Hindu Matters in Britain, the official page also, and Hindu Forum of Europe, which is their Facebook page, Diwali in London, and the Facebook page there too, Enrich TV, plus the Facebook there, Honey Kalaria official and the Facebook page, and Sarita Sabarwal, again on her official page. Mental Health Connect is another one. Yeah, and also I really want to encourage you and remind you that you can sign yourself up with getting regular mail shots of weekly events. All you have to do is just visit the website on www.healingourearth.com. Moving on to our lovely Sister Sujata Rathi. Sister Sujata is one person who is a certified health dietitian and a nutrition expert. She is also certified as a professional fitness advisor and a trainer. Sujata is a graduate from Pune University with a first-class honors in Bachelor's of Home Science, and she is also certified as a fitness consultant and a yoga trainer. Currently, she coordinates the Wellness Center at the Global Hospital and Research Center in Mount Abu in Rajasthan, and she has been a dietitian and a fitness advisor there for over 35 years. Oh my God, that's amazing.
35.
She has performed mass exercises in India and abroad. She also designs lifestyle intervention programs for coronary artery disease, for diabetes, for obesity, arthritis, hypertension, and asthma. Programs are based on diet, exercises, and pranayama regimes. Sister Sujata has also been honored with awards like Nari Shakti Award and the Surya Datta National Award for excellence in the field of health and research. She shall be speaking today on how to live a divine, graceful life. Along with her enlightening words of wisdom, she shall also be making us to do some exercises like pranayam, like breathing, and some stretching exercises. Sister Sujata, welcome on board. A warm welcome and a global namaste to you from Healing Our Earth community. The stage is all yours.
Namaste, Om Shanti, everyone, my dear friends. It's not only, it's worldwide, globally, and I feel so honored today and delighted that. So I'm very thankful to our very grateful team of the Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for that. And today is a very interesting topic of that divine, graceful life. And I feel so enlightened before starting even this divine, graceful life in this pandemic period. And I get the great opportunity for that to share with you. So today we are going to share some nice, actually we eat every day, but how we can eat with the mindfulness and how we can stretch ourselves in a different form every day in the very nice divine life. So first, I'm starting with that, how we are sitting. Sit straight, keep your back straight, your shoulders straight, neck straight, and make a namaste. This is a namaste. I'm so happy actually when the theme is namaste, because as the exercise, this namaste pose, we ask people to do this namaste for as a exercise, gentle exercise for the heart. And all the pressure points of our 10 fingers together, make namaste, take a deep breath and exhale through the nose. Exhale through the nose. One more time. Exhale through the nose. And again, one more time, gracefully. Inhale and exhale through the nose. And exhale through the nose. And relax. See, why we actually say we are breathing every day, right? 24/7. But when we breathe, we inhale and exhale, but we do up to here only. So the oxygen is circulating only 40% circulation in our body, right? So when we ask or when we do ourselves deep breathing, like we are going to do that again, that we actually generate 80% oxygen in our body. And that's how the detox process is started. So it's a very nice balance, actually, diet and fitness, because without diet and without fitness, you can't have a divine, graceful life. Yeah. So it first starts from the here. As we say, health, healing our earth. It's very, very important of our health. We always talk about the organic food. We always talk about the organic earth. Yeah. So it's all here first. It starts from here. We always talk about the organic mind and organic food. And that's a very subtle relation with our theme, today's theme. And the today's topic is divine graceful life. So first, I would like to start from the wake-up time. No matter, everyone has their own time, wake-up time. But how you wake up gracefully, or you wake up with some sort of kind of tension, or with the heavy headache, or just very nicely, freshly. So you check yourself. But do you think that with this some few minutes of session might be change your life? Might be change the addition of in your life gracefulness, divine graceful. Yeah. So next 20 minutes, now we are in a different zone. You also keep smile on your face, listen gracefully, sit gracefully. We are going to do some exercise as well. And we will definitely, I will share some very nice balance tips, which whatever is available at our own home, hometown, or in the kitchen, right? So I'm starting from the wake up time. So as you wake up first, don't spit. Yes, just take a water, keep it in a copper jar instead of any other utensils. If you want to get the detoxification, very simple. Just put a water in a copper jar. Don't spit. but drink the water. The detoxification will start. Yes. After that, take your both hand and the edges of this right and left, yeah, and just rub. Usually what we do, we rub our hand gently. Yes, we can do this as well as, and just both hand, rub your edges. You can feel the energy. Yeah, you can feel the energy. And what next is very interesting. We never do the exercise of this between two fingers, right? We never do. We do like this, but we never connect. Yeah. And just now, apart, 1, 2, 3, 4, fix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and again, gently. You can see the change. You can see the change. You can feel the energy. See what? It's simple, simple, simple. And we want in a day immediate effect, right? Okay. So you have start your day with yourself. You don't need anyone to just wake up. Let's wake up and have different type of drink or anything. I'm suggesting you just see this is a very simple tip. And then last is rub your hand gently and just nicely close your eyes and just both hand on your face. Both hand on your face and slowly you can just gently both hand 3 times, 2 and 3. And now give a nice smile. Fresh start. Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay. So now next is what we do when, see, you are on your bed still, right? You are on your bed. You are now, you have to get up, wake up. How? What we do like, you know? Yeah. This is, it's like natural. We don't need for the instructor or advisor to ask you to do that. So what I'm going to ask you to do, you can do it with me. Like both hands, just stretch yourself, stretch nicely. And yes, stretch, but your hands, you make a fist of that and stretch, just stretch. And good. And just shoulder. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and relax. Correct? You okay?
Very
Yeah?
good. Thank
Good.
you. Enjoying
Okay.
it.
I'm also enjoying. Yes, correct. So now what is next now? Everyone is thinking of that. Let's have a tea now. Herbal tea, black tea, coffee. Yeah. I would advise you to have a nice fresh lemon water. Just squeeze a lime or lemon in a 250 or 300 ml of water. Why? Because we should start our day with the alkaline. Again, organic. Because we are again talking divine, graceful life. So sip the water slowly. Take the water and sip it. Very good, very good. Slowly, and enjoy that. Not like fast, but enjoy the water also. And this what the lemon is doing. It's It's actually the richest source of vitamin C. Correct? One of the richest source of vitamin C. And you know one more benefit of that. It delays the aging process. Yeah. It delays the aging process, definitely, because the always detoxification happens whenever whatever the event is there, and when you see the clean place, so you will invite, and the people, guests also feel honored, right? So exactly as you clean your body in the early in the morning, and you invite people, you invite the nutrients, what we are going to eat rest of the day. Correct? So what we are eating with the mindfulness, not deep fried, but again, I would like to mention 70% should be alkaline and 30% should be acidic. Yeah, like cooked food. And the alkaline is fresh veggies, salads, fruits, sprouts, lot of different variety of fruits. Each and every fruit has a fantastic nutrition. Correct? Now next is, we are going to do some stretchings. Correct? So I want you to stand up. Stand up nicely. I'll just keep the chair aside. Stand straight. See, sometimes we stand like this. No, incorrect way. Stand smartly, nicely. It doesn't matter how old are you. Maybe I would, actually we are not discussing about anything now. We are just discussing about how smartly and gracefully you stand. We always stand like this, yeah, two legs together. But I want you to stand like that, the right leg before front of your left, and stand. And stand, see. Correct?
Yes.
You can check yourself, but this is a very nice stretching, right? And now just lift your right leg. Right leg, stretch nicely, 1. You are enjoying, yeah, because you are giving support to your belly with your both hands. 3, 4, and 5. And if you just on your toes now, again smartly. See, the next move is, if I ask you to do this stretch, you will forget if you have a backache. I'll guarantee you. Okay? Now see, both hands at your belly. You are on your toes, right? Right toes. Now inhale and exhale, see up. See up. Give a nice arch of your back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And again straight. Correct? Did you get the straight at your back?
Absolutely did, yes.
Yes, good. So now I won't repeat the right side as well, left, yeah, but I want to mention that do it right and left together, because we have a really shortage of time and I have so many things to share with you.
Sure.
So next stretch, very simple. Okay, right hand, right hand, right hand. Your right hand, yeah. You are not asking anyone to give something, but right hand straight. And see what I'm doing. Again, inhale and exhale, lift your right hand up. Straight, straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up, stretch, 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 and relax. See what happened, usually we do the hand like this straight, yeah, we do like this, yeah, but you are giving a certain position to your body, yeah, and now you are making the posture which is actually giving the all effect to your upper body and lower body, But this exercise gives you confidence. It increases the willpower also, because you know what happened actually? Sometimes people think demoralized, yeah, and they just get scared if anything happen, if they heard the news, or if anything happen in relationship or family or blah blah blah. But the fitness, what we do, it really gives you the confidence. It really gives you the hope. So it's a very nice combination of that, how you can make the body postures. The next is I wanted to do some tapping exercises. They are fantastic, the tapping exercises. It's very ancient therapy. You can enjoy also. And again, we are giving the tapping exercise for our who are having a diabetes, rheumatic arthritis, the fat, belly fat, or the more trans fat in the body. So it really releases the trans fat from the body and it tones up. Yeah. Because when we say, when the person have a fitness, the body should be firm and toned. So this tapping exercise is really make wonders. So we are using our two hands, yeah, the palm. Now I wanted you, the right hand above my navel, the left hand below my navel, right? I'll put the nice music on that and tap with the steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and little jump, little jump, little jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and side, 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 right and left, right and left. Very good, very good. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Appreciate yourself. Tap, 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 tap. On a shoulder. Right hand on your left shoulder. Tap, tap, and change. Tap, 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 and steps. Tap and steps. Tap and steps. Good. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and left hand, right side of the shoulder level. Appreciate yourself. Smiley on your face. Tap, 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 tap. Good, good. Tap, 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 and change. Tap and step. Tap and step. Tap and step. Tap and step. Tap, step. Tap, step. Tap, step. Tap, step, and change again. Tap, tap. Little jump. And relax, and relax. Next is, we are going to do some now laughing exercises, yeah? Everyone is smile, actually smile. But now we are going to do which increase our immunity level, right? Immunity, how we increase, if the whole world is talking about that. And people actually forgot to laugh now. So today, the laughing exercise is the 3 ways of laughing. Laugh from the navel, yeah? And that's the beauty of the laugh. When you laugh, it should be continue, correct? The second laugh is, you laugh, your both lip together and laugh. Third is no sound and laugh loudly. No sound and laugh loudly. Ready? First laugh, okay? First laugh. 1, 2, 3, and start. continuously, continuously, continuously. Correct.
Oh, nice one.
Good, good, good. The second one now, both lip together, both lip together. You can feel at your core muscles, right?
Oh,
The third one
absolutely.
is,
Yes.
yeah, and the third one is laugh loudly. Yeah, like it's really save your throat, correct? Laugh loudly, no sound, no sound. It's so nice actually. One more time.
Sure.
And laugh. So now I really wanted you to sit on the chair. Yeah. And now how you will sit? How you will sit?
You tell us.
That's why I'm here.
Absolutely.
Correct. When you sit on the chair, don't sit like this. No. Sit straight, your back straight, and the chair sit back together. Chair back and your back should be together. Correct? Simple way. Simple way. Sit nicely, because each and every body postures also your body language talks about you, correct? So now next is what we are going to do, some breathing technique, yeah? In the process of the daily schedule, I really wanted to mention about that for the water. You should have the water 2.5 to 3 liter, but it's all depend your physical activity, correct? Your own conditions, because we can't advise people who are the renal failure, who are the kidney problem, that they should drink 3 liters, no. So it's individually, the needs are different, correct? And but usually for the normal life, normal routine, 2.5 to 3 liter or 4 liter is quite okay. But you can have the water in a different matter. How you can keep yourself always in a good mood? It's not possible actually. It's not possible. Like how you will be fresh whole day? No. But with that drinking of water, just a very, it's a very secretive tips of that. You can have sometimes cucumber and the ginger water together. You have a berries, so berries water, different cloves, and the cinnamon is a spices, yeah. So 2 to 3, yeah.
Cinnamon.
Okay, so that's great actually, like what you're drinking, but use this water whole day and just you can see yourself, correct? Okay, so now next is just we are going to do some breathing techniques. Yes.
Sister Sujata, a quick one. Would love to go through your breathing techniques also, just to let you know that we have a couple more minutes, and then the next the next speaker will be coming on board. But we'd love to get some breathing techniques from you before we finish.
Okay.
Thank
so,
you.
The alternate nostril breathing, close your right nostril with the right thumb, inhale to the left nostril, hold for 5 counts and exhale, same nostril. Yeah? And hold breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale. And the next is left side. And hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale. And I won't take much time actually, just the last Om chanting, that's a universal. We are just creating the positive aura with the Namaste pose. Have a Namaste pose, take a deep breath and Om sound. And again, last time only. Om Shanti. Om Shanti, all the best.
Om Shanti, Sister Sujata. This was an amazing workout class for me. I'm done with my exercise for the day. I've had my cinnamon water. Hey, I'm going for a divine health and well-being session, eh? So thank you so much. Thank you so much coming from all the way from Abu. Sister Sujata, this was an amazing lecture you gave us. Absolutely fascinated with the laughing exercises. It is such a big thing. I think people forget to laugh. We've forgotten to laugh these days. But amazing what laughter can do for us. So thank you for sharing those tips. A global namaste and a thank you from Healing Our Earth community and coming in today to give us some divine knowledge on health. Thank you.
Namaste.
Yeah? Thank you. Namaste. Namaste. Good. Now, fast moving, the time actually is flying. I'm introducing my hosting today will be coming to an end with this last speaker coming on board. We have Dr. Prabhu Rajendran, and Dr. Prabhu Rajendran is going to be telling us about obesity is a modifiable risk factor for coronavirus related mortality, and that's what he's going to be talking to us about. Dr. Rajendran graduated from the prestigious Institute of Madras Medical College in the Tamil Nadu in India, and has been working in the National Health Service for the last 15 years. He has trained in various internationally renowned teaching hospitals across the United Kingdom and holds a postgraduate certification in pediatric gastroenterology from the University College of London, the UCL. With his interest in child health policies, he works with the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health as a RCPCH ambassador. Dr. Rajendran is also closely associated with the Pediatric Forum of the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, which is also alphabetized as BAPIO, which is the largest and the most influential organization for international medical graduates in UK, helping overseas doctors in the United Kingdom to achieve professional excellence. Is also recognized as making a positive impact in the community. He has been nominated by the Lord Lieutenant of Bedfordshire to attend the Buckingham Palace Garden Party in 2020. Dr. Rajendran, a warm welcome on behalf of the Healing Our Earth community to this session on health and fitness. A warm welcome to you and a global namaste.
Thank you so much, Lalit Sojaji, for introducing me and your kind words. And namaste for everyone. And in Tamil, vanakkam, anaivarukkum vanakkam. What a privilege to be on this webinar today, organized by the Healing Our Earth community. And has been told, I'm going to be talking about globicity. So that's about the global obesity. And can I request for my slide share, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, as I said, my talk today is going to be about obesity and physical inactivity. And as you can see in the picture, I think we have been gradually evolving, and towards the final stage, I think that's where we are. And I think we need to pay some attention now. So moving on to why this topic today. I'm going to be quoting all the statistics which are referred from 2017 and 2018, because we are waiting for the latest 2020 statistics come out, which we've got some of them. So 26% of the UK adults and also overall are classified as obese. And this has been up from 1995, but interestingly has remained similar since 2010. But what I'm really keen to know is what it is going to be shown up in 2020 after this pandemic, with a lot of us staying indoors and our physical activities being restricted. So as a pediatrician, I would want to highlight, I don't know how much of us know that 1 in 10 of the reception year children and 1 in 5, that is almost 20% of year 6 children are classified as obese. This is quite shocking. And the concern more is that majority of this population who are obese do not identify themselves that they are obese or even very overweight. Now, from 2020 statistics, I think this is very limited statistics available, but what we know from NHS hospital admission is almost 876,000 patients are admitted to hospital where obesity was a factor. And this number has gone up from the 2017 and 2018 statistics from 617,000. And this is an increase of almost 23%. So this is the initial result available from the 2020 statistics based on the hospital admissions. So I don't know how much of this is going to influence the total population to be reflected or called as obese and overweight. I think it'll be always useful to have some infographics. And here I've got a busy slide, but I just wanted to highlight the prevalence, what is going on. On the top left, we've got the prevalence of men living with overweight and obesity. And on the right, top right is the prevalence of women. But the trend we can see is, this is all showing from age more than 16 years of age, adults over 16 years of age. The trend seems to be gradually worsening. The prevalence of obesity seems to be gradually worsening as we get older and older. So that is where pediatrician and my role comes in. I think if we target this obesity to be addressed quite early on in life, I think we can achieve a better plateau. And what does it show on the bottom half of the slide? This is the prevalence of men and women living with obesity by England, and this is across the region. Before I go more detail into my topic on obesity and physical inactivity, I think we need to understand what do we mention as physical activity. Any body movement that expends energy and raises the heart rate is called as a physical activity. So what does inactivity mean? If a person does less than 30 minutes of physical activity a week, they are called to be as inactive. And on the right-hand side, we've got about what everyday activity includes and what are the recreational activities which can help you with improving your activity. This could vary from cycling, walking, doing some household work or manual work. And recreationally, you can keep yourself, I think that's good for both physical and mental health, will be about doing some dance, yoga, and other recreational activities. So how is this obesity related to COVID? We've all heard it in the news making headlines about this is not a good thing. But what does Public Health England report say? Evidence have been shown that excess weight does not increase people's chances of contracting COVID. However, but there is a however here, the data does show obese people are significantly more likely to become seriously ill. And of those needing admission, there is even more a higher chance of being admitted to the intensive care compared to those people who have a normal BMI. I'll be talking about the BMI, what it means and what it should be later on in my talk. From the report from the Public Health England, one of the studies has found that people with higher BMIs, we accept anything up to 25 and more than 30 is called as overweight and obese. So if you have a BMI more than 35 to 40, the risk of death from COVID increases to 40%. And if the BMI is over 40, the risk is even higher and it goes up to 90%. And this is in comparison to someone who is not living with obesity. So I previously briefly mentioned about physical and mental health. So in the pandemic, I mean, we obviously had gone through the phase of lockdown. Some countries have gone through, and some countries are going through the lockdown now. We all know that the lockdown has resulted in increased level of anxiety. Some have gone through poor sleep, and some worried about it and being sad, and some have indulged in binge eating. I mean, not to be blamed, but I think that is a normal response humans tend to do. And we in the hospital are seeing a lot of patients being admitted with suicidal ideations, and also eating disorders and snacking and consumption of alcohol and reduced level of physical activity. So how can I say that the physical activity is reduced? I can quote a preliminary finding from an Oxford University study showing about the decreased physical activity during the pandemic. They have got evidence that 46% of the participants in that particular study, where they're particularly asking about physical activity, they have been qualified as less active. We need to remember these changes can have long-term implications, but not just about the obesity, but also about chronic diseases. I think it is always a bitter experience to hear about the hard facts, but it's a reality. So I thought I will touch upon the hard facts on physical inactivity. It is a great threat to the health in the developed country. I stress this is in the developed country. And this triad of poor diet, physical inactivity, and lifestyle is not a nice combination. How many of us know that physical inactivity is the fourth leading risk factor for global mortality? And this accounts to almost 66% of the death globally. The physical inactivity directly contributes to 1 in 6 deaths in the UK. And this number is the same as the risk factor of smoking. Many people were shocked whenever I tell this. And physical inactivity, around a quarter of us are still qualified as inactive. So what does inactive mean? Failing to achieve a minimum of 30 minutes of activity a week leads to being called as inactive. This slide is like more specific for our community in England. This is highlighting about the physical activity levels. And this is again a report from 2018 and showing about like how the different local authorities are having different varied levels. And you can see, as always, London has got a mixed population. And again, the levels are different. Those in the dark blue are the ones like which are having a physical activity level of more than 70%. And those in the light gray are those less than 50%. Again, I'm going to use this opportunity to say at least 150 minutes of moderate activity or 75 minutes of vigorous activity a week is what is recommended. Now let us go on to the real topic, obesity. I've been talking a lot about obesity, but what does obesity really mean? Obesity refers to excess of body fat, and they usually relate to increased weight for height. So it is not about, I have got a perfect weight, I'm okay with that one, but does it match your height? And the most common method of measuring obesity, though a crude tool, is the body mass index. If there is one message from today's talk I want people to take away is, please, after the end of today, try to visit this website of the nhs.uk BMI calculator, wherein it will ask questions about your height, weight, what ethnic background you are, and a few more questions, and then that will help you in calculating your own BMI. Please do this, and then I'll tell you why in a minute. So in adults, a BMI of 25 to 29.9 means that person is considered to be overweight. And if the BMI is 30 or more, means that the person is considered to be obese. And this is what it is all about. So please do work on the BMI calculator at some point later on today or at tomorrow, and then have a thought. Also, the NICE guidelines. I mean, NICE is essentially the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, and we as doctors in the UK, in the NHS, follow the NICE recommendations. What NICE says is the use of BMI in conjunction with waist circumference as a measure of as a method of measuring obesity and determining health risk factors. I think that is why this is really important to do not just the BMI and also be mindful of your waist circumference. So in order to measure abdominal obesity, waist circumference is very, very important. And as with the BAME background and Asians, we have got a tendency to eat a lot of rice, which is rich in carbohydrates, and that promotes abdominal obesity. And that is really to be something to be looked into, because abdominal obesity by itself is a very big risk factor. And here in the slide, I've got measurements there for what is desirable, high, and very high. And that is for both men and women, and that does vary a lot. So please do look into the waist circumference. Everybody, when talking about obesity, will want to focus on what are my risks because of being obese. But I thought I will do it slightly differently, talking about benefits of being active. Being physically active can reduce the risk of developing diabetes by 30 to 40%, which again is a very big problem globally. I think like by doing physical activity, we can try and risk this one. There are also evidence to say by having physical activity, regular physical activity, there is a reduction in the need for medication and the risk of complications, which we know are a lot from diabetes. Physical activity prevents 1 in 10 cases of stroke in the UK. And again, all my quotations are based in the UK population, because I've been working in the UK for the last 15 years. Sorry, I mean, like this applies globally as well, so we can make references from here as well. 1 in 8 women in the UK are at a risk of developing breast cancer at some point in their life. So by doing a physical activity, this risk can be reduced by almost 20%. And also it has been shown for people with cancer that their quality of life has been reported to be improved by doing regular physical activity. Next, the commonest problem is the dementia. Dementia affects almost 800,000 people in the UK. And by doing physical activity and by staying active, we can reduce the risk of vascular dementia, the commonest cause of dementia, and also this has a positive impact on the non-vascular causes of dementia. Now let us move on to the health risk. I mean, there is a big list here, but I thought I'll just stress on the top 2. Many a times we see people ending up having hip replacement surgery for arthritis-related issues. But what is to be equally considered is to focus on weight reduction, and that can be achieved by physical activity. And another common trend which we are seeing now, I'm sure many of you would have been seeing people who are needing these kind of machines, especially to support them sleeping. So this is called as sleep apnea, where a person stops breathing for short episodes during sleep. And then this machine helps them in keeping the breathing going on. And what causes this? Obesity is top on the list. So this is a major risk factor I wanted to address today. Now we have spoken about the problem. So how do we tackle it? As I said, I mean, I come with a pediatric background, but I do work with the college on the policies. So to make it happen, we need to empower everyone with the right choice. When I mean empower everyone, I think like we need to address this as a family. Not one single person doing things differently won't change it. Let it start it from the home, and then it will soon work out as a nation. So teach every child to have and enjoy the skills to be active every day. As a government, they are doing a lot to create an environment which is safe and attractive, by meaning that like they are creating places where everyone can walk, cycle regardless of age or disability. And then we also have a lot of organizations who are trying to bring us together by promoting and delivering more activities. So I'm close to finishing soon. Anything to get you moving and hopefully having fun is what we all need to concentrate on. But remember, we need to make sure this is easy, fun, fulfilling, and affordable. Unless we do this, this won't be carrying on for a longer period of time. Previously, we as doctors used to say, go for a walk. Now we are moving towards, why don't you go for a family health walk? Because physical activity does not need to be strenuous to be kind of going to the gym, but all we need is to be an effective 30 minutes a day of moderate aerobic activity, which can be even a brisk walk or even a spell of gardening. With a lot of restrictions, I think like spending time at home has become a norm for everyone. So do explore the garden if you have not done it before. Moving on. Previously, again, like we were promoting a lot on saying join a local gym. But like what we are now saying is, why don't you start exercising at home? There are a lot of activities which you can do. And then I'm sure like there are a lot of videos. And then we did like see from our previous speaker about how we can keep ourselves fit physically and mentally. And lastly, about the recreational activities. Why not join a dance class? There is age is no bar for that. And dancing can be as beneficial as going to the gym. And this is my final slide. So I would want to finish off with a motto saying, everybody active every day is the motto which we need to carry on from today. So can I make a request to all the audiences, make a commitment today, at least 150 minutes of physical activity in a week is what you need to do to keep yourself active. So I finish off by saying, moving more means living more. Thank you. Namaste. And I'll hand it back to Mrs. Sodaji.
There we go. I just had myself muted. I was just getting some notes down, so apologies for that. Hey, that was an amazing statement you made at the end. Everybody active every day, keep moving. What an amazing motto to have. And I think if that is installed in every individual, I think a lot of health issues can be sorted, couldn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah. Just a couple questions I had, if that's okay with you. You were talking about a lot of obesity is affecting a lot of breathing problems. So a lot of COPD, which is the chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases like asthma, bronchitis, the Asian population seems to be suffering that quite a lot with obesity. Would you say that's correct?
Definitely. We as doctors, like we see a lot, and we have got like statistics to say the BAME population, especially the Asian population, it could be because of our dietary habits or if of our lifestyle, and also partly to blame the genetic component as well. That is more common in the obesity is like unfortunately more common in us Asians. And then that is indirectly having influence on your other chronic health problems, which includes diabetes, and as I mentioned about the breathing problems. Getting back to the asthma or any breathing related problems, though I was telling mainly about the obstructive sleep apnea, asthma or any health matter for that matter, any health problem will be benefited by getting down on the obesity levels.
So obesity, if dealt with correctly, can help us with a lot more different health conditions. Is that correct?
As I was like mentioning in the talk as well,
yeah.
Obesity, if it has been addressed properly, has helped people who are known long-term diabetics to come down on the dose. I mean, I'm saying come down on the dose because I mean, like there are people who have been able to manage off medications, but again, like this, it might not be a sustainable benefit. But if you carry on with your obesity being addressed, because especially with diabetes, the longer the duration of diabetes, they say you end up having a lot of microvascular complications. So to prevent that from happening, having regular physical activity can help you have a better control of your diabetes and also get the doses down a lot, which will kind of like give a moral to say, okay, I can carry on what I'm doing. And then the complications are going to be much lesser. So yes.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that. The other health issues you also mentioned were like arthritis, depression, are also some of the conditions that are affected by obesity. Now, just to get your view on depression and obesity, could you shed some light on that?
I mean, I would possibly like start off with my pediatric background, and then I will also like talk about like my experience about how I deal with the family as well. Let us say a child like being overweight, and then like they are going to be facing a lot of bullying because of their overweight. And this is going to have a direct effect on their mental health. And this is going to obviously disrupt the family relationship. Let us say like what I see in real life. When a family comes in to the hospital, we are at the moment working on every opportunity counts. So every time they come in, previously we had the practice of just like having the weight check because the medicine dose has to be based on the weight. Then we made it mandatory to have the height check done so we can work on the BMI. Then at the right point, we have to introduce the concept of the BMI saying they are overweight. And then if you look at it, you're not going to be having a very good relationship with that family. because like it is not going to be a very warm welcome when you talk about obesity, because it is unfortunately seen as a big taboo by the Asian community, but not just by the Asian community, it is by across all people. And then they kind of like start going back wanting to see a different doctor who is again going to be saying the same thing. And this is kind of going to have a big discussion in the family, and it working together as a family, it makes a big difference. Initially there will be a break in relationship, disruptions, and having a lot of chaos in the family, but they do come back to us. And when they come back, we ask them that we need to work together as a team, not just as a family. I'm the doctor responsible for your family, so we will have to work together, get a strategy done, and then we can definitely get the taboo out of the way.
Absolutely. And obesity being such a taboo subject, I think a lot of families would get offended by it. So I think the team working together, the family working together to help the condition is the best way moving forward to tackle obesity from all perspectives. Wouldn't you agree with that, Dr. Rajendran?
Definitely. As I said, like it is not like one single component to be addressed. It is a holistic approach. Previously, again, I think like I'm referring back to this one again. Previously, we were all talking about treating, but now we are talking about preventative strategies as well. That is going to be the future of healthcare. So now we need to like, if not now, when? As I was like beginning of this slide, I was like talking about, we had statistics from 2017 and 18. Now with the pandemic, lockdown, lot of restrictions on the physical activity, I'm quite concerned about like what the rate is going to be. We know from hospital admissions, this has gone up, but how is going to real life affect the obesity rates going up? It is going to be, so I think like this is the time, if not when. So I'm very thankful to you for giving me this opportunity to talk on this right topic at the right moment. I think hopefully the message will be taken forward and then we can work to act on it to prevent it from happening.
Absolutely. And this is a global platform. So Dr. Rajendran, hopefully there's thousands and thousands of people getting this message about obesity and how we can tackle it. And also in this COVID pandemic time, this is the best way to move towards good health. And as one of the previous speakers actually just said, that prevention is better than cure is a good statement. However, she's saying prevention is cure. It's not better than cure, it is the cure. So thank you once again from Healing Our Earth community, Dr. Rajendran. Very interactive session, loved it. All the best to you and have a pleasant day. A global namaste to you.
A global namaste to you as well. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on, as I said earlier, I was introducing Dr. Rajendran as my last guest that I was introducing. I'm moving on to enjoy the sun outside and get some vitamin D. I'm practicing health over here. So look, I need to get my vitamin D, so I'm going to move on. But my position is going to be taken over by a lovely lady, Deepa Vitlani. And let me tell you a little bit about Deepa. Deepa, are we connected?
We have. I'm ready.
Absolutely. A global namaste to you, Deepa.
Namaste.
Yeah. Now, let me tell the audience about who this lovely lady Deepa is. Deepa is a primary school teacher and an entrepreneur and has been teaching in the Brent Primary School since 2006. Her linguistic background includes French, German, Italian. In addition to teaching, she has a part-time business committed to helping families save money. I like that. Which you work around while taking care of your young 2 children. Deepa embarked on a holistic and spiritual journey 15 years ago after experiencing the incredible benefits of Reiki healing. She was inspired to work on her personal development and is a Reiki level 2 practitioner. Deepa, welcome on board. I hand over this session to you. I've had some amazing speakers with us. And I must tell you, it was from India, a lovely speaker, Dr. Rathod. And then we had Pranita, and then we had Lisa, and then we had Dr. Rajendran, who spoke about obesity. We had sugar addiction being spoken about. So I had some lovely morning session. I wish you all the best for your afternoon session.
Thank you. And a very warm global namaste. Dr. Lalit Sada, thank you so much. And what an amazing range of guests that we've had covering our mind, body and soul. Welcome to our Healing Our Earth session on health and fitness. It is a pleasure to be here. And I love what Dr. Rajendra just said. Moving more means living more. Let's take that forward as we go through to our next guest. It gives me great pleasure to kick off my session to host you all. Welcome to our event with Professor Andrew Lane. He is a professor of sports psychology at the University of Wolverhampton. That's very close to my hometown of Birmingham, so I look forward to speaking to you. He's an associate dean for the research in the Faculty of Education, Health and Wellbeing, a psychologist, and it doesn't stop there. He has published over 200 articles. His work focuses on emotions, mood, and how these relate to our goals and our efforts on achieving this. Perfect for today's session. He has worked and applied what he has learned and studied as a sports psychologist, working with people in continuing to do extreme challenges, such as swimming in the channel, my goodness, and solar explanation. Today, his talk, Let Us Get in the Mood, focuses on our emotions, our mood, and how we can harness these to achieve these goals that we set. Professor Andrew Lane, a global namaste, welcome.
Namaste. Namaste, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here, invited by Nora, the Healing Our Earth team, and this global session. How do I respond to such an introduction? I hear all that, and I have to check my name tag for whether that's actually me. We're looking at mood today, mood, emotions, but our performance. We're going to look at why that matters. We're going to look at how we can change our feelings so that those feelings are quite useful for us. I've taken a different style to doing this presentation. It's a Sunday, and Sunday's a nice restful day. I thought no one wants a PowerPoint. Obviously, some people like a PowerPoint. I usually have PowerPoints. I usually have lots of PowerPoints. I've decided not to have PowerPoints and try and make this as discursive as possible. If one thing has happened from COVID is that we don't get much interaction, the idea that people would be looking at a screen, not me and a screen, meant I thought actually it'd be better to ensure they definitely look at a person. So we're looking at a person. So it's a slightly different style for me. I might have done lots before. I haven't done lots like this. I'm presenting from Lane Towers, which we're quite used to doing so now. So it's all a bit different. So let's hope it all goes well. Firstly, why does feelings, mood, emotions matter? Why does it matter? Well, we link to all those publications. Many of them has been in a quest to search for how our feelings connect to our performance. And there's a lot of evidence to show that it does. There's a lot of evidence to show that being in a certain psychological profile, early days, it was characterized by feeling quite vigorous and not feeling tense and angry and depressed. And that seemed to predict performance. But over time and across different contexts and across different situations, a stable, predictable emotional profile that links to performance simply doesn't exist. Whilst there's quite a lot of evidence to show that being pleasant, positive, highly vigorous, active connects with motivated performance, there's also a lot of evidence to show that being angry can be linked to motivated performance. Being anxious is something that many people in high performance situations get, and that anxiety drives motivation, drives energy, drives activation. And the idea that if we look at then how do we get into the emotional profile best suited to perform better, it's very difficult, because when we take an assessment of someone's feelings, do we then encourage them to try and feel more active, more vigorous, more excited, or less? If they're already feeling quite excited, quite vigorous, is more necessarily better? And we know that's not. We know if we introspect to ourselves, and one of the messages I think is really important that will come out from this is that we need to be, slightly jargony, to have a scientist of the self. We need to be good at identifying the emotions in ourselves. What works for us? How do I perform best? What is the emotional state that I need to be in to be at my best? And how do I get to that emotional state? And so we want to be a scientist of the self. And how do we get to being a scientist of the self? Well, I've already done my exercise for the week, by the way. I did a great long rowing session this morning, so I'm a bit dehydrated. It's beautiful sunshine in the UK, so I'll be drinking quite a bit during this. How do we get there? Well, Well, firstly, we've got to know why emotions are relevant. Why does it matter? Well, our feelings colour our thoughts. A very nice study I read recently looked at people's perceptions of how steep a hill was. If they're in a slightly negative mood, depressed mood, they perceived it as steeper. If they're in a lot so depressed, they might perceive it as easier. We know that our moods colour our thoughts, so that things might seem more difficult than what they are. I know from my research with endurance athletes that the interpretation of fatigue, which is coming, if you do an event like a marathon, my wife did the virtual Great North Run this morning. I've seen the picture I put out for the post had me finishing the London Marathon, smiling but grimacing, that one. But you don't finish 26 miles of running without being in fatigue. But the emotions that accompany your fatigue can be very informative to how you interpret those, to whether you want to go on or not. So if you're feeling fatigued but down, depressed, and feeling that you can't go on, those feelings of fatigue can be a signal to stop. I want to stop, and waves of thoughts to stop. If we exercise quite hard, our body goes into a defense mode where it says, if you keep going at this, you will have to stop. It will break you. So we have to then try and regulate that. And our brains are very good at usurping our own goals. So we look at our interplay. We go, okay, well, I feel fatigued. But is that necessarily going to make me slow down? Or is it my interpretation of that fatigue that's going to have a big effect? I feel anxious about doing this talk. I did feel a bit, and you do get anxious to talking. I've done quite a bit of media stuff where you get anxious prior to, and you learn strategies to control that. And what anxiety does is it narrows your attention, can get control of your attention. And you've got to be able to learn to live with that and learn to maybe interpret it differently. Anxiety can be a readiness to perform. Anxiety on the start line of a running race, start line of a competition, a lot of adrenaline going on there, a lot of programming, which comes from one of the evolutionary functions of emotions is to prime ourselves to be able to do intense activity. Anxiety gets all of the chemicals ready to get us to do intense activity. So why would we want to reduce anxiety? Because what the anxiety is telling us, what our emotions are telling us, this is important. So emotions color our thoughts. Emotions can tell us information. Emotions can say that this is seemingly more difficult than what it is. A hill being perceived as steeper doesn't mean you're going to go up it slower. It means that you might psych yourself up to go at it harder. Might psych yourself up to take it really seriously. We watch sports competition where the winner, where the person with one team should win easily against another team, but don't. Is it because they look at that game and go, "Oh, we're going to win this, it's going to be easy," or is it because the other team see this team as really difficult and psych themselves up to draw every bit of energy they require in order to perform as best they can? He talked a bit about some of those extreme challenges. One of the channel swimmers missed, the timing didn't get right. They spent 3 hours trying to get into France, going nowhere. 3 hours of hard swimming where you're seemingly making no progress. The mindset to be able to do that is keeping yourself in the moment, doing as best possible. The unpleasant emotions that are signaling you should stop are simply dysfunctional for that situation and treated as noise. And learning to perform with that noise in the background is a characteristic of high performing athletes. Just as the crowd are very difficult to make them perform worse, the internal noise is also blocked out very well. So there's a physiological, there's a cognitive, and there's an action part of our feelings, and they can be all helped to be functional. Why we need to be good at managing that is with recently terms such as emotional intelligence have came out. I'm not entirely sure what emotional intelligence is not that I've done lots of reading about it, I've even published in it. I'm not entirely sure you can have a true intelligence as defined by what an intelligence is. But I do think it's very good to be able to know your own emotions. I do think it's very good to know when you're in a bad mood. I do think it's very good to know when you're about to get in a bad mood. I do think it's very good to be able to read the emotions of the other people you're in and be able to do things that change their mood, change their emotions so they're feeling better. Because what can happen is that by changing their feelings, you can change your feelings. And if you want to get yourself in the best emotional state, if you're in a team context, and many things are done in groups, whether that's your family, whether that's a team sport, is that if you can regulate the emotions around you, get an emotional climate that is positive, if you work out that the emotions needed to do this task, which Sunday afternoon might everybody to be happy, is that we want to cheer some people up if they're feeling a bit down because they may be thinking about joy. Boy, I mean, people now thinking about returning to work. Some people will be returning to work for the first time since the COVID crisis. That will be an anxious moment. Sunday is a good opportunity to do active emotion regulation, or do something different, get yourself in a good mood. You don't have to be thinking about work right now. And then from that positive mood, then tackling the uncertainty of the challenge that's coming tomorrow, it's from a much more positive framework, might make that much better. So if you've got people who are going to new situations tomorrow and they want to, you might think about how you improve their mood today. And if what we also know is that mood and emotions are passed from one to another. The life and soul of the party is a phrase that is in contemporary wisdom. But there's some evidence to it that somebody very happy comes along, can cheer a whole group up. Someone very miserable can bring the collective mood down. If you're emotionally intelligent, you might work out who you are. If you are someone who cheers the place up and cheering the place up is functional, then you go for it. You are that, you act in a way your traits and your best behaviors determine. If you are feeling really miserable and that's not what's required, then maybe the best thing to do is act on what that signal of misery is. Emotions such as depression signal to conserve, to be quiet, and therefore it might be the best decision there to leave the positive mood of those around you and hope one of those picks up that you're in a very good mood and they then cheer you up. Maybe it goes the other way around, but that's the cycles of emotions that we want to be able to do. So how do we regulate our emotions? How do we change our feelings? How do we change our thoughts? There's some lovely models around this. The one I use is one by James Gross, a very famous American psychologist. When we've done research on how do people change their moods, emotions, feelings, over 400 different strategies come up. Because these aren't conscious things that people are doing necessarily. But when you say, well, how do you cheer yourself up? A whole load of actions come up. Exercise is very good. Exercise is a very good way to cheer yourself up for those people who like exercising. For people who dislike exercising, the idea that exercise will cheer you up doesn't cheer you up. It fills you with fear. The idea of going to do an exercise is something it's not in your schema. And you get very polarized different views on that. And learning to enjoy exercise, from my perspective, in a lot of my work, is a key part. And we can learn to enjoy exercise if we manage the intensity of the physiological feedback that's coming from the exercise, so it's not punishing. Because people need to learn to enjoy that punishing feeling. I know that sounds like it can't happen, but experienced exercisers striving for goals where those have learned to push themselves hard and enjoy that part of the process. Early on, the very act of taking a step to exercise is full of self-conscious thoughts, feeling that you're not in the place, it's not your normal environment. It's really hard to get to that, and therefore the physiology of feeling you're not in your best place, physical feedback coming in terms of how hard the exercise doesn't make it a good place. So we work on things like that. But typically we'll look at what is people's self-talk. What is the inner narrative that goes around their feelings? What are you saying to yourself? And often what people are saying to themselves is quite negative. And one of the tactics, and we do this with runners, is to get someone to run around with someone. And often when runners, we did a nice study which said, Well, surely you're going for a run to cheer yourself up. So why are you speaking so negatively to yourself? And some runners have had a very negative self-talk. They're very critical of when they don't do as well. So he asked one runner to run round another runner and pace them and to try and encourage them and talk to them. And what always happens when we do this, without fail, is the person being paced, when we ask them, well, how was it then? They say, the pacer was fantastic. And you say, okay, what did they say? And they said, they encouraged me. They told me to relax. They gave me good tips. They told me not to get worried. And it was very good. And you then flip that to the person who's a pacer. And you say, well, that was good. And they kind of nod. They say, that's okay. You go, well, do you ever speak to yourself like that when you're running? And of course, the answer is no. But of course, the answer, the light bulb moment is much better to have your self-talk so that it is constructive. It goes to be negative because the goals we want are typically really difficult, and we have set goals that are really challenging. But it's a very good way to think about altering those emotions. We can focus on our imagery, on what situations we imagine, and imagery and self-talk are skills that people do naturally. And as psychologists, well, certainly as a sports psychologist, we encourage people to do these. But because they do them naturally, it's much easier. And some people image themselves in disaster, get themselves in an unpleasant mood accordingly. And the flip to that is to see what's the goal you want to achieve. Let's image yourself in that context. And what I like for people to do is to try and take a real serious look at how challenging that will be. Immerse themselves in the difficulty of the challenge, and then seeing themselves learning to cope with the intense difficulties of the challenge. Because if you set difficult goals, they're not easy to get. And they're not easy to get because they involve you having to find the inner difficulties in yourself, your inner motivations to push yourself up. But imagery is a brilliant way of doing that. Because you're not dealing with the actual physical difficulties at the time. You're picturing yourself in that situation, and you can slow it down. You can listen to the narrative you've got going. You can play the images. You can think about what you should be concentrating or like to be concentrating on. And you get a sense that I've been here before. This is the narrative I want to run through my mind. This is the thoughts I want to have. So when you get there in the real world, it's got a blueprint to do this. There's some behaviours that I think are really good on altering mood. One of them is exercise. And learning to exercise and making exercise a routine part of your day is very useful. One simple part is if we wanted to make somebody miserable, we'd stop them from exercising. As we go in the UK, go into the winter, and as daylight shortens, one, I think, inspiring way for people to keep their mood positive during the winter period is to get out and exercise as the sun rises, which will be quite late at 7:30. But as you exercise by starting in the dark, and exercise can be walking very slowly if it needs to be, wear lots of clothes if you need to be, but you get out into the fresh air, and there's a good reason for that, which is the restorative effect of being in nature is a really positive part. And as the sun rises, that's a really positive way of starting the day. So get exercise as a routine part of your day. Get going outside as a routine part of your day. I know in COVID that made it more difficult, and for some people really difficult. Around that, then it's finding the time where fewer people are, so that you can practice, so you can distance within your schema that makes you feel safe. Because we now know that, this is quite good as well. You know now the evidence for transmission of COVID in outdoor is really low, and therefore it's relatively safe in terms of catching this disease to exercise. The effect that has on your mood is really positive. Mentioned green environments. Getting out in nature is really important. Getting out in nature is really important. We know that nature has a restorative effect. If you can't get out in nature, what I've done in the lockdown is knowing that would be stuck in our house, I went and looked through some of our photos, and I put lots of pictures of nice pictures from where we've been in nature all around the house. A company were doing some really, I'm really tight, but I really mean, really mean, properly mean. We're putting some giant posters for cheaper than you could print out yourself. Our house has now got lots of nice pictures of posters, which as you walk by them, cheer your mood up. And is there evidence for this? There is. Gazing at nature seems to seems to mirror the effect of being in nature in terms of improving your mood. Getting out in nature is, with all the sounds, the sights, is really important. And therefore, it's a really good thing to try and plan to do. If you have emotional surges where you get really angry, you saw Djokovic this week. He caught himself. We see tennis players all too often caught in an emotional outburst. Have a plan for that. Be aware that those are the type of situations where your emotions get highly destructive for you. Have a plan to act. It's better to walk away in that situation than it is to let the emotion become your actions. If you can't walk away, as in Djokovic, you need triggers which actually tell you to walk away, tell you to go and sit down, tell you to stop, whatever the danger sets are, is to go and sit down. Have a plan which means that you are not going to harm others. So I'm going to stop. The practical parts of this is work out how you want to feel in a context for that situation. You can't be happy all the time, and happy all the time isn't functional. In some situations, being anxious is quite functional. And work out where those are. Work out where you might need to be highly active, highly energized. Work out where you need to be calm, happy, relaxed, where that will transmit to all the people around you. Work out how you can cheer those up or other people up around you. You can document that in an emotion diary, which will then give you a clear indication of when your emotions impacted on your performance, impacts on the emotions of others, what the emotional climate was, and how you made that change. And your reflections of those emotions, your reflections of what changed, will provide you with information to look back on and become better at managing your own emotions. Talked about emotional intelligence. The intelligence part there would be is that you will have a good inner knowledge, a good confidence to be able to change your emotions, a good confidence to try and change others' emotions when you want to, in the context you think it's suitable, but you're ready to be able to enact those. I think that's a good place to be. So I think I will take questions if we have time.
Yes.
Hopefully that.
Yes. My God. Well, thank you. First of all, I was busy scribbling down so much there as well. That was fascinating.
Thank you.
And I think I love how you said in your role, what you've just spoken about can be applied to any one of us in whatever role we have as well. So I like the whole be a scientist to ourselves, because I think that self-awareness is key. And I just didn't know if you could speak a little bit more how you're saying that it's so very true that how we are affects our audience almost, whether that be family or friends as well. Could you give an example maybe of, say if you start feeling you're angry or frustrated within yourself because you haven't achieved what you set out to do, but it's when we go into that colleague environment or with our families as well, it's just like, what are some of the tips we can do to sort of remove or change the energy and the emotion around that?
Yeah, that's a very good one. I mean, if you are experiencing an intense bout of anger, it's very difficult to listen to anyone. The advice is to pre-program around a solution that you prefer. So you've got to revisit that beforehand. I think in that context where you're feeling an intense bout of anger is to go on and to change the physiology of that. So that and that would be a series of deep breathing exercises. I use centering, which focuses your concentration at a point behind your stomach. It might well be that you need to then, on recognizing that, you make a reason to take yourself into a different situation, which is really functional, which takes you out, which stops you you are aware of how you're going to infect the emotions of others, so that it's not so detrimental. The other part, from a more positive, is I quite like the use of humour as a way to try and get people to feel more functional. And certainly the sort of leadership roles I have is where people are also seriously, and that's that. It's not serious because I know they're serious about their job, but every meeting means that they're almost a level of anxiety, level of intensity means that they need to relax more in order to pick up all the information. So you try to have jokes in it, you try to make it humorous, try and make people feel relaxed. Because if I want people to be creative, I think, well, we're in an environment now where this isn't about them getting nervous with me trying to police them, but it's about them being creative and them having solutions. And creativity, and this is my belief, creativity, and some of the evidence will point out to be true, comes when people are calm and happy, relaxed, and not feeling judged. So you try and make the environment one where people feel that they can get things wrong. Yeah. So you tell jokes which take you out of context. You're not, this isn't right, we're setting up this research this way and it's got to be right, and someone says something and everyone disagrees. You've got to try and set the context where you can say something, and you might laugh at what you just said because you're just trying to find the right words. And you want people to be coming out and thinking that way. Yeah. In lockdown, one of the strategies I had was a dual strategy. Is to, when exercise got a bit enclosed, I've got a chin-up bar at the side of my house, which I've never used. So I thought, I've got to use it. So across social media, I said, I'm doing one chin-up for every day of lockdown, right? Big, bold statements. And I filmed it. So I filmed it and I'd put the film up and I'd get a lot of comments. Your chin-ups are rubbish. You're never going to get to. And day 3, I'm struggling. I'm going onto YouTube to try and learn how to do it. But what the videos, as I got better at it, I thought, no one's going to want to watch videos. I mean, in the end, I did 125 chin-ups, day 125. I stopped when the gyms reopened. I used to do them in blocks of 10. And I tried to make the video. The point is, then I thought, I've got to make these videos funny. So I used to do impersonations in them. So I said, I'm doing these chin-ups like Michael Caine. I used to have things like that in there. And of course, some people knew who that was, and others, and so on. I dressed up as, I got a green Skoda. I've got a green Skoda shirt. I did one where I videoed a Skoda man. I mean, I tried to make them funny. And whether they were funny or not, the act of you trying to make people laugh cheers you up. Yeah. So doing 90 chin-ups and trying to make it funny is well, that's quite a challenge. But it's also quite nice to get the responses, and you've got that back from social media, where people no longer commented on the physical activity. They'd say, we want to do it. We want to see an impression tomorrow of someone else, or do an impression of this, or can you do one of them? Could I do an upside down chin up? Yeah, I know it got silly in the end. I said, look, I'm 50 odd. This is ridiculous.
Well, we'll have to go and find those videos now.
They're all on YouTube. I can send them there. They got the Apple video suite. I got quite good at quite good in my own terms because I put it to music and all that. But I'll be able to knock the video up into from the chin up ones of 10 videos in really quite quickly. That was quite a good skill to learn.
See, well, I like the whole let's diffuse. It's almost diffusing and sort of melting our own emotions, that anger and frustration, and in turn affecting your audience in a positive way. There's so many takeaways from that, Professor Andrew Lane. Thank you so much for joining us. And I love be a scientist to ourselves. I love the idea of our feelings color our thoughts. I think you've just helped me plan a few of my lessons actually for teaching as well with that. So thank you. Sure. And the imagery. And I think we're all going to be looking back in our photo albums and finding pictures of nature to surround our houses in with, the uncertainty. That's something that we can do to still surround ourselves in nature. So I would like to say a namaste and a very warm, heartfelt thank you from the Healing Our Earth team. Thank you so much for joining us today. And if people want to read some more about you and find out, your website, I believe, is on our website, our Healing Our Earth website. And thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Namaste. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Wow, my goodness. So you just saw Professor Andrew Lane speaking about our mood and our emotions and how we affect who we are, who we have around us as well. What a brilliant start to my hosting session. So again, welcome. If you've just joined us, a global namaste, and please share with your friends and family. We're here till 7 p.m. British summertime as well. And it gives me great pleasure to move on to our next guest as well. This fits in very nicely actually with Professor Lane's, because we're talking about our feelings, anxiety. I am going to be welcoming Tara Sutton, who is going to be leading a session on finding calm after lockdown. And with the news, and obviously at the moment we don't know what's happening, so this is very poignant actually, because Tara actually specializes, she's a trauma and emotional release practitioner who actually specializes in grief. She started her spiritual journey over 20 years ago. She has a wealth of experience and insight, including Reiki and many other forms and methods as well. Currently, Tara has decided to dedicate her work to helping women, and especially those women who are feeling overwhelmed and anxious after lockdown as they go into a new normal. So this is very poignant, very purposeful, and it gives me a great pleasure to welcome her onto our Healing Our Earth stage, our platform. Tara, namaste, are you there? Welcome.
Oh, Deepa, hello. Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Thank you, Deepa, for such a lovely introduction. Lovely to see you.
And you.
Hello, everybody, and I'm delighted to be invited by Deepa on this free global online session, Health and Fitness. And I was listening in to Andy. Was it Andy? Sorry if I got the name wrong. Andy's talk, and it really does fall in line with what I'm going to talk about, which is awesome. So my talk is titled Finding Calm After Lockdown. And because there is a lot of anxiety from lockdown, during lockdown, and now after lockdown, and anxiety for what is going to happen next. And I wanted to give people who are watching this some tools to help. So during this session, I will give 3 techniques to help find calm again. So the first technique I'm going to show is something I do with a lot of my clients, is writing a letter to help release some of the grief feelings that we're feeling. 2, I will show a technique called anchoring that will help you feel calm. It's a shortcut to calm, we call it. And then 3, I'm going to share some crystals that you can easily get hold of that will help ground you and to also help you find calmness again. But I wanted to begin the talk with, what's happened over the last 6 months. It's new to all of us. It's something that's affected the whole world. And during those 6 months, we've had to find a new normal, a new way of being, with friends and family through the wonders of Zoom. And actually, how do those changes affect us long term? Especially since we don't know what's going to be happening, what we're going into now. So for the UK, it's been since March. There's constant news talking about COVID-19, lockdown, what we can and now can't do. And that's brought huge restrictions on everybody's lives. And as I say, it's a new way of being. And these dramatic changes have brought up all sorts of things, especially for people who cannot be with the family, don't live in the same household, can't see friends, people who love to have a lovely hug with friends every now and again, and not having that emotional connection to people they know has brought up all sorts of things for people. And what does anxiety feel like? Well, it can make you feel worried all the time, unable to concentrate. And this can affect things like sleeping problems. And if you're unable to sleep, you are then extra tired, and then still having to deal with all that's going on and going about your normal everyday tasks that you can do, including maybe working from home. So there's lots of things that we can do that are open to us, and finding time to connect with family and friends. I made sure during lockdown, well, after a few weeks, I thought, actually, I need to connect with my sisters. And even though we're all working, we need to put that time in the diary so we can connect. And the wonders of Zoom means that we can see each other. We had a few technical problems, I have to say, but, you know, having that connection, even if it was just a phone call, did wonders. Just being able to speak really brought calming effects. So talking to friends and family, and the lovely things that you've had on previous weeks, yoga, breathing exercises are all beautiful, because day to day we don't breathe properly, and to actually breathe in deep breaths to feel your whole body. Because from day to day, especially if we're working at a computer all day, we just shallow breathe. And it's very calming when we do some breathing exercises. So, and I'm sure previous weeks, looking back, we can find some of those to help people. Listening to music, there's a lot of meditations, free meditations on apps that can help people. And regular routines, whatever you can put into place. So I'm just thinking of things going forward, because of the restrictions that might now be coming in, that might make some people feel like we're back in lockdown. So I'm going to start with technique 1, which I do with my clients that are dealing with grief, because the thing over the last 6 months, there's been a lot of talk about death that we aren't usually open to, and that can bring a lot of anxiety up. Who next is going to get ill, or who around me may get ill, and that brings a lot of anxiety. And unfortunately, a lot of my clients have lost people, and they were unable to attend the funeral because they weren't allowed to attend, or they're in a different country and they're not allowed to fly. So writing a letter to the person you've lost, or as this is a Healing Our Earth event, we can actually do a letter to the earth, to the universe, as our thoughts and our feelings about what's going on. And I get my clients to write a letter, and then I get them to sit quietly, light a candle, and read the letter out loud. And the reason I ask my clients to read it out loud rather than just in their mind is because when we take on the words, it's very healing, and we're saying it out to the universe. And that is it can bring up a lot of emotion. So before doing it, I highly recommend people calling up a good trusted friend that say, I'm just about to do something, and sort of in an hour or half an hour, can we have a cup of tea over the phone or via Zoom, and just so that they've got somebody to talk to and talk about anything that's come up for them. Because when we say the words out loud, other things might come up for us. So writing a letter is an awesome way to start that healing process, to let out our inner feelings that we may have not said to another person. So that's technique number 1. And technique number 2 is something called anchoring, which is very easy to do. And we call it like a shortcut to calm, which I love that feeling. And it's something you can do anywhere. So I'm going to take people through, viewers through a short guided meditation in a moment. But first of all, I want you to think of an action that you can do with your hands that you can create at any time. So mine is the thumb and the first finger to go like that. So it could be any, but it's something like this. I can easily do and nobody knows. So I could have my hands in my pocket. I could be out somewhere or at home, and if there's other people around, and I don't want people to know that I'm feeling a bit stressed, a bit of anxiety coming on, to create calm, I can just do that and nobody knows I'm doing it. So anything that, have you got something deeper?
I'm copying you, I'm going with you.
Yeah, and it's something so simple, but I want it to be something that people don't do in their day-to-day lives. I want this to be something different. So great, I'm going to start the quick meditation. It's only short, but I don't want you to do the action until I tell you. Because our memories are stored as associations with senses. So we're going to recreate a time where you felt completely relaxed. So that could be a walk on the beach, a country walk, a walk through the woods. Okay, so to begin with, make sure you're somewhere safe and sitting and somewhere quiet. So for people that would be watching the recording, I want you to close your eyes, or if you're visual, keep your eyes open. And we're going to start the meditation. And I want you to go to somewhere where you felt completely calm and completely relaxed. And as you feel that time, feel the air around you. Is it calm? Is it windy? Feel the earth or the grass that you are walking on, or the sand beneath your feet. Feel it between your toes. Feel the energy. Feel the calmness that it brings you. I want you to smell the smells that are around you. The smell of grass. Smell the sea. Breathe it in. What do you hear? The trees moving in the wind. The sound of the waves hitting the beach. Feel that calm, that total peace and relaxation. Breathe it in. Let it fill you. All that calmness. Feel it into every part of you. And when you feel completely calm, relaxed, and at ease, I want you to bring in that hand movement. Anchor that feeling. Squeeze your fingers together while breathing in that calmness into every cell. I'll release the hand movement and open your eyes.
Wow.
So when you're out and about or in the home and you're feeling, actually, I'm feeling anxious and I'm feeling a bit stressed, this we call as an anchor, and it's a shortcut to calmness. And by pressing those fingers, you will feel you've associated that action with that calmness. And so you should feel that relaxation because you've linked it. I use that all the time, especially when I'm on the train. It just brings that instant moment of that can help you through anything that you're dealing with. Oh, sorry, I'm all hot. How are we doing for time? We have time.
Fine.
Yes. Good. Wonderful. So yeah, use that technique whenever you want, and it's a great thing that you can bring in anything just by using that. It's an action, and you feel whatever you want to feel, like we've just done on calmness, being relaxed. So you can actually create that for anything you want to, and it's a great little technique to use. And the other thing that I absolutely love is crystals. And at the moment, yes, some crystal shops have reopened, but if crystal shops aren't open for whatever reason going forward, you can usually still speak to them. And I had crystals sent to me in the post during lockdown, so you can still access crystals. So the first one that I absolutely love is something called rose quartz, and it's a stone of unconditional love and infinite peace. And I've got some here, and these are little tumbled, what we call tumbled, They're like little polished stones, and these are actually really cheap in crystal shops to get hold of, a couple of pounds. And this is a raw rose quartz, which I love sitting with and listening to music or relaxing. And it's a really good emotional healer, very calming, reassuring effect, and helping just release what's going on for you. And it's really good for helping you love yourself and love who you are and accepting who you are. So rose quartz, I highly recommend. And the other, I'm just going two more, a rounding one, and this one is selenite. It's Selenite. This is tumbled. I love sitting with this, and this is in its raw state. And this really brings clarity of mind and is a very calming stone. And the last one I wanted to show people is hematite. And this is tumbled and polished, and this is a grounding stone. So we can feel, it's a bit like walking on, feeling the earth, feeling the beach. It's very grounding, very earthing. And a grounding stone or crystal will absolutely help people do that. Hematite is very centering, but it's a very strong energy. So I wouldn't recommend working with it for long amounts of time, but short amounts is ideal. So I wouldn't walk around with it, but I would sit with it and feel the energy for 10, 15 minutes. But I wouldn't hold on to it all day. It's very heavy, the energy. And it's important to cleanse and charge our crystals. And we can do that really easily and cheaply. Through running water, we can cleanse them. I don't recommend cleansing selenite because that will dissolve in water. But the others, absolutely. And then put them on the windowsill to dry. You can use incense or smudge stick. Sage is a fantastic one for cleansing crystals. And you can use sound. And as you know, Reiki is fabulous for cleansing crystals. I love the energy for cleansing crystals using Reiki. And then to recharge them, I put them out on the windowsill when there's a full moon, which will charge all your crystals up, ready and energized to start work again. So those three little things that I give my clients to work with to begin with as little techniques to get them on the way before I start working with the other techniques that I help. But I thought they would really help people watching today, just little things that they could take away and use.
Definitely. My goodness. And you were saying, Tara, about, I know you and I have spoken before, and especially about crystals. I'm particularly fascinated by crystals as well. Just for our audience, could you tell us a little bit more? I know we were speaking about which hand we use to hold them as well, and that was quite interesting. I know this was some time ago, but would you be able to tell our audience a little bit about that and how we can sit with them the most effectively, I guess?
Well, yeah, usually we have a receiving hand, but some people it's not an absolute 100%. So unfortunately, I can't share with a hard and fast rule. Usually I would sit with somebody and test which is their receiving hand and which is their, but the great thing is if you do go to a crystal shop and somebody picks up crystals and actually go, I don't feel anything, try the opposite hand. Because one of our hands feels energy better. It's a receiving hand, and one hand is a giving energy hand. So absolutely. The other reason it could be in when you're feeling crystals, it's the way that the crystals have been mined. If an explosion has been used to mine the crystals, and that could completely destroy the original feeling and the energy of crystals. So usually it's because you've got it in the wrong hand, but absolutely. I mean, I go around to crystal shops and I will pick them up in either hand and move them across and actually go, what do I feel? And if it's crystal I haven't used before, I will feel how I feel and whether I like it, because everyone's different. Some people like a nice higher vibration, some people like a nice lower vibration, and it's the individual, it's what's right for you. And please do look them up in books as well, but it's also feeling what's right for you. But yeah, if you don't feel the energy in one hand, swap it over to the other hand, because yeah, you're using the opposite hand for you, but there's not a hard and fast rule for that. That's why I usually do the techniques in person with somebody, just to find out and confirm which hand. Usually it's the one or the other.
Yes. Oh no, that's really useful though. I think it would be really useful as well if you could just pop maybe the names of those crystals in our, as I said, we're live on Facebook and on YouTube at the moment and through our website, and you've also got the little chat function and the comments. So after, if you could put those names in, I'm sure quite a lot of people will be searching for those crystals as well, just as a little something that they can, carry around with them or keep or sit with in these times.
The little tumbled, if you ask for tumbled stones, these little ones, they are just, most crystals you can get for between £1 and £4 or £5. And just because they're small, you can still feel their energy, which is amazing.
Yes, as well. And the other thing that I wanted to, I'm delighted because I actually have some time with you now as well, which I'm sure. I love the idea of connecting and having with the letter as well. Would you be able to just go through? I can imagine some people just being like, right, a letter, how do I start? Where do I start? Would there be any particular emotions and can it be used in terms of not just grieving in terms of, sadly losing someone, but also, as we said, we're going into this new situation as a teacher. We've just returned to schools and it's very different, and the old ways that we were working with. So I wonder if there are any particular tips on writing a letter, because I think some people would like to try that actually. I think that's a really useful tip that we can just do at home. We don't have to go anyone, we don't have to engage with anyone as such as well. I like the idea of the healing letter. So if you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. The technique of a letter is one of the first things I do with my clients, because it's such a simple thing, but it also opens up. The techniques that were on the information about me, the emotional freedom technique and matrix, and I'm a neuro-linguistic program, which is the anchor technique, brilliant NLP little technique there. I was going to show some emotional freedom technique and how to reduce emotions using that, but because I don't know who's watching, I wouldn't be able to support them, so that's not something I can show, that technique here. It's something I use with my clients, but writing a letter, absolutely, it's one of the first things that I do with somebody, because it opens up something for somebody that they can do in the privacy of their home and just start to explore how they feel. So writing a letter, it could be, it's almost like writing your thoughts out in a diary. It could be telling somebody how much you love them and all the good memories, when we did this, when we went there, all those things that you would like to say to somebody that you've lost, but are unable to do. So approach it like writing a diary. Just put your thoughts down on paper. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's your thoughts, it's your letter, and you're not sending it to anyone. It's for you to read in privacy. So yeah, just starting with how you feel. And if you don't know how you feel, start by thinking, what happened? Was it something that you never had a chance to say to somebody? Is it something that you wished you hadn't said? Start there on those emotions and just write it like a diary, or a diary, something into a diary, or just your thoughts down on paper, and start there. It doesn't have to be a fully structured, lovely essay of a letter. It's your emotions and it's what's right for you. And it's surprising, as I mentioned earlier, speaking to a friend before and saying, tomorrow I'm going to be doing this. Can you just be ready so we can have a chat afterwards, because it can bring up all sorts of emotions when you start writing them out, and it can be very raw, but it's a great way to start releasing them. And that's when I suggest reading it to yourself first, getting comfortable with what you say, but read it out loud in the privacy on your own. Because when you do that, when you use your voice, it sends out a healing energy, not only to your body, but to the universe, and sending it out to maybe a person that you've lost. You're saying them out loud and they're traveling out into the universe. So, and when we say the words out loud, it's deeply healing to our body and our spirit. So that's why I suggest reading it out loud a couple of times. Don't just do it once, do it a couple of times. And it's your letter to keep, or you can get rid of it, if you don't want anyone to see it, burn it or shred it. So nobody else has to see or hear what you said in that letter. They are your emotions, and it's healing for you to be allowed to say maybe what you never had a chance to say.
Well, and I love the whole idea of just as a healing exercise, just to even write it to the earth as well. It doesn't have to be somebody you lost. I think that's really powerful as well. But I am absolutely delighted that we could have you on here today, and especially with such a subject like finding calm after lockdown, which is so prevalent at the moment, as we all, we return to a new normal and still some uncertainty. At least we can do this. And you've given us 3 practical tips that we can apply in our daily life, and everyone can take what they want from it. So we've got writing the letter, the anchoring technique, and the power of crystals. Tara, I would like to say thank you, and we are so humbled that you could join us as well. And I'm sure that people will be having a look to see your services and what else you offer as well. And I'm sure they'll enjoy seeing the names of those crystals as well. So on behalf of the Healing Our Earth community, we'd like to say a very global namaste and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. Namaste. Thank you so much for your time. And it's always a pleasure spending time with you. Thank you.
It is. Well, we're both huggers, aren't we, Tara?
Absolutely.
Yes, we've connected and we've given a virtual hug on here, and I look forward to, I'll be calling you to have that cup of tea via Zoom soon as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, namaste. So, right, my goodness, wow, I feel so blessed to host such fabulous guests, and we had, what a start we had this today at 12 as well, with just a range. We really are nourishing and nurturing our mind, body and soul today. Just in the last session alone, we had Tara Sutton speaking about practical ways that we can keep our calm as well. We had Professor Lane as well talking about the more scientific approach as well, and our emotions and how to regulate those at a time like this as well. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next guest who will be coming on. Before I do so, I just want to say we are so privileged that we can have all of these guests, and we are so thankful that we have such a broad range, and we will continue to do so in our spirit of love, support, healing for our global community. So stay tuned in and make sure you sign up to our regular WhatsApp updates, and you can connect with us via the website and so many other forums that Dr. Soda spoke about as well. Just go on our website, www.healingourearth.com, and there's a wealth of information there on past sessions as well. As Tara mentioned, we've had yoga, we've had dance, we've had a veggie kitchen fest that will also be coming up again. It was so popular that we've actually got another event on the 27th of September. So stay tuned, because oh my goodness, the ingredients and the recipes that we can all make at home just to nourish ourselves were fantastic. On the 20th, next Sunday as well, we had Dr. Rajendran earlier, and he was saying move more, live more, as well as the other guests. We will be moving and shaking and dancing along as we host a music and dance fest as well, featuring some superb global talent. Again, today we are global. We'll be going to the US, we've had India, the UK as well, and we will continue to do so. So now it gives me great pleasure to move on to our next guest, and her name is Dr. Deepthi Ganetra as well, and she is going to be leading a session and talking to us about healing with beads. She has a master's in clinical psychology, a degree in homeopathic medicine, and a PGD in clinical hypnosis. My goodness, what a wealth of experience. She's going to be talking about Rudraksha therapy. And this is a therapy that is used in a clinic, in the Sambath clinic, which I'm hoping actually, Dr. Deepthi, you tell us a little bit more about. And the basis of this clinic being formed by Dr. Rudraksha, who is a psychotherapist counselor, came from I suppose not the lack of knowledge, but not enough knowledge about suicide and mental health and well-being. So this is particularly powerful, and we are so honoured to welcome you on today. Dr. Deepthi Ganetra, good afternoon here from the UK as well. A global namaste. Are you there?
Yeah. Hi everyone. Namaste. I'm there. Yes. Am I audible?
You are. We can hear you and we can see you perfectly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to be invited on this event, which is a free global online sessions, that is fitness and health. Thank you, Healing Our Earth team. Thank you, Mr. Neil Kumar, and thank you, Deepa, for this beautiful introduction. Really, thanks. And yes, I will share all my knowledge with you today. Regarding Samban Clinic, I'll just give you a small introduction. Actually, there are many services being provided there, but actually it is a mental health setup where mental health and general well-being is given importance. That is non-medicinal approach is being given more importance. And all kinds of therapies like psychotherapy, counseling, hypnotherapy are being provided to all age groups, like even child or adults or old age patients. Now coming to the topic directly, today I'm going to talk about a very different but a unique therapy, that is Rudraksha therapy. Many of us are aware about Rudraksha, many of us are not aware what it is. So healing with the beads, where beads are Rudraksha. And Rudraksha are spiritual beads, which are differentiated by their grooves, in like Hindi, they are known as mukhi. Rudraksha bead, which I can show you just, it's a bead and it has grooves, lines on it. And if we count it, if there are 4 lines, then it is known as 4 mukhi. If there are 5 grooves, then it is known as panchmukhi, something like that. So how we are using it for the healing purpose, that is more important. So after thorough research and reading all the ancient literatures and experimenting a lot, we come to the conclusion that Rudraksha, which is already known as a spiritual healer, has the electromagnetic waves properties, which helps to induce some kind of inductive properties in the brain chemicals, and thus it is useful in healing many psychological disorders, which we have gone through over the years. What is aware in common public, what we have seen through over these years, that use the Rudraksha for blood pressure or for your heart problems. That much is awareness we have seen that clients or patients have, that wear it as a mala or wear it in the hands like a bracelet. But we were not satisfied with it. Like, we wanted to move one step ahead, because the wearer only gets the benefit of it. So we both, me and Dr. Rudraksha, who is the founder of this, we thought of something else which benefits everyone who comes in its touch or who comes in its energy aura premises like that. So we developed, as you can see behind, it's a frame. Just one second, I'll just get it here. It's a beautiful frame. We call it, we have named it as Divine Rudra Frame, that is DRF. And it is very uniquely prepared, a symbol of Om, which is the ultimate divine energy used in every technique. And plus the Rudraksha beads, which are very original, tested scientifically. They are combined in the numerological number of 54, and this shape is formed. So we have used it, and it is protected under IPR Act. We have taken it because we wanted to use it for a healing purpose nicely, and not like that, without any base or without any knowledge. So that's why we got it protected. And we have the benefit of it, which I wanted to share with you all, is it's very, very nicely showing its benefits when you place it somewhere. Like, as I told earlier, those who wear the mala or those who wear the bracelet, the wearer gets the benefit. But in this Divine Rudra frame, wherever it is placed, it is very nicely acceptable in clinics, houses, yoga centers, or your offices, wherever you can place it on the wall. And those who comes in the vicinity of that frame, of this frame, that those who comes in the aura, all are benefited. Because right now the problem is that we keep ourselves positive. We know we are positive, but surrounding atmosphere or surrounding people have some kind of negativity due to their problems or due to their issues. But how to keep that negative energies touching us? How to refrain us? So with this, we can have that aura or shield around us, or those who come in the contact. So for a family, if the family disputes are going on, family issues are going on, sometimes the house or the property which doesn't suit us, many of them says, since we have come in this place, everything bad is happening. We listen to this kind of statement. So to purify the energy of the house or the property or the space, and to everyone gets benefited out of it, it has been designed nicely. And also it makes the atmosphere positive, but it helps to have the happy and harmonious life, which everyone desires. More than a materialistic things, everyone desires that there should be just peace and happiness in the life, and that too continuous peace and happiness, not in episodes. So DRF or Divine Rudra Frame is beautifully helping in that. We have in our city or in our state or country, we are slowly propagating it, and many of the premises it is being placed. So, and it is not at all religious or not at all, to be limited to temples or that kind of space. It can be placed in the drawing room or wherever your workplace is, and it shows the best results. Also, the making is being concentrated. The wood which is used is a 7 wood, which is told in Hindi word, 7 wood, which is used for making all religious things like the temples, building, even the temples which we keep in the house, all that, for that this wood is used. So the making which we make, it is a handmade thing. It is being nicely focused on, or right precautions are being taken. Also, Rudraksh beads not only liberates positive energy, but also it takes our negative energy, because it is a living thing. It's a fruit, so it has energy, so it does a give and take. It, like, as the crystals do. As the crystals do, same is that. And the electromagnetic properties which the beads has, it improves the concentration, the memory power, recalling abilities, especially in the children also. So many times, if a family approaches or if a patient comes to us, the mother has a problem, the father has a problem, even the kid has a problem, but it is the ultimate family solution. No need to do like separate for the family. You just can place it, and nicely, enjoy its fruits. And one more thing, difficulties in like relationships, professional careers, teenage issues, then family disputes. In all these things also, it has been benefited nicely. As I earlier told, um, once again, I'll repeat it, the psychological disorder, we have really seen its beautiful results in psychological disorders like schizophrenia. As we are from psychological background, we are using it for the psychological well-being also. And before its consultation to the person whom we are advising it, the psychological and personality assessment is also being done. So it is beautiful for corporate giftings. That's why we have created just a box. So we can nicely give it, as a corporate gift, you can give it nicely. It's being placed inside. We also give a CD with it, which is how to use it. It's not like a frame. There are normal painting frames. It's not a frame. It has to be used, and how to use it, that thing is also being kept with it. It's we have prepared our own music, which we have put it in the CD, and how to meditate in front of this frame daily, how many times, that all being included in it. And one more thing, the last thing to show that we are giving it originality certificate with it, because many frauds are being happening for regarding Rudraksha, especially in India. I don't know about the world, but in India, like, are they original or not? Are they duplicate or what? These things, these queries are being very much asked frequently to us. So we are taking it responsibility and we are giving the certificate of it, because if it is original, if it is real, it is going to affect then and then only. And other things which we are healing it for blood sugar, that is diabetes mellitus type 2, and hypertension, obesity, hyperthyroidism or hypothyroidism. For all such diseases, we are giving beads or Rudraksha for them to maintain these disorders or to decrease their values step by step. We are using it as a water therapy. Some of the beads, just you can see here.
Yes.
Yeah, these beads are being prescribed. As I told you, again, a psychological and personality assessment is being done, but it's being then advised them to consume the water of these beads. That is water therapy, which we have named it as. And just it removes the toxins of the entire body, and daily you have to consume that water in a vessel you have to keep overnight, and then you have to drink. But these are giving marvelous results, especially in diabetes and hypertension and obesity, which I already said. And it's like some diseases where we have to bow down, like we have to take medicines the whole life, but at least we can keep them in control and not to damage our body more, like the complications, we can avoid them. And also, we have a sleep therapy with the beads. The persons who have insomnia or nightmares problem, or even bad dreams they get, especially the children who startles in the sleep, cannot have a deep sleep. For these also, the beads are appropriately after consultation given, which we have given that therapy name as a sleep therapy, where you have to just keep the beads with you, given in nicely, like after the proper energy process, we don't allow the others to touch the beads, because those who touch, they pass their energy, because it's a living thing. So the person who is using it or consuming it, it has to touch the beads, not anyone else. So in sleep therapy, we have to keep the beads below the pillow or nearer to us to have a good sleep, deep sleep, or free from bad dreams or nightmares. We can do that. Even many negative thoughts which people have, that fears like phobias, someone is approaching me, someone is pursuing me, about to kill me, or something like that. In that case also, these beads are really helping very nicely. one more thing which I need to add, especially in my summer clinic, which we are doing is for the students, especially the board students who are giving entrance exams or 10th standard, 12th standard, which have their crucial phase in the life. Yeah. So for them, we have developed a combination of 3 beads. I'll just show you. This is a combination of 3 beads. Okay. This the student has to wear just. These are small beads, so they can wear in the schools also or in the colleges also. Yeah. Like a garland, they have to wear. And this wearing, as I said earlier, the Rudraksha beads are combined like there is a what I have used. I'll just explain you. One is 4-mukhi, one is 6-mukhi, and one is Ganesh Rudraksha. Now, what is Ganesh Rudraksha? Ganesh Rudraksha, you can see that it has a yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The trunk which Ganpati idol has or Ganeshji has, the same trunk this bead has. You can see it nicely from the front and from the side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this bead naturally has this. So it is being considered as the icon or the symbol of Lord Ganesha, which is the Lord of knowledge, wisdom. So we are using it in this combination, which after wearing, the student can appear to their problems, their hurdles, or their exams very nicely. You know, many of them know everything, but as soon as the paper comes, they get blank. Yeah, it just evaporates. Everything is evaporated, and they like, I'm unable to recall. I have learned everything. I know that, but I'm unable to recall during the time of exam because they get anxious or they get fearful. So it helps in removing the anxieties, the phobias related to exams, and also, as said in Divine Rudraksha, that it helps to increase the memory power, the concentration power of the kid immensely. And as I can at least confirm you that it's any Rudraksha bead, it starts showing its results within 3 weeks or 21 days. Yeah. So you can see right now it has some lighter shade. Once we start using, it gets darker and darker. Yeah, sometimes it gets dark brown or blackish. That is the real test of the bead. If it is real or if it is true, it will change its color. That means it is taking our negativity and imbibing us with the positivity. Many tests are there on YouTube or on Google, or people are saying that float it in water. If it floats, it's not real. It should sink in. But all these, everyone has a jack of it. If they want the false one to sink, it is possible. But the real thing, because it is a living energy, it is a living thing, it will change its energy over the time. And that is the real test for the true Rudraksha and false Rudraksha, or the right and the wrong. So there are many, many ways where Samban Clinic in India, I think I'll share my website too, where entire details of the Rudraksha therapy are mentioned, what we have studied, how we have found out, we have come to this conclusion. And it's actually really very good because not myself would be benefited, but my entire family would be benefited just by keeping it in the drawing room and looking at it. Or even if you don't look, but the energy is always on us. Yeah. And those who are coming to that place, they will immediately say that there is some peaceful corner over here, or I like to come to this place, or I like to come to this house. Same as we feel good at some temples or some religious places, we go and we feel good. It has its own energy. Similarly, wherever it is placed, you can feel that energy. The person, like if it is placed in my house, many comments could be there, like, we like to come to your place. It has that positive energy, or we feel peaceful. So I think everyone should have it, because it's once it is placed, it is there with you lifetime. Once it is worn, it is there with you lifetime. It is not going to be broken. So everyone should go for it. And as I said earlier, we are also giving it for corporate giftings and many more. where you can gift someone the beautiful thing, a lifetime positive energy. If you gift anything else, it has a lifetime. It has a expiry date. The clothes, the jewelry, or anything. I just don't want to compare it, but I'm just telling it. Many, because in India Diwali gifts and all are there. So many MNCs and industries also give to their employees. But I think this is the best gift because they will increase their productivity also.
Yes.
If they have the cool mind, calmness, because it's not a see, if they get a problem with someone, they'll come to the counselor, they will solve it. But it is a life. And life will be full of, everyday new surprises, maybe new problems, maybe not. But if you have something at home or something with you, that energy will be with you forever. Like it will keep guiding you and you will not require external help for your mental stability or mental calmness, which is your inner nature. Like it's your nature. Calmness is your nature, not the anger.
Yes.
So I think, so it helps in giving the entire family a good bonding, a good click, wherever, even in the offices, in the industry. It helps the people to connect well and to increase their production or to increase their work level. So I think I'll take a pause here. If there are questions, we can invite the questions, or else I can also share my website where you can see more details. If you want to order, you can order. My number is there with Mr. Neil Kumar through that also. But I think most important, through this platform, I want to share the awareness of it, that this beautiful bead helps to combat many disorders, or at least to maintain them. And even in children, it is showing beautiful results. And it is once wore, it is wore for the lifetime. It's not like that. If, for example, this till then your students you have to wear, your learning process or your intellectual qualities are tested every now and then, and you can keep it with you for your lifetime. Yes. And it is very, very nicely and made. Like it is not going to hurt you, or it is not going to pinch the child. The child can wear it very nicely without poking it, Yes. And it is not also that kind, as a gold or something where there is a fear of being thefted or the child. That's not the case. It's very nominal and very economic and very comfortable. The child can wear. That's we have kept the thread and not something which harms the child or anyone of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
My goodness, I'm so grateful for you to come on. I feel like I've just had a personal lesson, Rudraksha. And obviously, in the community and growing up as well, we see them around the mandir and the temple and something. So to actually learn about it and the power, I have no idea about the electromagnetic properties and just science based around it as well. Dr. Dipti, as we've got a couple of minutes, would you just like to tell our audience, and well, more for me as well, the combinations that you had for different issues? Is that based upon something? Have you got the 3 beads and then the 5 other problems?
You're asking me, just a second, I just want to ask you whether you are asking me about the mukhi or the number of beads.
The number of beads.
Yeah, the number of beads, it's because like that, it's not, if I combine 4 and 6, if it is going to get me the results, I'll combine 2 beads only.
Right.
So it's dependent on the effect of the bead. If 1 bead is affecting, we are giving it a 1 bead only. The effect phenomena or the result phenomena is deciding the number of the beads.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So in case of student, we have to balance the energy also, because sometimes if we cannot, as in meditation, you are getting so up that you have to balance that positivity within you. Similarly, to balance also, we have to use 3 or 5 in that number.
Right.
But in case of Divine Rudra Frame, why we have used 54, it's because it is a multiple of 9. And according to science or Indian ancient literature, 9 is the whole number. 9 is the only whole number, the biggest, highest whole number. And that's why we are taking its multiple. Like even in Mala, 108 is used.
Yes.
108 beats.
Yes, yes. Okay, right. I was just like, yes, I was very intrigued in that. And I think you hit a personal note there, because I think especially for our next generation, having 2 young children and obviously teaching as well, and you see children, and when you see them and you know that they're not sleeping, I think that's so powerful, and what a wonderful way to aid sleep in such a, you know, a natural way. If anything can help. And it's fascinating to know that the color changes as it absorbs energy. I'm going to sneak in one last question, just because I'm interested, and I'm sure our audience is too. Is there anything to maintain its property? Would someone have to do something? How we cleanse the crystal? Is there anything that you should do with the Rudraksha?
Yes. There is a process with which we also provide the literature. As I told you, as we provide certificate, we also provide a literature. With every bead, it has a unique cleansing process or a unique mantra, which you have to say it maybe 3 times, 9 times. It is dependent. And there is a cleansing process which has to be done once in a year to preserve its energy. Once in a year. And it is very, very easy and simple process. Even a child can do it on its own. So we have mentioned that in the literature, even on the website, where you have to clean it with just a water, simple pure water. In India, we advise them to put a drops of a Ganga Jal if they have, which we consider as a purest. So 2-3 drops of that, and to cleanse it. And as I told you, the most important, the person who is going through or using it, that person should touch so that the energy exchange happens. So this kind of cleansing process, at least once in a year, on any auspicious day, maybe your birthday, you can do it and preserve it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you so much on behalf of Healing Our Earth. It has been a pleasure to have you lead this discussion and explain about the Rudraksha as well. I know many of us have seen them, heard about them, not really known much. So to get this informative insight as well has been wonderful. So thank you so much for joining us. And please, if you could, put the website details maybe on the YouTube feed or the Facebook Live that's running at the moment, as I'm sure we've had a few requests in as well. And it would be wonderful to learn more about the clinic as well. But Dr. Dipti, a very warm thank you and global namaste from us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Really, I'm very glad to be honored. Really, thank you, Healing Our Earth team. Deepa ma'am, really thank you. Mr. Neil Kumar, really thank you. I'll just add one small last line. It has a psycho-spiritual effect, like Rudraksha connects our psychology and spiritual inner being. And that's why that cleansing process helps to harmonize our trinity, that is mind, body, and soul.
Wow.
So it's really what we think, it has more deeper effect or benefit to have the balance within self. But really, thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you. My goodness. Wow. I'm blown away. I love the fact that these sessions, I know myself, I always learn something new or deepen my knowledge of something as well. So that was wonderful. I am so grateful to have been with you today, just to be present with you and share and learn and support and grow together as part of our Healing Our Earth free online global session. We still have many great guests coming up. And as I take my leave to hand over to one of my fabulous co-hosts, I'm going to say thank you for staying tuned in. There are more fabulous guests. We had Professor Lane, who spoke to us about getting our mood and our mindset right. We had the fabulous Tara Sutton, who gave us 3 top practical tips for staying calm and finding calm in these, still unprecedented times with new normals around the corner all the time globally as well. So remember, you can watch them all back. And my session just ended now with the fantastic Dr. Dietary explaining about healing with beads with the Rudraksha and its amazing properties that I had no idea how far and wide they extended. Stay tuned in because we've got many more fabulous guests coming up. We're here till 7 p.m. British summertime as well on so many portals. You can check us out as well. We're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook, on Enrich TV. We are growing. So keep tuned, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon. And I'm going to hand over to a very fabulous lady who I've taken a sneak peek. She's in theme. We are both in pink today, bright and colourful. I'm going to be passing you over to Dr. Sheila Dobby, who is joining us from the USA, from America. She was born in the UK, but has now moved to the US. She is a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, an entrepreneur. And if that wasn't enough, she's also a TV host as well. She has been the recipient of 2 very prestigious awards. One was the Bay Area Outstanding Women of the Year. Yes, we've got some girl power going on today. And the California Parent Choice Award. What I love about this lady is her passion is helping women and children in her local community. And she's a treasured, valued member of our Healing Our Earth team as well. Dr. Sheila, namaste, welcome.
Hi, namaste. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you so much. And I've learned so much, as usual, from Healing Our Earth, learning about the Rudrak. I see everywhere. I kind of had a little bit of knowledge, but wasn't that just an amazing session?
Incredible. I had no idea there was all of those properties attached to it. We see it around growing up, and to learn the depth, I'm certainly going to be finding mine.
Great. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Over to you.
Great. So I'm so excited because our next guest is Dr. Sangeeta Punjabi. Are you there, Dr. Sangeeta? You ready for us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Our next guest, so Dr. Sangeeta Punjabi, she's an experienced consultant dermatologist, having trained in UK and India. Dr. Punjabi is a registered GMC doctor on the specialist register and is a member of the British Association of Dermatologists. So all the fun stuff we need to know about skin. And also a member of the Contact Dermatitis Group. She's working at Northwick Park Hospital as a consultant dermatologist and as a clinical lead of the department. She's passionate about teaching dermatology, especially for healthcare professionals, GPs, nurses, and pharmacists. She regularly conducts workshops, interactive teaching sessions, and is a principal investigator for research in the newer treatment for eczema and psoriasis. And I know a lot of people, especially in the community, have eczema and psoriasis, especially while a lot of us are staying indoors. So that's great that you're working on that, Dr. Punjabi. Dr. Punjabi specializes in all the aspects of general dermatological diseases, skin cancers, with a particular interest in Asian skin and contact dermatitis. She is going to discuss the myths about skin rashes and food allergies. And also for everyone out there that is wanting to get that beautiful glowing skin, she's going to be talking about some beauty tips for us. So I'm super excited to introduce you. How are you, Dr. Punjabi? Are you ready to give us some wonderful tips on how to keep our skin looking young and vibrant out there?
Yes, very much so. Well, a global namaste to all of you and a very warm welcome. I'm really delighted and absolutely honored to be on this platform of health and fitness, which is a free global online platform organized by the wonderful Healing Our Earth team. So thank you everyone on the Healing Our Earth team, and especially Brahma Kumaris as well for facilitating my name to be invited to speak today. So my topic today was very carefully thought for something that I could share my experiences as a dermatologist for so many years and some of the common things that I see in my practice. And maybe I can shed some light and clear some myths as well as state some facts. So I'm here today with you and delighted to be with all of you. where shall I start? Skin is the largest organ of the body. And it's not only the largest organ, but it's also a very, very visual organ. Hence, it's all of us realize that it's important that it impacts us psychologically a lot more than any other disease, which may not be very visible. And hence we see a lot of morbidity or a lot of distress and discomfort with skin disease, which is unlike maybe other diseases of other organs. Now, the main aspect as a dermatologist that I see and come across quite commonly, the referrals that we get in the hospital and the patients that present to us, most of us have complaints with our skin in the form of a new rash that comes up, and it's usually an itchy skin rash. Now, this itchy skin rash is particularly localized, it may be generalized, but usually it starts off in one area. And obviously the extreme discomfort and the distress, brings the patient to seek help. Now, if I'm reading your mind correctly, what is the first thought that normally we link when we get a rash? And you must have heard it from your family member or from a neighbor or from a friend. Oh, it's the food that you have been eating. Is that correct? So I would say the food that we have been eating is commonly blamed. And maybe where is the relevance of this with the rash that we have got? And that's perhaps where I'm going to shed some light. So let's take the scenario of somebody presenting to us with an itchy skin rash, which has been going on any part of the body, has come up as red blotches or as hives. So the first impression is that most of us would go ahead and make a lot of drastic food changes. So if somebody has benefited from omitting dairy, omitting eggs, omitting wheat, even if you have eaten wheat all your life, even if you have eaten dairy from young age and you haven't had any problems, but because you've got this rash now, the first thing you would follow advice from somebody who's told you that they benefited from doing this. So I see a lot of patients who have already made a lot of changes to their diet even before they have seen a specialist. And frustratingly, they haven't found much help because obviously the food changes did not influence or did not affect the skin rash that they had. So let's look at closely back the causes of the rash. So when is the food a culprit for a rash? So this situation is very clear that when we are born, when we are an infant, that's the time. If we have any genuine food allergies, they come out more commonly. So let's say peanut allergy, dairy allergy, cow's milk allergy, all this comes out when you are particularly still, coming out as an infant and are getting into the toddler stage. So what I'm trying to say is that we do carry our allergies right from a very, very young age. Now, there are people who may suddenly find that they've become lactose intolerant, wheat intolerant. That may be different, but that's not a genuine food allergy. So in the sense that it won't produce a skin rash. Let's say an infant is exposed to a food that they are allergic to. What is the nature of the rash that would come up? It comes up as hives or nettle rash. Now, nettle rash is one of you who have had a nettle rash or seen a nettle rash, you would know that these are itchy, blotchy hives, and they are transient. They come and they go. And that's what a food reaction in the skin will more commonly look like. It doesn't come up as a low-grade itchy rash that stays for weeks. That's why when you change the food or you omit certain foods, you don't find a significant difference. So that's the first myth, that when we get an itchy skin rash and when it's ongoing, when it's repetitive, when it's recurring, it's unlikely to be food. In medicine, there's nothing 100%. I'm not saying that you cannot develop an allergy later on in life. But what I'm saying to you is that it's not likely to happen in that direction. So what is the common cause then? So if you look at it, if your itchy skin rash has been bothering you for a while, what could be the reason? It could be if you're an adult. You could have started a new medication. So medications, if you read all the leaflets of any medications, let's say cholesterol lowering medication, let's say an anti-blood pressure medication, any new medications are more commonly the culprit for an itchy skin rash that may be coming along. So sometimes as doctors, we do look at the timeline of the medication that was started and how many weeks ago was it started before the rash. However, we are not so lucky always, because patients may not have any medications and they still develop a rash. Now, it depends upon the location of the rash, the site of the rash. And why do I say this? I say this because there are 2 or 3 places which we use and we abuse quite a lot. And if you're reading my mind, you know it's our hands that we use. We touch a lot of things, we come into contact with a lot of things. So any rashes on the hands are more likely to be, is it external due to some element that you're coming into contact with? If the rashes are on your face, it could be 2 reasons. It could be either you're using the products on your face that are the culprit for the rash, but more interestingly, I'll share an example with you where I had a patient who had a very itchy rash on her cheek, and it was usually on her jawline. And I was in training at that time, and I struggled to find the reason for the rash because it was always coming and going and never there when I needed to see it. However, when I did some allergy testing, which is called as product testing. Now, allergy testing is of 2 types. One is the food allergy testing, which dermatologists usually don't do. And why is that? As I explained earlier, food allergies are not the common reason for my suspicion for a skin rash. So they are quite low on my list of suspicion. So therefore, product allergies are quite high on my list of suspicion. And hence, we have something what we call as patch testing. Patch testing is different from food testing. It's got nothing to do with foods. We use products such as fragrances, such as products that you come into contact with, such as rubber, preservatives and creams, you have hair dyes, you have other chemicals and dyes that you may be coming into contact with. So this fascinating allergy group then decides exactly whether you're reacting to something. And let's say if you have hand dermatitis or hand eczema or hand flare-up of rashes, one of the things that your GP or your doctor or dermatologist will definitely do is rule out any external causes. And similar applies to face. So coming back to my lady who had this rash on the jawline, can you guess what she was reacting to? So on this patch testing, we invite patients to bring their own products. So often we use the products from a standard European battery. And this has, as I explained, all the preservatives, chemicals, dyes, fragrances. So we have our set, and I invite patients to bring their own products that they're using. It could be their foundation, it could be their lipstick, it could be their eye pencil. So I don't know. So I need to play Sherlock Holmes, and I need to detect the culprit. So therefore, they bring in their products. And guess what? The lady who was getting this rash on the jawline, she didn't react to anything from my series. She actually reacted to a nail growth factor that she was using from Superdrug for her nails. And the reason for her rashes was that she was at work spending time doing this, exactly what I'm doing now. So can you see that the nails are in contact with the jaw for a good number of minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes, she was transferring allergens to the face. So she wasn't reacting around the nails. There was no rashes there. The rash was mainly here. So face is a very common area. If you have rashes, we would suspect whether are you using some products on your hands? Are you using some products on your scalp? That could be the reason for the face rash. It's not just the products on the face. So that's one important tip that I wanted to share with you that we find. And amongst the common culprits that I find, and I think it is relevant in today's world, is the common use of PPD or hair dye. Now, hair dye is one allergen which people use for many number of years, and they use it very, very successfully. They don't get any rashes, they don't get any problems, but I see the dye allergy develop as a product allergy over a number of years. And interestingly, it doesn't come out so much on the scalp. So one would imagine that if the scalp is the location where you're using the dye, you would just get a rash on the scalp. And that would be a no-brainer for anybody to say that you are reacting to your dye. Interestingly, you may not get any bad rash on the scalp, but what you might get is rash around your forehead, your eyes might swell up, you might get rashes on the back of your neck, or sometimes behind the ears. So these are all clues to identify that you could actually be allergic to the hair dye. And the other important fact that I want to share with you is that when you are allergic to a food from childhood, the rashes usually come up within minutes to hours. So it is called as an immediate hypersensitivity, which means that the body reacts to the food within hours. It doesn't take it days. Whereas when it is product allergy, it is a delayed reaction. And this is called as a delayed hypersensitivity in our language. And this delayed reaction often is misleading because obviously, if you have used the hair dye 2-3 days back, you wouldn't associate usage of that to the rash behind your ears. You wouldn't associate that with the usage of the rash on the nape of your neck because you wouldn't link that. It's after a few days you've got the rash. So that's the other interesting problem that we have to resolve is how delayed did the reaction happen. So these tests happen over 3 appointments. And the third appointment sums it up for us because people can react after 48 hours to a product, or people can sometimes even react after 72 hours. So it's quite a cumbersome testing, unlike food testing. And that's where I see a lot of cases, which I thought I'll share with you. Now, we talked about external allergies. Okay, external allergies, it's good to play Sherlock Holmes, find the culprit. It's very satisfying. And I have some very interesting examples of finding the culprit, which obviously I won't have time to share all of those now. But if I move on to, if it is not external issue, then what is the other reason that you're getting a rash? So it's not your medication. You don't take any medications. It's not something you're using. You've been tested or it's been excluded. So is there any other reason that you've developed a new rash? Now remember that there is a lot of chronic skin disease that is immune mediated. So I don't know how many of you have family or friends or have personal experience of having common skin conditions like eczema or psoriasis. These are the 2 main common skin conditions that we label as chronic skin disease. And it's the reason being that they come and they go, they flare up, they have their remissions, and then they can come back again. So sometimes when you're an adult, you have never had any problem in the skin when you were younger, but you can develop a skin rash in your adult life, and that could be an immune-mediated process of a new onset of an internal condition like psoriasis. So often, you may exclude foods, you may make changes, omit certain foods out, and you will not improve because the reason is not that. You need to see a specialist to get the diagnosis right. So that brings me nicely to discuss. I see a lot of patients in my clinics with a lot of these chronic skin disease. And the reason I'm sharing this with you today is that a lot of these patients are now observing and doing a lot of dietary changes, and they are noticing an improvement in their skin. So I wanted to kind of bring us to the next part of this talk, is there a link that changing your diet can help to calm down your skin with a chronic skin condition like psoriasis or eczema? Now, if you look at the medical literature, speaking as a doctor, I would say there is no role of any food in psoriasis. That's what we have always said. We have always repeatedly told people, don't make changes to your diet because it won't make your psoriasis go away. But actually, hang on, here, we are not talking about food allergies. We are actually talking about changes to the diet, So we very nicely heard in the earlier part of the talks about how important a role diet can play in our health. And as dermatologists, we are beginning to understand and realize that there is a link to what kind of diet can have an influence on our skin. And this is quite interesting. I heard earlier on in the talks about the rainbow diet, and I just wanted to make an interesting point here is that when you talk about diet, if you Google it, if you look up, there's a lot of books on anti-inflammatory diet. What is anti-inflammatory diet? So there are certain inflammation creating products which are released by our diet, and say eating processed foods, having a lot of sugar, all these increase our inflammation in the skin indirectly. And we've heard that there is science behind it, that there is a link to some kind of inflammation in our body. Now, if you have a condition like psoriasis, that is already having red patches on your skin, that is inflammation in the skin. So apparently, if we change our diet and we reduce the inflammation products in our diet, we can actually calm down our chronic skin disease. It won't cure itself, because we know that psoriasis and eczema have a genetic link. They come from within the family. They may not show up for decades. You may not have any problem for many years, but they can still show up in adult life as the new onset rash. So we have to be mindful that people with severe psoriasis, with severe inflammation in the skin, they are at a separate risk of cardiovascular events, such as heart attack, such as issues with sudden stroke. So we have to be mindful that calming down inflammation in the skin is a very important aspect for our treatment or for our care. And it's a holistic approach. Our medications help to calm down the skin. Yes, we have a lot of creams, we have a lot of oral medications as well, but it's all about holistic approach. Unless the patient also adopts lifestyle changes, gives up smoking, gives up alcohol, actually looks after the foods they eat. So let me share with you some of the foods which are beneficial in this rainbow foods. The cinnamon, the turmeric, the spices that we have, the green leafy vegetables, these are all called as antioxidants. The vitamin C, vitamin E, these are all naturally occurring in plant-based products. So if we were to consume these, we were able to calm down our skin, then we can help our medications work better. So I think it's time for change. It's a holistic approach to the health. It's a holistic approach to your skin. And essentially, we are moving in that direction, that alone medication, alone creams is of no value. It has to be combined with lifestyle changes. And that's the current stance with chronic skin disease. Now, I was asked to share some top tips as well. And top tips, well, one of the common questions that you get is, there's a lot of issues with what is the best beauty product that I could recommend as a dermatologist? If I was to recommend one product that all globally could use, maybe some of you are reading my mind and already know that I'm a great advocate and a fan of a sunscreen. And the reason being, the sunscreen, which is broad spectrum, has UVA and UVB. They both protect you from aging. They both protect you from pigmentation. So these are the two common issues in Asian skin as well. Pigmentation is a big issue in Asian skin, and using a sunscreen regularly from a young age is a very helpful preventative. It's a preventative to not allow the pigmentation or melasma to set in. And whereas if you look at Caucasian skin, because I work in the UK, again, sunscreen has great value because it prevents the UVA rays from getting deeper into your skin, which can cause wrinkles and age. So it is actually anti-aging. And whereas other products are concerned, yes, they are all there to beautify our skin. And I do believe they help the upper layers of the skin, but I kind of struggle to believe that they can help the deeper skin. And you can ask me questions. I can open the floor to questions, but I would just like to end by saying that when you have a skin issue, just go beyond the skin, go beyond the surface, because it is not beauty is not just skin deep. Beauty is coming from within. The glow has to come from within. And we heard a lot of lovely talks earlier about how calming your mind, how concentrating and focusing on your inner energies is going to energize your outer world. So I think that applies very much to the way you look, very much the way your skin will glow, apart from the products which will only help superficially. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That was so informative. And I'm so glad that you talked about the sugar. I tell my patients all the time that sugar is not only bad for your oral health, but it's so bad for everything in your body, and it causes so much inflammation. You mentioned a lot of herbal products. You said cinnamon, you said turmeric. Is there any kind of face pack that's a good thing to put on our faces as a paste maybe?
So, you touch upon a very interesting aspect. So we are talking about the use of all these on our face. Now, if you look at it, they will help the upper layers of the skin. And you can make these homemade products as well. There's a lot of cinnamon, turmeric in the Indian kitchen that, a lot of homemade sort of face packs can be made. But the truth is that consuming these products internally actually has a evidence base and a science base to it, that actually it can help as antioxidants. Now, ideally, when you're applying them on the skin, we believe that we are putting on antioxidants on our skin and it should help. But I don't think there is enough science behind it to say that using all these helps as much as you do internal dietary changes as well.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And how much are you talking about when you're talking about like turmeric? Are you talking about a teaspoon, or are you talking about ingesting a quarter of a teaspoon a day?
So I think if you're having it every day, you are very healthy, happy to have smaller amounts of it, as you mentioned. And myself being an Indian, we use turmeric. We have been exposed to turmeric from childhood. So every curry, every dish, it is haldi and haldi. So I love the colors of haldi. So I don't think it's the quantity that matters. It's the consistency with which what you use it as well.
So Dr. Punjabi, as a world famous dermatologist, what's your favorite routine that you do every day? What do you take every day?
So you want me to share my beauty
your secrets?
I'm very happy to do that. So I think the cleanser has to be very gentle. So I will just kind of to help my acne, somebody who's suffering with a lot of acne issues. Normally you would go and get quite a strong cleanser which has got salicylic acid or beads or something in it. But remember that they degrease the skin, but they make the skin quite dry and they make it irritable for any of the acne products. So in fact, as a dermatologist, I always say gentle cleansing. So I do not have any harsh scrubs or any beads. But if you want to exfoliate your skin, I think once a week using an exfoliating product is ideal, but daily gentle cleansing. I am a fan of a sunscreen. So sunscreen is my very basic foundation product that goes on my face daily without fail. And sometimes even twice a day or thrice a day on a hot day. So that's the best tip. And the other products that you have is, being a dermatologist, I get a lot of exposure to a lot of beauty products. So like say vitamin C, there is some value of using vitamin C as an antioxidant, as you rightly said, or people can use some turmeric and cinnamon pack on their face. It will soothe and cool their skin. But all these products will help the upper layers of the skin. So the important thing is that not many reach the deeper layers of the skin. And if you need to enhance the deeper layers of the skin, it's more about the holistic approach and the inner approach that will help. So that's my mantra. The sunscreen is my main mantra.
Thank you so much. I know that the cosmetic industry is a billion-dollar industry, and a lot of people are spending a lot of money out there with all these products, when it just reminds us how it's important to be eating right and drinking a lot of water. Thank you so much, Dr. Punjabi. Thank you for that. And our next guest is Dr. Sunil Gupta. Are you there, Dr. Sunil? Okay, let's just, Dr. Sunil, are you ready for us? Let's.
Dr. Dobby, I think
You're
it's
there.
Dr. Prakash Punjabi who is next.
Oh, right.
Dr. Sunil Gupta will be after him. Thank you.
So the confusion is because there are two Punjabis.
Oh, that's where the oh, right. That's the confusion. So next we have Dr. Prakash Punjabi. Oh, great. So sorry about that confusion.
Not to
Dr.
worry.
Professor Prakash Punjabi is a professor of cardiothoracic surgery in National Heart and Lung Institute of Imperial College London. He is also consultant cardiothoracic surgeon at Hammersmith Hospital, Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust. He's an extensive clinical practice in cardiothoracic surgery and has published numerous scientific articles on diseases of the heart. He's editor-in-chief and principal investigator of various basic and clinical science projects. He advises the UK GMC as a member of Specialist Advisory Committee in Cardiothoracic Surgery. So today he'll be talking about a very important topic, which is the risk factors of heart disease. Hello there. Now that I've got the right doctor, are you there?
Yes, hi. Thank you. Thanks for having me. And it's not uncommon. A lot of times I get asked, do you know another doctor called Dr. Punjabi? And then I try to avoid, and then I say, yes, she's my wife. And I'm sure she gets a lot of that as well. So not to worry at all. It's really a privilege and an honor to be with you. I've been following since morning, and there have been extremely interesting talks throughout the day. The topic given to me is Love Your Heart. Now, I do have a short, brief presentation that I will share my screen with, but just as an introduction, we will go through the risk factors as well, but essentially, love your heart. Life begins with the beat of the heart. We do not certify anybody as living intrauterine fetal. When there is the first heartbeat, it is living and ends with the last heartbeat. And just to put that all in perspective, you are beating 70 times a minute. That's around 4,200 times an hour. And so if you calculate that, that comes to around 100,000 per day. Over the year, that translates to around 32 million or 3.5 crores approximately in Indian terms. The interesting thing is we have many organs in the body, and there are a lot of organs that are two. We have 2 kidneys, 2 eyes, 2 lungs. And so we can live with half a lung gone, half a kidney gone, or a whole kidney gone. No doubt there are certain organs which are singular, like the heart, liver, for example, but you could live with half of your liver lobe taken out. But specifically for the heart, you need the whole heart. You need the whole heart. You need the whole heart beating. You need to beat 70 beats per minute. If you lose between 200 and 400 beats, you're dead. We cannot resuscitate a heart that has been not beating for more than 3 to 4, 5 minutes. So essentially, just imagine if you lost 500 beats out of that 3.5 crores, 35 million beats per year, extrapolate that to 70 years. You really understand the perspective. You got to look after your heart. The other important thing is the cells of the heart. There are some other organs that are born with the finite number of cells in the heart. So when you're born, you have cells that are going to become cardiomyocytes that will become the future heart, and that's it. There is no regenerative capacity. You cut your hair grows. You cut your nail grows. You cut the heart, a scar develops. Well, so you can say, so what scar? Well, in any other organ, a scar probably will not be so damaging. But if the heart develops a scar, you go in heart failure because you need a good pumping heart. So essentially, whether you like it or not, you're in love with your heart, and you better do your best to look after your heart. Just briefly, I'm going to share my screen to show you a brief PowerPoint presentation and share with you some of the points that I have made. Whilst we are doing that, we will also discuss what happens if the heart is not beating properly, because clearly over a period of time, we have to have the heart that is going to beat for such a long period of time, from a young age into an age of 70, and we need to be sure that we are going to be helping it beat well. So, okay. Well, I tried my best to share my screen, but somehow it seems like I am unable to do that.
Dr. Punjabi, if you look at your bottom bar, taskbar, there is a green button called Share Screen.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing.
And if you press that, now your main screen will kick in, but you need to point to your PowerPoint. So if you just press that, we will see it will turn your name.
I think I did that, but somehow it is not allowing me to share. But
okay, no problem. Your expertise and talk is also good enough for us. So do please carry on with your expertise.
Yes, I think I'll try my best to see if I can share it. But in the meantime, let's just keep talking, because the idea is to share my thoughts and preferences with you and understanding what are the risk factors that will come into play. So essentially, one of the biggest risk factors that we have as Asians is the fact that we are ethnic minority people who genetically have risk factors that will allow us to be at risk. So irrespective of other risk factors, even simply being an Asian is a risk factor for us. So why are we in this situation? Over the years, genetic differences have taken a long time, and frankly, we have reached that point over a period of time from evolution, such that we are now victims of our own diet and risk factors. Now, we know that the heart and the symbol of the heart represents a symbol of love, but the heart is a central wisdom of feeling as compared to the head, which is the wisdom of reason. So we do a lot of cerebral effects that have a direct effect on the heart. So the heart is the seat of emotion. It responds to emotion. The shape of the heart, in fact, amongst many theories, comes from the heart shape of the people leaves as one of the theories which were used in the artistic depictions during the Indus Valley civilization. And in fact, a heart pendant originating from those days is there in the museum in Delhi in India. So what are the disease processes that generally we would consider as very important that would be significant for us to worry about? Amongst the various factors, there's congenital heart disease and acquired heart disease. Over time, in adults, the most common acquired heart disease for us is what we call coronary artery disease. This is a disease in which a fatty material, which is called atheroma, builds up inside your coronary arteries and starts creating plaques. Now, unfortunately, these plaques over a period of time can lead to blockages. And so if we carry on not using adequate precautions and abuse our diet and heart, then this will cause lead to issues that we call blockages, and the blockages will become so narrow that they will not be able to transmit enough oxygen, that at the time of demand and supply, there becomes a disparity. If this disparity occurs during demand, then the part of the heart muscle beyond the artery that is blocked may lead to ischemia or infarction, which is called heart attack. And this is very serious because at the end of the day, this can cause sudden death. 30% of patients present to us with the first ever event as a heart attack. This can even have presentations of angina, which is chest pain or shortness of breath or pain traveling through the body, feeling faint and nausea. So, angina is a term that is used to describe the most common symptom of coronary artery disease. Now, there are certain risk factors which are controllable and certain risk factors which you cannot control. The most common risk factor, and it has been quite interesting because you've been advised since morning about sugar, about salt, about herbs, about diet. High blood pressure is one of them. You had a very good discussion about obesity and high blood pressure this morning. So obesity, high blood pressure, having diabetes. Now, the important thing about diabetes is that in Southeast Asia, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, 50% of the world's diabetic population is going to be among Southeast Asians by 2030. We are talking of 2030 in 10 years' time. Now, part of the reason for this is the old definition of diabetes or blood sugar has been tightened, modified, brought it lower. HbA1c, which is a marker of diabetes, we tend to use. It used to be above a very high cutoff level, then only you would be called diabetes. Now that cutoff level has been brought down to the point that there are two levels now, pre-diabetes and diabetes. But that's because anybody with, say, for example, a raised HbA1c, which is one of the blood tests that we do, but normal blood sugars does also behave like a diabetic in terms of the risk of heart disease. So diabetes is extremely common. The reason I'm emphasizing on diabetes is in our Indian population, in us, in Asians, we have a very rich diet of sugar. You had many talks about sugar, so I don't really want to go through all that, but we are inherently mithai people, sweet people. Every occasion is celebrated with sweets, whether it's wedding or any minor occasion. So diabetes is a very important. That's just not it. It's part of our genetic profile. We have done our studies, which are called the Lollipop study, the London Life Sciences Population Study, which we compared Asian with non-Asians and Asians in UK with Asians in India. And there is a genetic predisposition to develop diabetes. We have found an epigene that predisposes for risk of diabetes in patients of Southeast Asian origin. So that includes a very large area, but there is a very high propensity for diabetes. Amongst the other risk factors are smoking, but another important risk factor is not doing enough physical activity. Again, it has got to be stressed. This is getting better over the years. And of course, we have moved from the traditional agricultural forced activity model to a advanced modern model, and we go into the exercise or physical activity model. We are catching up as far as Asians are concerned in terms of physical activity, but it is still not enough. What happens then to risk factors that you can't control? Ethnicity. So when we want to look at the risk profile of a patient and see what are the chances of his developing heart disease, we go through all of the risk factors, as I said, presence or absence of hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol, smoking, obesity. But we then ask ethnicity. We know that Indian Asians, amongst Asians, Indians are at, and that adds 10% to your overall risk profile. So it's quite a significant, and there's nothing you can do. So what it means is that you need to work harder on the other risk factors, on the risk factors that you can control, because there are risk factors you've almost sort of started at a disadvantage. You have been pushed back from the starting line, and you have to make it up that much to catch up with the others, either non-Asian group or any other ethnicity that may not be so much at risk. So it is very important knowing that we are already at risk. And so the earlier we take, coronary artery and atherosclerosis develops over a long period of time, 20 years. What we do over the period of 20 years will determine what will be happening at the end of 20 years. And we don't think about that. Well, no, nobody thinks about that. I have operated Asian patients for coronary artery bypass grafting surgery as young as 23 and 28. Can you imagine somebody of that age developed so severe coronary disease that he needed bypass operation? Of course, the common age is not that, it's much higher, but the younger age group, up to 40 years, are dominantly Asian patients who are having surgical intervention or percutaneous intervention or having to modify the risk factors with presentation of angina. So ethnicity plays a very significant and important role. And let's not forget, you need to start at a younger age, because the coronary disease develops in an earlier age group in the Asian population as well. So the second risk factor that you cannot do anything about is family history and age. Unfortunately, if you do have the gene and it is in your family, well, that is again adding to your ethnic background. So it doesn't matter you have the ethnic background that you have an epigene, but it is actually already in your family, and so you are at risk factor for that. And as age develops, certainly after the fourth decade, we advise everybody from the Asian background to start looking for risk factors, modify risk factors, and reduce, and at times intervene pharmacologically, active testing wise, so that we don't get a scenario where we are presented with the first event as a major cardiac event or a fatal, God forbid, but actively look at risk factors to be modified at an earlier, younger age. So it is extremely important to know what are the risk factors that we are at risk of. Now, what can we do about this? I'm going to just talk for a few minutes because I do want to leave some time for discussions and questions. But essentially, after having looked at risk factors, there are pharmacological interventions that we have a lot of reluctance to consider. But what I generally advise is just imagine somebody who developed a tablet for control of cholesterol, statin, or for control of diabetes, any of the metformins or bugonides or whatever you want to talk about, or any other tablet like antiplatelet. The person or the group who discovered or invented spent their lifetime with a single aim of trying to find a drug that will control that, and they were awarded amongst various prizes. I'm sure significantly some of them have had Nobel Peace Prizes awarded. And at that time, where we know that the benefit of that tablet is 98, 99%, every patient without fail reads the fine print and says, oh, there is a reaction to this drug, and that says that I can get a rash or I can get nausea or vomiting. Now, of course, we have to say that, but that happens in less than 1%, less than 0.1% of the population. But we focus on that. We focus on that less than 1% and completely negate the 99% benefit just because we want to find a reason not to take a tablet. I don't want to leave you with that negative a thought, but consider your risk factors, get the blood test done, and if there is something that is modifiable, it is extremely important that you take early action, reduce the risk factor, because at the end of the day, over a period of 20 years, this is going to catch up and you will be in a much worse and a much different situation than what you were had you acted before. And you can't reverse the clock, you can't reverse time. And I don't really want anybody to be seeing me as a consultation. I'm the last person. Stay away from me. I don't want to see anybody. You're better off taking precautions. It's not that I don't have work, but I would prefer not to have work. It's really sort of disheartening when I am asked to come into the ward to see a 36-year-old Asian male diabetic who is obese and suddenly has a young family and needs to undergo major surgical intervention. But so be it, and we do our best and we have very successful outcomes. But still, best is why get into that situation. I I've covered everything that I had in my PowerPoint slide. So actually, you haven't missed anything at all. It was just a way of presentation, and I think I am quite keen to leave a few minutes of discussion. So thank you very much once again for this privilege, this opportunity. It's indeed an honor. I congratulate you for having a thorough day of very interesting discussions. Even I've learned, oh my God, the Rudra discussion, that was mind-blowing. I've never thought that could be so much importance into that. I look forward to further discussions, and of course, at any time you can contact me. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Punjabi. Can you just elaborate a little bit about the cooking process? A lot of South Asians are cooking very unhealthy, not only with sugar, but with a lot of the oils. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I think we are in the process of improving, and that's going to take a very long time. Our diet is based on curry. We are a curry-based people. We are not a salad and pasta or olive oil-based, people who have salad as part of our. We start with samosa fried or pakora fried. So we start with a sort of fried starter, if you want to call it. What are the starters we have? In vegetarian, you will have chaats, which are full of different kinds of chutneys, very tasty. But we put a lot of chole in there and a lot of other spices, tasty. Then we add samosa chaat, kachori chaat. The list is endless. And then if you want to go into the non-veg side, there are equivalent high-risk starters. But inevitably, the main course is full of curries. And curries are literally a hotbed of oil and ghee and fried gobi, fried bindi. We really need to, I'm not saying we cannot, we don't need to completely stop, but introduce a level where we start with healthy salad, if you want to call, or, use cheat days as once a week or twice a week, that we will go the whole, and the other 4 to 5 days we'll stick with salad, or we will have a nice khichdi and dal or dahi and try and restrict ourselves to not either going too spicy or too oily or too fatty. Or if you want to use chapatis, then use less oil or less ghee in the chapati or paratha or naan, and try and modify the whole concept of diet. Chicken tikka masala or butter chicken is great. It's chicken, but the gravy is butter. Or if you want dal makhani, well, dal is fine. Does it have to be dal makhani? Many things like that, really.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No, that was very useful. And a lot of the diet does have a lot of the oils in it, which is bad for you. Is there anything on the holistic front that you can recommend? I remember, there's a lot of literature out there that's Karela's good for this and that and that. Is there anything that you would recommend?
So that's a very good question. So I mean, I always am very grateful to be part of the audience, the global audience, and indeed, I'm always very blessed anytime meeting any member of the BK Global Association or any of this, because the physical elements are something that we can do that, and there is a lot of diets and etc. we can look at. But the link between spirituality and I'm coming to your question about the holistic diets as well. What everybody does is disease of the mind to provide the relaxation. You had various presentations. It is so important. The heart will respond with fright or fear or anything, and so you need to calm your mind during all whatever is in life and try and take it calmly, and then support it with diets which are offer a holistic approach. But I think the key important thing about any of those diets is essentially avoiding the risky oils, risky factors, or carbohydrates, and sticking to enriching nutritional boiled vegetables, or boiled vegetables with a little bit of tadka but not with too much oil. There are many vegetables claimed, but scientifically it is difficult to prove that beyond question. But no doubt there is a link and an association between spirituality and wholesome food, and that's also quite important.
Thank you so much. I know you touched upon exercise, and a lot of people out there just, they get kind of lazy. They want to sit down and watch TV and not do exercise. What's the minimum amount of activity that we should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of statistics on that. We have something that we call the 20-minute thing. Minimum 20 minutes of aggressive exercise, or 45 minutes of medium exercise, or 1 hour of light exercise. So something or the other you need to do daily basis. So if you were to walk, say, for example, I would say nowadays, we are very privileged to have many gadgets that count your steps. So 8,000 steps a day, 8 to 10,000 steps a day is spot on. That's a good minimum. 5,000, never less than 5,000. Any day you do less than 5,000, you need to make up and do the double next day. So minimum 5,000 if you're a walker, 8,000 to 10,000 preferable. If you're a runner, between 2 to 5 kilometers, but not on a daily basis. If you're doing 5-kilometer runs once a week, twice a week, and if you're a 10-kilometer runner, you can do up to once in 2 weeks' time. But easing it off, depending on how you build it up, you certainly don't start day one. Of course, that would dampen your enthusiasm. I hope that's helpful.
And a final question. During this pandemic, a lot of people are a little bit stressed about going to the hospitals, and you're hearing in the news that there's emergencies happening and people aren't going, and therefore potentially passing out at home. Can you give some tips as far as at what point, some signs and symptoms do you need to go and seek urgent medical attention?
Yeah, that's a really good one, and we've faced a lot of resistance of that. But so let me start first of all by saying that hospital is actually a safer place and a safe place now. Every medical staff gets COVID tested at least 2 to 3 weeks, in 2 to 3 weeks time. So I operate whenever I'm COVID negative. Every 2-3 weeks, we get a swab done. The whole staff is getting that. Any patient that gets admitted within 3 days will have a COVID test and will be COVID negative. If he's COVID positive, obviously he will be shifted to precautionary wards and isolation. So actually, hospital is a safe place. But at the end of the day, we don't allow relatives, we allow patients. But the point of that I'm trying to come out is, there's no need to be hesitant anymore. Pick up the phone if there is anything you feel I need further opinion. You should not be in any position where you have to make a decision. Oh, well, is this serious enough? Doesn't matter. Just pick up the phone. There is a helpline. You will be guided through the helpline whether this needs further medical attention or not. And if it does, it will be organized and an ambulance will be on the way. So the key message is, don't put yourself in any position where you need to wonder, should I call or not? Anytime there is a doubt, feel free to call, get an opinion, and there are very medically qualified opinion on the other side. They will help you guide through that, and if it need be, even arrange medical assistance straight away. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. So just to recap, let's all get some exercise, let's eat well, cut the oil, all the sugar out of our diets, and obviously visit the doctor if you need to. Thank you, Dr. Punjabi. Thank you for your time and enriching our lives with that information on healing our earth.
No, thank you. Really been a privilege and an honor to get an opportunity to be here. And I'm very impressed, and my congratulations again for organizing this. And I hope you keep doing it. It's really a learning experience for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next guest is Dr. Sunil Gupta, who is a consultant hemato-oncologist based at Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust in South London. He's trained with a few of the best institutes of the world: King's College Hospital London, Royal North Shore Hospital, Sydney, Australia, National University Hospital, Singapore, and All India Institutes Medical Services. New Delhi, India. Dr. Gupta is currently leading the clinical research division in hematology in his trust and has been the principal investigator of 10 national and commercial clinical trials. Dr. Gupta is associated with Ganshwasta Shohog JASS, a low-cost health service running in Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. He regularly helps with organization academically and financially. Dr. Gupta was invited to deliver a lecture in the Parliament on the topic of scarcity of stem cell donors among BAME group in 2018. Dr. Gupta, are you there? We're excited to hear from you today. Hello. I cannot hear you. Can you just unmute yourself, Dr. Gupta? There's just an unmute button there. If you could just unmute yourself.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, it seems that when you joined in the Zoom, you didn't select to join the audio. Maybe you sign in and sign out and select the audio. Or if you go to your audio section, you need to accept the audio. I can see you can hear us because you are reacting to us. And you are trying to tell us that you have unmuted yourself. So Dr. Sheila will cover you. Meanwhile, when you sign into the Zoom, you will have to join the audio. Yes, yeah, if you sign back in, and if you, when it asks you to join the audio, just say join the audio via computer. Make sure your computer output is on.
So while we deal with this technical issue, hello?
Carry on, Dr. Sheila.
Oh, great. So while we deal with this technical issue, let's see, do we have the camera working? Great. So Healing Our Earth is a wonderful platform out there that really is a great community-based program. This gives us an opportunity to connect, especially in this time of loneliness and isolation for many people. And we really want to encourage you to get involved with our community, Healing Our Earth. So if you can join us on Facebook, on YouTube, and we are trying to bring to you the best speakers around the world, people that have a lot of knowledge to share, people that can really enrich your life. So if you do have any contributions, please do contact us on Healing Our Earth. You can join us on the website, on the YouTube channel, and on Facebook. If you have any suggestions for speakers or even topics that you want to learn about. For example, we had such wonderful guests today learning about how to stay young and healthy. I learned about, cinnamon, turmeric, and vitamin C to keep me youthful. It's also important to learn about different things to do to kind of keep ourselves leading a happy and vibrant life during this difficult pandemic out there. And I know all across the world, we have viewers from all the countries. Are we there? Are we ready?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I had to change my machine, but my video might not be as good, I'm afraid. Let me just put it on focus. I'm really sorry about that.
That's okay. We all have technical difficulties.
Fantastic. So at least it is working. Right. Okay. Now, thank you. I heard your elaborate introduction of my a short CV, rather, I should say. And thank you very much for to Neil Kumar and the whole family of Healing Our Earth. A global namaste and namaskar to all the people around the world who are actually joining in, and my absolute pleasure to be on this platform. I feel delighted. This is my third presentation, and you might be thinking that if I'm a veteran, then why my technical difficulties could not be eradicated. So my sincere apologies for running slightly behind. I try to cover up during my presentation. Is it okay if I present through my slide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Right, so.
We're just grateful to have you on here, sharing your knowledge. And I'm sure all our viewers understand that going live, we do have technical issues, but as long as the information's out there, that's fine.
Can you see my slides?
Not yet. Are you able to press the screen?
I did actually share my screen button. Let me see where I'm going wrong here.
Well, that's okay. I'm sure with your vast amount of knowledge,
Let me just, that's fine. I actually just read through my slides. So my topic is anemia and cancer. And I will try to give few take-home messages in this vast, slightly complicated, and maybe having some jargons, but I try to simplify those jargons. So I'm a hematologist primarily and a hemato-oncologist, so I try to cover the areas which are important to the community. Anemia is a very important topic, and also the cancer. So if you talk about anemia, what anemia is, anemia could actually have a very devastating effect on people's quality of life. Because if you're anemic, you can imagine you're a young person, you're anemic, your quality of life is quite bad or poor. You're not able to actually enjoy your life. You're not able to do all the things you wanted to do. You get up in the morning and you're not feeling very refreshed. And when you actually, like to do various things, you're not as 100% as you could be. So anemia should be kind of treated if it is there. And kind of we have to treat anemia according to the cause of it. So let's define anemia. Anemia is actually low hemoglobin, right? And hemoglobin in men, we say it is 13 grams per deciliter or 130 grams per liter. In women, it is 12 grams per deciliter or 120 grams per liter. depending on which country you're living in. So units are slightly different. So in the old money in the UK, we used to use gram per deciliter, but now we are using gram per liter. And then I think elsewhere the units could be different. If you talk about the symptoms, so if your hemoglobin is low, so what the hemoglobin does is actually takes the oxygen around. It actually provides the oxygen to the cells, and it gives you energy to do things. So symptoms, as you can imagine, would be light-headedness, dizziness, feeling tired, as if you're going to pass out while doing some strenuous activity like sports or anything in which you're going to put some energy. You might feel as if you're going to be passing out or feeling dizzy. Then you can have fast or unusual heartbeats. So that means you can have a thing called tachycardia. That means your heartbeat is faster. You can also suffer from headaches. You can also feel a bit of a body aches in your joints, which could be a manifestation of anemia. Of course, we also need to rule out other specific causes of joints. And then it is important, it's very important for children who are growing, because it can affect their growth, overall growth, and also the brain development, especially the growing children into their teens. Shortness of breath, and the skin can look a bit pale or yellow, and you feel largely weak. So you can imagine that, as I said earlier, anemia can have far-reaching consequences on how you feel on a day-to-day basis. Now, if you talk about the causes, of course, it's a kind of myriad of causes of anemia, but we will touch upon two main causes: the nutritional anemia, which I'm sure would have been covered in the past by nutritionalists and people who are, those presenters who have been in this platform talking about nutrition and diet, etc. They must have touched upon the nutritional anemias. And then we have got inherited anemias, which basically we inherit from our parents. And these are hemoglobin chain disorders. For example, thalassemia, sickle cell anemia, and hemoglobin-related disorders. There are other genetic causes, which are bone marrow failure syndrome, which we, of course, would not touch, otherwise it will become too technical. And then we have got hemolytic anemias, in which your red cells do destroy because of various reasons. Aplastic anemia, which has got a very high incidence in Southeast Asia and South Asia. When I was in India, in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, we used to see so many children and adults suffering from aplastic anemia. When we say aplastic anemia, that means the bone marrow has failed. It's not functioning anymore, and it has got various causes. And then, of course, anemia can be caused by cancer, the blood cancer, or any other cancer, because it is affecting the bone marrow red cell production. So let's talk about the nutritional anemia, because this is an anemia which can be easily corrected, correcting our nutrition. So when we say nutritional anemia, we are talking about three main elements which actually helps in making the red cells. Iron, everybody knows about it. Vitamin B12 and folic acid. Iron deficiency anemia is the most common cause of anemia, especially amongst women and growing children. And also in areas where we have got infections like worms infestations, or where we have got poverty, where we don't have proper nutrition, the children and the adults are not getting enough nutrition. Why it is common amongst women? Because they can bleed in their menstrual cycle, and thereby they can become anemic, and also they can lose iron. And if they're not supplementing iron during their menstrual cycle, or if they're heavily bleeding, they can become anemic. Poor diet, we have talked about it. That poor diet where we don't have, these kind of what you call as fast food, where we don't have balanced diet, can cause anemia as well. And then we have got absorption problem, where we have got a absorption issue, that like celiac disease or Crohn's disease, we have got inflammatory condition in our gut, and whereby the iron is not being absorbed properly. And then we have got bleeding in the gut, in the gastrointestinal tract. So that's a very common cause of iron deficiency anemia amongst elderly, right? They can trickle drop by drop without even noticing that they're losing blood in their stool. So if anybody, I will highlight the take-home messages in the elderly, right? Of course, not everybody actually looks back and check that whether the stool is dark or not. But if you do see that you are having some dark, coal tar like a stool, then you should get alerted that, am I losing blood in my gut? Am I having some ulcer which is bleeding, right? So GI bleeding is a very common cause, or gastrointestinal bleeding is a common cause amongst elderly for iron deficiency anemia. So let's come to talk about the testing. Testing, we check a very important blood test called ferritin in our biochemistry testing. So ferritin is a storage form of iron, and that will be low if you are chronically iron deficient. The treatment, of course, you need to have a balanced diet. Meat is a very rich source of iron. Then those who are vegetarians, there are plenty of vegetarian food products which contains iron. It is not that if you don't eat meat that you'll become definitely iron deficient. Not like that. You have got plenty of options in vegetarian world which will give you an beans, lentils, tofu, baked potatoes, cashews, a host of things, fortified food, whole grain, enriched breads, etc. There's so many things which will give you enough iron. One thing I like to actually mention here, that is another take-home message, that the role of vitamin C in iron deficiency. So please make sure that you're having enough vitamin C intake during your course of the day to make sure that the iron is absorbed properly in your gut. So vitamin C helps in absorption. And please do not take tea, coffee, or milk-based products with your food or immediately after food. That will inhibit the absorption of iron. They will actually kind of make it will what you call as let the iron be encircled by the phytates, by the tannins, etc., and the iron will not be absorbed. So please make sure that you take some fruit juices. If you're iron deficient or you are likely to get iron deficient, take some fruit juices with your food, and please do not take tea, coffee, or milk-based product with your food. You can take otherwise between the meals, but don't take with the meals or immediately after meals. And of course, if you are really iron deficient and all the supplements have not actually, food supplements have not really helped, then you need to have iron tablets, which can cause a lot of side effects in terms of constipation, diarrhea, tummy upset, etc. But there is a very good option if those people who are not tolerant to the oral tablets is intravenous iron. So I'm a big fan or a big advocate of intravenous iron. If a patient is suffering from chronic iron deficiency, and these are the patients who are having problem with oral iron, I will always go for intravenous iron. It's quite safe. The modern or the latest version of intravenous irons are absolutely safe. They do not cause any problem. So we need to address iron deficiency. And people should not suffer. The next one is vitamin B12 deficiency. That's very common amongst people who are vegetarian or those who are vegans. And vitamin B12 deficiency is a deficiency which can cause not only anemia, but also causes a lot of problems in the nerves. It can cause numbness in the hands and in the feet. It can cause, if it is very severe, it can also cause a lot of neurological deficits as well. A very common cause of vitamin B12 deficiency, as most of us would have heard about, pernicious anemia. And this is an autoimmune condition which basically happens because there is a antibody against the absorption power of vitamin B12. In elderly people who are taking antacids, it can cause vitamin B12. And then, as I've already alluded to, the vegetarian people or vegan, they can get vitamin B12. Right? But I'm not actually saying that if you're vegetarian, you should not be vegetarian. If you're vegan, you should not be vegan. It is your choice. And definitely there are other food products which can give you a reasonable amount of vitamin. other causes of vitamin B12, which I don't think we need to really go into. We don't have enough time. And so the symptoms I already talked about, apart from anemia, we can have nerve-related symptoms, tingling sensation in the fingers or in the toes, sore tongue, tiredness. One thing very important about vitamin B12 is that it takes long time to actually become deficient. So if you're not taking vitamin B12 for a long time, then you can actually become vitamin B12. It doesn't actually happen quickly. So suppose if for the last only 2 months, you have not been taking enough vitamin B12, or you have been actually unwell, it does not develop that quickly. It develops over a period of time. The supplements, you can take tablets of vitamin B12. The most common way of supplementing vitamin B12 are the injections. They are intramuscular injection. They are given with the loading, and then afterwards they are given as a intramuscular injection every 3 monthly. Vitamin B12 we have addressed. In terms of the foods which are rich in vitamin B12, we have got all the dairy products. So those who are vegetarian but not necessarily vegan, they can have enough vitamin B12 from dairy products, milk, yogurt, cheese, etc. Right? Eggs are a very good source of vitamin B12. If you are strictly vegetarian and you don't want to have eggs, then of course, as I said, dairy products. And then those who are vegan, we have got nutritional yeast, mushrooms, soya bean. They also contain reasonable amount of vitamin B12. And as I said, if you are deficient after all that, then the treatment is pretty simple, intramuscular injections every 3 monthly. Then the third element in our food, which I talked about, can cause the iron deficiency, is the folic acid. Now, folic acid, on the contrary of vitamin B12, it can develop very quickly, right? Because there is no storage of vitamin or folic acid. Folic acid is water soluble, so you can't store it. You have to take it on a daily basis. So that can actually happen very quickly. Like you were unwell for the last 1 month because of chest infection or anything, you can develop folic acid deficiency pretty quickly, right? So causes again are diet, poor in vegetables. So folic acid is rich in vegetables, especially the leafy vegetables. Then you have malabsorption syndromes like celiac disease, acute illness. Pregnancy is a very common cause of of folic acid, cancer, or any condition in which there is a high turnover of cells can cause folic acid, right? Treatment is pretty simple. 5 milligram of tiny tablet you take and you are done and dusted. No worries at all. And then we have got foods which are rich in folic acid, leafy vegetables. Onion is a very good source of high source of vitamin folic acid. Broccoli, Brussels sprouts, asparagus, and many other things. So it is there plentiful in the vegetarian world. Talking about the inherited hemoglobin disorders, going over it quickly. So thalassemia is a condition which is quite prevalent amongst Asians, amongst Middle Easterns, amongst Afro-Caribbeans. So the BAME group is affected by thalassemia. And thalassemia is basically because of the faulty genes which get transmitted from our parents. So there are so many kinds of thalassemias, but main thalassemias are alpha and beta. And the beta thalassemia is the most troublesome. If you have got beta thalassemia major, that means you have got 2 faulty genes, then you need blood transfusion all your life from 6 months onwards. So it is a major health burden, not only into the individual, but also to the health services. So we can prevent it by making sure that when we actually marry, we are careful. Especially I'm talking about the families in which the marriages are still happening in an arranged fashion. We can make sure that not 2 thalassemia carriers do actually marry and produce a thalassemia major, because there's a 25% chance that if 2 carriers marry, they can produce a thalassemia major child, which will require transfusion all his or her life. I unfortunately am not able to show the picture which I actually specially chosen for inheritance of beta thalassemia. But as I said, there's a 25% chance of having a thalassemia major child born with that condition. The treatment is blood transfusion, and it has got far-reaching consequences on the health services and on the child. And these children, unfortunately, do not thrive well. They have got various problems. Prevention: we can do carrier testing. Right, as I said, in those families, and or there's a large amount of Asian people still actually going for arranged marriages. It is very common in the Punjabi cohorts of North India. So make sure that two thalassemia carriers do not actually marry. Unfortunately, that's how we can actually prevent it. The other prevention, of course, is antenatal testing. When you have got a child, you can do antenatal testing and see whether the unborn child is affected or not. Now, I will just quickly mention about the sickle cell disease. The sickle cell disease is common in Afro-Caribbean population, and exactly the same inheritance pattern happens there, and we can do the similar kind of prevention methods there. Let's move on to blood cancer. So I'm actually just trying to give some take-home messages here. So I've talked about iron deficiency, take-home messages about the nutritional aspect of it. Vitamin B12 we talked about, and in thalassemia we talked about how to prevent happening or the incidence of thalassemia major or sickle cell anemia. Now in blood cancer, which is about 10%, it makes it 10% of all the cancers in the world. If you talk about breast cancer, prostate cancer, etc., it makes about 10%, and it does not come in the top causes of cancer worldwide. We have got in blood cancer, we can divide into acute leukemias. Leukemia is a word which everybody would have heard, and it's a very fearful, dreadful word. In acute leukemias, we have got AML, acute myeloid leukemia, and acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which happens mainly in children. Then we have chronic leukemias, and then lymphomas and myelomas. So these are the four conditions which basically are there in the blood cancer. So in terms of the causes, there is no specific cause. People might say, oh, why did I get blood cancer? What actually caused? Where did I go wrong? What did I eat which was not right? Did I actually smoke which caused it? Did I actually take too much of alcohol which caused it? Fortunately or unfortunately, blood cancer has got no specific cause behind it. Yes, few chemicals, and if you've actually been dealing with pains for a long time, it can cause a particular kind of blood cancer called myelofibrosis, in which the bone marrow becomes solid. It has been recently found that the hair dyes, hair dye application is very common amongst everybody. I don't want to actually specifically say that it is common in a particular region of the world, but hair dye is commonly used, and it has been found that hair dye is actually implicated in breast causation, but not in any other cancer. So good news for hair dye users, but of course, especially for women, they have to be careful. It has been seen that there's a high incidence of breast cancer in women who have been using hair dye for a long time. So, and blood cancer is also not inherited. So it is not that if you got a blood cancer, you're going to pass it on to your children, or you got it from your parents. No, it has not been seen. The incidence, unfortunately, has been rising of blood cancer, and the few blood cancers like lymphoma has been seen to have a high incidence amongst the Western world. In the US, in the UK, in the Northern Hemisphere, the incidence of lymphoma has been going up consistently. Myeloma is more common and more severe in the Afro-Caribbean population, but it is also there in Asians and also in the Western world. In terms of the symptoms, you have to be very careful identifying the causes of, the symptoms: tiredness because of anemia, bleeding because of low platelet count, fever, night sweating, weight loss. Now, weight loss has to be more than 10% in the last 6 months. Night sweating has to be on most of the nights when we have to change our pajamas and we are completely soaked in our sweat. That is the correct definition of night sweating. Then we have got painless lump in the neck, armpits, or in the groin. You should be alerting yourself that, am I having any chance of a blood cancer or a lymphoma? Pain in the bones or in the chest or in the tummy, which is can also herald a start of a cancer. Then pathological fractures, right? You fell off the chair and you broke your hip, or you broke your arm, or had a fracture. That is something which is unusual. Falling off the chair would not actually break your bones. So that is called pathological fracture. You should be having some, a warning sign as to why it happened. Investigation is blood testing, imaging by X-ray, CT scan, and now we have got PET scan. The treatment is chemotherapy, bone marrow transplant, and then we have got novel therapies, which are called targeted therapies, and there is a specific therapy called CAR-T therapy. Prognosis has been getting better and better over the last 10 years with the novel therapies. Now, let me come to the main point here, another take-home message on the blood cancer topic is the bone marrow transplantation. And why I'm saying this is a take-home message, because there is a dearth of donor availability amongst the BAME group. We people are always shy for various reasons in coming forward for the stem cell donation and offering our stem cells to the people suffering from blood cancer. Cancer, there's a 95% chance that the Caucasian patient will find a donor amongst the unrelated people. That means not from the family. Whereas in BAME group, that means the Asians and the Afro-Caribbeans, there's only 25% chance that they will find a donor in the unrelated population. And why so? Why that we have got a poor chance of finding a donor in the unrelated population? There are myriad of reasons. There's improper information. People do not have awareness about how easy it is to actually to give the stem cell. That we have got a myth about developing illness. If we give our donation of stem cell, we might become unwell ourselves. There is fear of injection and their side effects. There is a reluctance to donate stem cell because of religious beliefs, and there is a family pressure and the mistrust in the that something will go wrong if we go and volunteer ourselves for stem cell donation. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to show this figure, which actually says that in a year there are 1.6 million blood donation happening in the UK, and only 4% of them are from the BAME group. And other figure shows that a Caucasian patient will, on an average, will take only 1 year to find an organ, either stem cell or a kidney or a heart, whereas a BAME group will find 2 years to find an organ. So you can easily see that we are actually faltering behind in coming forward and volunteering ourselves for the stem cell or the organ donation. So it is my request to all my fellows who are listening to this program, especially who come from the BAME group, that they should actually enroll themselves into the Anthony Nolan, which is a bone marrow stem cell registry, or the DKMS or NHSBT. Please, you can call them and register yourself to be a donor, either for stem cell or for the solid organs. I had actually chosen 2 pictures of me doing a lecture in the UK Parliament in April 2018, where I delivered a lecture on the scarcity of the stem cell donors amongst the BAME group. And in fact, in the next picture, I have also put my own card of volunteer donor and also a solid organ donor in case I were to die naturally in an accident. So my family knows about it, that my organ should be donated. So I hope everyone who has been listening to this program join me in a mission to save precious lives suffering from blood cancer. Thank you very much for the patient listening. I'm happy to take questions. It is a vast topic, and sorry about the technical glitch in the beginning. And again, before I forget, my absolute delight to be on this platform, and extremely grateful to the organizers to give me another opportunity, and in fact, the third opportunity to be on this program. Thanks once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. That was such a wealth of knowledge, and you managed to get it all done in that short period of time. Thank you so much. And it's really important that we all go out there and consider donating blood and organs, because it is important. It does save a life. And thank you so much. So my time is up, and I'm so excited to introduce our next host, and that's Barsha Kumari. She has worked for she's working for the forensic practitioner with the Metropolitan Police Service in London for over 33 years. She's trained as a fingerprint expert, and her work involves examining homicides, serious crime scenes, and forensic laboratory work. Wow, she's like the real CSI person. She also works in the court, and she presents a lot of forensic evidence. And she's currently the deputy chairperson of the Metropolitan Police Hindu Association, which involves voluntary offering supports for its members. Met Police Service and Communities of London. She is involved in welfare support of colleagues and promoting well-being. And she's also a proud mother of 3 children. She's also very spiritual and learns a lot about well-being, and she's just this wonderful person, and I'm so excited to introduce you to her. Are you there, my dear?
Hello, dear Sheila. Namaste, a warm global welcome to you. That was such an interesting session, and it's always lovely to see yourself as well. I'm really touched by how many wonderful global souls come forward to give their time to share their expertise, like yourself, with us. And Dr. Sunil Gupta, it's always so enlightening learning about the health. And for me, those takeaways were, gosh, everyone should be mindful of donating their blood as much as possible, and obviously the stem cells. And it was shocking to learn how poorly BAME communities fare in terms of being recipients of organ donation. So I hope after today that will improve, because it's life-saving. How else to put it, Sheila? But yeah, so interesting. How are you today?
Good. I'm here in California, where it's all smoky out here. So I would love to be in London, where you've got some nice fresh air.
Yes, we've been really blessed with some wonderful autumn sunshine, and I think we've got it for a few days. But it's lovely that we are having so much light and enlightenment brought to us by experts like yourself to get us through these challenging times. But I hope you'll stay with us, and I know we've got some wonderful speakers still to come for the final leg of today. So thank you for your very warm introduction, Sheila.
Thank you. I'm excited. You always are such a wonderful host. I'm excited to see your lineup, and I will definitely be listening in. And to all the viewers, my time is up, so I'll see you soon. Bye.
Thank you, dear Sheila ji, such a wonderful host. So a warm global namaste to you. We've had an amazing day so far. So much knowledge shared by these selfless souls. And today is all about health and fitness and optimizing your health mentally, physically, and nutritionally. So in the next few hours, we have wonderful presentations on exercise and nutrition, Qigong life energy for maximizing health, fitness, and also happiness. And Something that many of us will know somebody who's affected by, and that is type 2 diabetes. We have an expert coming to speak to us on that. So please stay with us and learn from our wonderful expert guest speakers and facilitators. So with that, I'm going to introduce our next facilitator. His name is Shayan Kumar. He's a university student and just 21 years old, and he's already developed a passion for helping others to become best versions of themselves through health and fitness. And he's been helping people globally for over 2 years now. And he supports them to lead a healthier lifestyle, and he's done that by organizing several boot camp classes, nutritional seminars, and the importance of exercise, nutrition, and how to live a healthy, active lifestyle as opposed to dieting. His methods can allow someone to achieve their health and fitness goals while still enjoying some of their favorite foods from time to time. Shane will be conducting a high-intensity interval class, HIIT, followed up with a short nutrition seminar to explain the importance of both exercise and nutrition for one person to achieve their desired results. So with that, please can we give a warm global welcome to dear Cheyenne. Cheyenne, are you with us?
Yes, I am with us. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm truly humbled by your word. Namaste Globe. I'm truly honored and grateful to be invited to Healing Our Earth team and on this free global session, guys. I'm actually going to be taking you guys through a nutritional seminar explaining the importance of breakfast and also leading a healthy, active lifestyle. So yeah, I'm just actually going to share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes,
we can. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So guys, my name is Shayan Kumar. I'm just going to show you actually my results. So before leading this healthy lifestyle, I used to be someone who would skip my breakfast. I would have a very, very poor nutritional lifestyle, eating the fast foods. I would always rely on coffee to keep me throughout the day. I would be having 5-6 coffees a day, and also relying on my energy drinks to get me through the day as well, which was really bad on my health. And through bad nutritional choices and lifestyle choices, I was very, very low in confidence. And as you can see on the picture there, I was very overweight and I was not achieving the results for the time I was spending in the gym working out. I thought to myself, it's all down to the amount of exercise that I would do. I was training 6-7 times a week in the gym, but I wasn't really taking care of my health and my nutrition. I thought it was exercise all the way and it didn't matter about nutrition, but I was wrong. But after I got educated on nutrition, the results spoke for itself. I dropped a lot of body fat. I gained some lean muscle mass. I now have an abundance of energy. I'm no longer napping. I am a university student, so I'm no longer napping on my way to university. I'm no longer sleeping or dozing asleep in my lectures. So I'm so full of energy nowadays, and I'm surrounded by positive people and an uplifting community. And through nutrition, through working on a healthy lifestyle, I got personal growth out of it. And now I am so happy and healthy now. So guys, what we'll be talking about firstly is the problems that are around us. So I'm sure we are all, and if we're not, obesity, it's a worldwide problem with 60 million people being diabetic, 133 million people having a high blood pressure, 54% of men and women having high cholesterol, and unfortunately 4 million people passing away due to cardiovascular diseases. So every third person you are likely to meet, they are likely to be overweight or obese, and that's 1/3 of our global population. Now, all of these statistics can actually be reduced significantly by focusing on our nutritional and lifestyle choices. So the World Health Organization says It quotes 70% of all of our illnesses are caused by poor nutrition and lifestyle choices. Now, I actually love and hate this quote at the same time. So people are fed by the food industry, which pays no attention to the health, but they're treated by the health industry, which pays no attention to the food. So what this simply means is the fast food owner or whoever is serving you at a fast food restaurant is not going to care about your health. They are simply going to be caring about, the profits that they make, and they're not paying any attention to our health. And sometimes when we go to the health industry, they are not really knuckling down the real problem behind some of our diseases and stuff like that, which is nutrition. And nowadays, we're having too many of the things on the top. We're having too many calories and too much saturated fats, too much simple carbohydrates compared to complex carbohydrates. We're having too much coffees and alcohols, sugars and salts in our lifestyle. There are a lot of fragrances, colors and flavors added to our foods nowadays. Too much preservatives, toxins, pesticides, hormones and stuff like that. So there's too many of this, and we're not getting enough of the nutrients. So we're not getting enough vegetable proteins. We're not getting the essential fatty acids that's going to help with brain health and vision. We're not getting the complex carbohydrates. We need 25 grams of fiber per day, and as humans, we're only getting around 10 to 15 grams. So we need more fiber in our lifestyle. And also water, which is super, super important. We're not drinking enough water on a daily basis. And also we are lacking the vitamins, minerals, and trace elements as well. And there's a reason for why this is all happening. It's because as a nation, as countries, all over the world, we are less active and we are more stressed. We have a lack of nutritional education and also time. Life gets in the way, work gets in the way, we have a lot of work commitments, so we don't necessarily always have the time to commit to a healthy lifestyle. And due to the lack of time, we have an increased spending on fast and convenient foods, because it's very easy to call any takeaway company and order whatever food you like, because it's quick, tasty and convenient. And this is why we are increasing the number of statistics, as I showed on the previous slide. The difference between natural and organic food is huge. If you were to go to a supermarket in the UK, it's going to cost you £4 for a natural chicken, and for an organic chicken, which has more nutrients, more vitamins, more minerals, and is better quality food, it's more expensive. It's going to cost you around £10 more. Now, because it is more expensive, we tend to go for the cheaper option. And by going for the cheaper option, we are missing out on the vital nutrients that our body needs. And food sources are of lower quality nowadays. Now, the reason for why they are lower quality, as you can see on the bottom right of your screen, the soil mineral content from 70 years ago compared to what it is today. As you can see on the right, the soil mineral content today is just a fraction of the available minerals that are available to us. So we're not getting all of the minerals that we were getting before in our fruits and vegetables. So we are lacking the nutrients in our foods, and it's lower quality as we progress during the years. And there's reason for this. This is mainly due to soil exhaustion, pesticides and pollution, mass production, flash freezing, importing and exporting, and unhealthy additives and preservatives as well. And this sure has an impact on children. 20% of year 6 children are classified as obese, and 29% of adults are classified as obese as well. And the UK statistics are very, very alarming. Now, if we were to compare the statistics from 1980 to 2019, you could see a huge difference in those stats. And the biggest impact is on the children, because when I was in my primary school days, I was coming out of school after we finished school, and the first things I would see were the McDonald's and the fast food restaurants. And the reason the statistics are as alarming as they are is because we are not surrounded by healthy alternatives. So this is why the statistics are where they are, and obesity in children is considered as an epidemic. Now let's talk about healthy, active lifestyle. Now, when it comes to getting results, it is 80% nutrition and 20% exercise. Now, when we focus on our nutrition, we're going to get better results. I've always thought to myself that is, if you exercise alone, you're going to get the results that you desire. Unfortunately, we cannot out-train a bad diet. You know, we cannot outrun our fork. So it's very, very hard to just get results by purely focusing on exercise. So once you focus on getting better foods into your body, you're going to get better results. Now, the building blocks of nutrition. So as you can see, these blocks, you know, when you include all of these into your lifestyle, and when you begin to include these in your lifestyle, everything around you is going to change. Water is super, super important. I would highly advise to be drinking 2 to 3 liters of water per day as a minimum. And the micronutrients as well. So the micronutrients are your vitamins and your minerals. This is what gives colors to your food, and it's also for energy and growth as well. And then there's the macronutrients. So it's in the word macro, so it means big. So these are your carbohydrates, your fats, and your proteins as well. And fiber as well. As I mentioned earlier on, it's super, super important to be including fiber into our foods, because we need 25 grams of fiber per day. And really what's going to help you, it's going to help with weight loss, but also what's important, it's going to help you with your digestive and gut health as well, which is super, super important. And then finally, the phytonutrients. These nutrients are found in plants, and this is what actually gives our foods its color. So by including these, you know, you're going to get better joint health, better heart health, better brain health. Your skin's going to be feeling a lot better and looking a lot better, and all your blood levels will be normal. So when I mean blood levels, I mean blood sugar levels, blood fat levels, and also blood pressure levels as well. So water hydration is super, super important. Your body is made up of 70% of water, and dehydration, you're not drinking enough water, can result in many, many things, such as weight gain, fatigue, tiredness, headaches and migraines, constipation, cramping in your muscles, increased blood pressure, kidney problems, and also dry skin and dry mouth. So it's super, super important to stay hydrated, and I would highly recommend 2 to 3 liters of water per day. So let's talk about breakfast. So what did you have for breakfast in the mornings? Did you have like a continental breakfast, something like some croissants? Did you have cereal? Maybe you had a full English breakfast. Maybe you had some porridge, or maybe you had no breakfast at all. Now, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And some statistics to show you, 48% of people in the UK, they have no breakfast at all. And 47 people in the UK have a sugar-based breakfast. Now, some of the effects of an unhealthy breakfast may include a lack of energy. So you're going through some energy dips throughout the day. You're getting some headaches, migraine issues. Maybe your blood sugar levels are unbalanced, digestive problems, muscle breakdowns, mood swings, skin problems, insomnia, and being overweight. And some possible consequences of being overweight may be type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease and high blood pressure, respiratory problems, digestive problems, joint pain, and a reduced quality of life. So it's super, super important to be getting a healthy breakfast. Now, most people eat a sugar-based breakfast, or worse, they don't have any breakfast at all. Now, a common breakfast. So a common breakfast will include cereal, croissants, toast, porridge, oats, granola. So these are kind of high sugar-based breakfast, and also your full English breakfast, like your sausages, your baked beans, eggs, stuff like that. Now, all of these foods come under the common breakfast. So what actually happens to your body when you're having this in the mornings is your sugar levels and your insulin levels are going to spike up. And they're going to go through, as you can see, ups and downs throughout the day. And what these ups and downs can actually lead to are energy dips, concentration lapses. You may feel sluggish throughout the day. You feel hungry, so you tend to over snack. And you can see that your blood sugar levels are unbalanced. And what this can lead to is fat gain and diabetes as well. And it's the same thing with no breakfast at all. Because when you are sleeping, essentially you are fasting. You're not feeding your body with anything for a long period of time. And in the morning, it's in the name, you want to break your fast. And it's super important to be supplying your bodies in the mornings, first thing you wake up with something nutritious. And these energy dips and concentration lapses, as you can see, so these ups and downs, can also result in 2 to 10 grams of fat, of extra fat being stored daily. Now, what an ideal breakfast should do for you. So an ideal breakfast is to supply your body with the essential nutrients that you need. So you should supply your body with around 114 essential nutrients. You supply your body with water, keeping you hydrated. Provide your body with balanced energy, so you're not going through energy dips throughout the day. To keep your blood sugar levels in check so they are not unbalanced, which can lead to fat gain and diabetes. And also really importantly, to retain your lean muscle mass. Women need a minimum of 75 grams of protein per day, and men need a minimum of 100 grams of protein per day. And what you want to focus on, as you can see on the graph, when having a balanced, healthy breakfast, your sugar levels, insulin levels, and normal blood sugar levels are all maintained. Now, these are some meal and snack ideas. We really encourage not the diet, we really promote the lifestyle change, because when I think of diets, when you take away the T from diet, you get die, because diets are eating the foods that you dislike for a short period of time, maybe to get some quick results, but then to fall back onto your old habits and not get the results that you desire. Because with unhealthy habits comes unhealthy results, and with good habits becomes great results. So what you want to focus on is, because no one wants to eat salads all day, that is the diet lifestyle. So we encourage to eat some healthy foods, some colorful foods, as you can see from my food there. They're colorful, they're including all the nutrients, they're including fiber, proteins, fats, carbohydrates, phytonutrients, the micronutrients, the macronutrients. So all of this is included, and it's going to be helping my body to perform at optimal rate. And because I'm healthy, and because this is a lifestyle change, 80% of the time I'm enjoying healthy foods, and 20% of the time I am enjoying myself to a treat. But when it comes to snacking, we do highly advise, instead of obviously going for the savory or sugary option, to maybe replace that. You can replace it with a yogurt. High protein yogurts are great. You can make some omelets. You can have a salad which is full of colorful things. Just make your plate very, very colorful. Have some proteins, have some carbohydrates, have some fats as well, and it's going to be great. Then we have the 20% exercise. So these, we've covered our 80%. So our 80% is the nutrition, and now there's the 20% exercise to get the 100% results. So we do free online fitness sessions, which you're more than welcome to come along. We have an amazing workout together, and yeah, so it's super important to be exercising. You can get results by simply focusing on our nutrition, but it's always great to stay active, to do more walks, to go on more runs. And if not, if you're that person who cannot actually exercise because of work commitments and everything, maybe take instead of going to the shop, if it's near you, instead of taking the car, go for a walk, get those extra steps in, and it's going to go a long, long way. And guys, where to find me? So these are my socials, my WhatsApp, my Instagram, and my email. So what I can actually help you guys with is, whatever you're looking for. So whatever your health and fitness goals may be, if you have any questions, if you want any nutritional tips, then feel free. I am more than happy to help you. So there are my socials over there. So I can help you guys with healthy aging. If you want to get leaner and firmer, you want more vitality, better heart health for yourself, or if you're looking to improve on your sports and fitness games, if you're looking to have that healthy weight and gain some lean muscle mass, or if you're looking for that increase in energy as well. You know where to find me, guys. These are my socials, and I'm more than happy to help you guys with anything and everything that you're looking for. So that is all from me, guys. I just want to say, you know, it is honestly I'm just so grateful to be a part of this Glow family, and it's so it touches my heart, you know, to be able to give this nutritional guidance and value to you guys. So once again, you know, thank you so much, and over to you, host. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Shayan, for a really wonderful presentation. And it's lovely to see how from a young age you are helping people to establish the good practices, and for sharing with us the formula of the importance of 80% focus on nutrition and 20 on exercise, because I think many youngsters have children who will happily go to the gym, but then are reluctant to eat the bowl of spinach which I put before them. So I'll definitely be sharing this recording with them, because I'm sure they will listen to somebody who looks like you far better than they would to me. Yeah, and the other thing I took away from this wonderful was that the equation of you should be having 1 liter of water for 5 stones of weight, and obviously the equivalent in kilos. It's the first time I've heard that equation, but it's a great way to remember how much you should be having, because obviously we're all different shapes and sizes, and you quite often get conflicting advice. So that's a great way to remember for each individual what you should be doing. So thank you so much for that. But furthermore, I've been advised that you prepared this presentation within 2 days, and you've not been too well yourself. So thank you very much for accommodating today and sharing so much wisdom with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, I hope you do feel better soon, and I hope you're feeling better today. And thank you for bringing this through to us. I just have a little bit of clarification, if you don't mind helping me with it. So, you know, the guidance we're given is a kind of on average 10,000 good to aim for. Is there any difference in whether you do that 10,000 all in one go, or you break it up into 15-minute chunks, or whether you do like 2 lots of 30 minutes? Do you have any advice on what would give you the optimum results, Shayan?
Yeah, I think it cut out at the start. So were you asking me about the 10,000 steps?
That's right. Yeah. So we've had different advice given on exercise, and so I think earlier in the day we had a doctor who mentioned 150 minutes a week is what we should be aiming for. So does it make any significant difference how you might wish to manage that, whether you do like all 10,000 steps in one hit in the day, or whether you break it up into 15-minute chunks?
Yeah, so I would say it depends on how much you're willing to do yourself, because you also have other commitments like work and stuff, and sometimes you cannot get 10,000 steps in when you're maybe sitting in an office, sitting down at a desk. So what I would recommend highly is, yes, walking is amazing. Walking, getting your steps in is great. You can break it down, maybe go for a morning walk or an evening walk, depending on the intensity as well. You can walk more steps, but mainly by focusing on your nutrition and let's say whatever your weight is in pounds, if you were to times that by 10, that is roughly how much calories your body is burning on a daily basis. So if you look at that, if you work it out for yourself, let's say in pounds, you know, you're 180 or even 2,000. So in 2,000 total calories, if you're looking to drop some weight, then maybe take away around 300 to 500 calories from the total, and then you're going to be around 1,700. That is depending on yourself. We're just taking this as an example. And if you were to look at the calories in your food and eat around that, then your body is going to be automatically losing weight. And if you do that over weeks and weeks, plus the exercise, plus getting in the walking, because if you simply by focusing on your nutrition and eating and maybe a bit less of the calories that you were before, and you're going to lose weight anyway, even if you didn't walk. And the walking is definitely a bonus. I would highly recommend that as well. So, you know, to get the results, I would highly focus on the nutrition side, and walking is just going to be another bonus for yourself and for everyone, because it's just going to be burning more calories on a daily basis as well.
Thank you, Shayan. And with your nutritional guidance, we heard earlier that you need to be eating a rainbow to max out on the nutrients you're enjoying. So is there a specific pattern in terms of how you would spread your meals out, how you would spread your calories out? Is there a time where you shouldn't eat heavy meals after? Can you advise us on that?
Absolutely, yeah. So it doesn't really matter when you, like, there's no such thing as you have to eat at a certain time, as in it's not like, I've heard a lot of things like you can't eat carbohydrates after 6 p.m. It's going to cause you to you know, put on weight. You know, if you were to eat after 6 p.m., it's the exact same. So what I would highly advise is eating every 3 hours, but eating smaller meals. So nowadays I eat more, but I eat more of the right types of foods. I'm eating every 3 hours. Because of this, I am helping to boost my metabolism. So I'm burning more calories on a daily basis. Every 3 hours, my meals will consist of a balanced meal. So I would have a balanced proportion of my proteins, my carbohydrates, my fats, so that, and you said how to get, like, you know, a rainbow color of food. It's simply by just making your plate as colorful as possible. So different types, colored vegetables, so you're going to get your micro and phytonutrients from there. And yeah, it's the calories, depending on how much your body is burning on a daily basis. If we subtract a small amount, if your goal is weight loss, then we can work out throughout the day how much calories you would need to be eating in order for you to get the results that you desire. So I would say eating every 3 hours, so you're boosting your metabolism, you know, holding on to as much muscle mass as possible, and stripping away the fat.
Then that's very useful to know. So 3 hour gaps between your meals. And just one final question before we let you go. I could talk to you all day. Unfortunately, we do have some constraints on our times. But so most of the students are back to a normal or near normal way of studying. And so study days at the moment can be slightly longer because there's some catching up to be done also. So can you advise us, typically, what would you pack in your lunchbox to take to university while you're studying?
Hey, amazing question. Thank you so much. So say if I was someone who wanted to lose weight, it really depends on what your goals are, but you want to have a plate, some complex carbohydrates, so maybe some sweet potatoes in your plate, some protein. I would go for the lean source of protein. I would go for the white types of meat compared to the red type of meat, because it's going to get a leaner and quicker result for yourself, and it's healthier on your body. It's less fats and there's more protein in the white type of meat. So maybe some white fish, maybe some salmon, or maybe some chicken, maybe some turkey, something like that. So you've got some sweet potatoes, some white meat, then you can have some vegetables for yourself. This can be like a salad. Any type of vegetable. It can be kale, cucumbers. I like to chop up a lot of peppers, tomatoes, lettuce. I put a lot of salad in there, as well as some healthy fats. So this can be an avocado. Avocado is really, really good for your body. So you can put some avocado. So that is something I would pack for my lunch, which I have been actually packing when I was going to university in my lunchbox. So yeah.
Thank you so much. That's really, really insightful, and I'm sure you've inspired many people to reconsider their approach to weight loss. Thank you so much for your valuable tips. I do hope we will see you again. I'll let you enjoy the rest of the sunny weather. I think the sun is still out there today, Cheyenne.
It's still out there.
The very best of luck with your studies, Cheyenne, and we do hope we'll see you again. Earth bless you. Namaste and thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. What an amazing youngster to fit all that in on top of studying at university. So clearly he has a fully packed day already, but so much passion in sharing what he's learned with all our global friends. The Healing Our Earth team are a growing global family, and you can keep abreast of all of our events, our news, information, and our recordings on www.healingourEarth.com. If you would like to get involved, please do contact us on the phone number on the website. Our mission is to promote love, unity, harmony, comfort, and information. At the moment, we're struggling to access so many of the services. However, we're bringing wonderful, wonderful experts to your door. And these wonderful selfless souls have shared so much with us to help us all get through these challenging times. Thank you, Cheyenne, and thank you to all of our previous facilitators. Heartfelt thanks to you all. So, as I mentioned, we are a global platform. So far today already, we've been to India, we've been to America with our lovely Dr. Sheila Dobby. I'm now going to fly you over to Iceland, where we have a wonderful gentleman in Iceland who is going to share with us a 5,000-year-old, that's 5-century-old Chinese practice. Yes, dear friends, we're going to have a presentation on Qigong life energy for fitness, health, and happiness. Our guest speaker today is Thor Valdur Ingi Johnson. We're going to call him Thor today. And Thor has enjoyed pure Icelandic nature from a very early age. He's a business graduate with a master's degree in management and strategy. For the past 12 years, he has studied and taught Qigong. He's one of the authors of an Icelandic book on Qigong. For over 5,000 years, the Chinese have been practicing Qigong exercises for health and for healing. Qi is the life force of everything, connected to heaven and earth. The exercises are based on special breathing, movements, and meditation. Qigong life energy exercises are especially health promoting because they open better the body's energy pathways. They release tension and nourish and strengthen every cell in the body. We strengthen the immune system and recover sooner after illnesses with the practice of Qigong. Today, Thor will be giving us a short introduction to Icelandic Qigong exercises, and we will do some exercises together. They build inner strength and increase positive emotions. As we have more inner energy and a stronger will, we can give more of ourselves to others. We stand better with all that is good and get everyone with us, healing our earth. So with that, please can we give a warm Healing Our Earth welcome to dear Thor Johnson. Thor, are you with us?
Yeah, hello.
Namaste, very warm welcome to you. How are you today?
Thank you. We are fine here in Iceland. We have rain and good, in a way, good calm, and we have a good air to breathe. So we are in a way happy, but sometimes we need more heat. and we have a good water and hot water from the earth to heat all our houses. So we have a good, and we are not in so big COVID-19. We are getting better. So hopefully the whole world help each other to come out of the COVID. And Qigong is really one of the ways to help people to be strong and get stronger immune system and stand by each other and give each other more strength.
Absolutely. And we're so grateful to people like yourselves who are sharing these wonderful techniques and expertise to help us cope with these challenging times. And you've been practicing Qigong for quite some time, I understand.
Yeah, and one of the things that I had from, we can say, young age thought about what is the most important thing for ourselves about our health and why are we getting sick and so. And when I understood that we came from one cell, from mother and father in the beginning, all information about our health is in ourselves. So the responsibility for everyone is what can we do to help us from inside to heal, to be strong and to be good. So in this practice that we will try together, and hope everyone in the world smile with me, because the smile is the strongest way of health. Because when we breathe in and smile, we breathe the pure energy into our body, but with a smile and to our heart, that's have the best effect of our health, because the heart really is controlling all other organs. So if the mind and the heart is in a harmony, then we have the healing process in our body, and we open our pathways or energy channels, and then we can, get rid of all our waste. And one of the things that we say in Qigong is, all the stress around us, and we get harm. Everybody have suffering sometimes, and we have anger and all these feelings, and the feelings goes into our organs. So when we breathe out in Qigong, and if there is any stress or negative things in our body, we breathe to Mother Earth, because our waste are natural. So we give, and Earth take our waste and recycle it. And we can say, when, for example, we have been angry to someone and we will get rid of it, we say to ourselves, I forgive, I forget, and I let go. And the Earth, Mother Earth, embraces. So this program, Healing Our Earth, is so important that everybody understands that we are just on Mother Earth, we are just one family. We are brothers and sisters. We should not be afraid to anyone. We should help each other, and that is a way to get peace. So to practice this Qigong, practice is the way of getting more peace inside us and a peace around. And there's a part of get the peace in the world, because that is really that we can say our Mother Earth is asking for. We cannot pumping and put a lot of waste, chemical waste into our Mother Earth. That is not acceptable. So if we look at the Qigong practice, we shall see in our hand, heart canals is from our little finger, and the pericardium is the middle finger, and the lung is from the thumb. And so when we do like this, we are giving to our heart, and we are showing each other respect. So this is so important when we are doing Qigong practice, because then we are healing ourselves. So we do like this, and we find the heat, and I said that is kind of love dance that we are doing together. We are opening our channels, and we will fly together to paradise. And so in the Qigong, it's built on the breathe. When we breathe, you put your tongue up to your roof of your mouth, and you smile, and there is a slava, and we get the smile into our body, and we breathe in the front, in the yin side of our body, down to the pelvis, and then up from the spine. We go up, and lift our spine, and we breathe out. And when we have clean our body, it is same that is clean, which are coming in and coming out from us. So in the end of our practice, we will be clean. We will be so happy and smiley. And remember, smile. We should smile to everyone. Every day, smile to our heart and smile to the people around us that give the best way of health. So we are strengthening our body, and mentally we are meditate at the same time, breathing, moving, and meditation in harmony. So because of that, that is so strong. You can even do this practice in the seat, but if you can stand up, please stand up now, and we can do the little practice together. Open and just have fun. It's late today, and everybody has been listened to so much, so we must have fun. And hop, hip. Do like this. Yeah, and breathe in, open your lung, and feel your heart. And then we begin to practice. And also from the bottom of the feet, we lift us up, and we feel the earth. We feel the earth. So it is so good to get the energy from the earth also. So we are like a beautiful tree, strong tree, but we are soft, but we don't break. So we are opening. So now we open, breathe in, and in, breathe deeply in your lungs, and the energy is coming around us. Smile, enjoy, and now we do like a cat. We push down and up, and we are opening our pathways. Yeah. Because if there is a closing thing in our pathways, then we get sick. So open like a cat in the morning. Yeah. Yes. And then this practice is very important. Every morning, take the water in your hand and lift it up to your heart. There is a fire, and open, and away the sky. And we take the pure energy into our body, take the fire down to the water, and waste out. Up, lift the spine, and we take the clouds away. In our minds, it's go away. Smile and feel it. Feel. It is so good. It is so easy. Do it every morning when you come out. Open, and get the sun into your heart and into your soul. And then you're ready for a strong and beautiful day. Enjoy. Yeah. And then shortly, when we lift up like this and keep the breath and feel the energy from Lao come from the palm into the bone marrow, and we keep, we stop breathing, and we We are getting the waste out and the clean energy into our body. One more. And now when we stand like this, when you have walked and when you stand in the grass, you feel the earth under your feet and feel the energy from the earth coming. And we are a beautiful tree with the leaves, green leaves is around us. And the heavenly energy is coming in. And we breathe both with our lungs and all the body, the skin. Feel it. And move a little bit the spine. And when we breathe in, we lift the spine. And if there is any pain in the body or any stress, breathe slowly, gently to the place and release. Open. This is the best way of healing. Feel. And now we take a deep breath and lift our hands. And now this is one of the most important things for our health. Health is to release any pain from the muscles in our shoulders. So with this, we go and we look back behind us and we see and feel the spine and the other way. The spine is so important. We need to strengthen. And now, look with your palm to your heart. And now we send us a love, peace, harmony into our ruby red heart. And we feel that the energy is coming to our heart, smiling, and it's go to our dantian. Yeah, feel it. And we have energy to give. And now we put our hand in the front and we give each other our most beautiful energy that we have. To everyone, think about all your people. Everyone needs help. And it is so, we are so thankful for being able to give. And we are grateful for get all this energy and help from each other. Feel it. And now we are changing to our beautiful birds. Our fingers are flying feathers and our hands are wings. And just front breathe deeply in and we lift our wings and lift our spine. We like to fly. We like to be a free bird in the sky, open. Yeah. And here, and go down, and lift up. Exhale, inhale. And we are ready to fly. And open your wings, and we fly up in the sky. Fly. And we are up in the sky. And we are free. Around us is energy, the pure energy. And we're soaring. And we see the blue ocean, and we see the Mother Earth, the beautiful Mother Earth. It is so beautiful. And we are free. And we feel that nothing can stop us. Open your wings and fly. We fly again. Breathe in and out of your nose. And we fly over the land. And then we stop. 1, 2, and 3. Up, lift your wings. And we landed on the beach. And we look behind us. And we see that everyone come over with us. We don't leave anyone behind. We help each other. And now we put our hand to our heart. And we feel the heart beating. Beating, yes. Our heart, Rubin red heart. And we feel the love. And we feel the strength. Happiness, friendship. All the best that we have. And we take into our hand the most precious thing that we have, and we will never lose. We go into the water, and we feel that the sun is shining, and we feel the smell, beautiful smell, and birds are singing, and the warm water is middle of our thigh. We are on a safety place. We feel the earth, and we feel that we are in a paradise. We just enjoy. Don't think anything. Just enjoy to breathe in softly, slowly, tongue up to the roof of our mouth. Breathe in from the nose and out from the mouth. Exhale. Enjoy to be in paradise. But suddenly, the clouds come and it begins to rain and it is cold. And we feel like in life that we are a little bit afraid. But now we have the energy. We are ready to do what we need to do. So we root us stronger. And we feel that the water is coming up to our hand. And we lift our precious thing, lift it up. And the water, cold water is coming. We don't run away. And the water is near to our neck. And the big wave comes and we go under, but we go under smiling. And then whew, we breathe out and the water goes down and the sun is shining. We feel that we are the winner. We have our precious thing in our hand. And it is so wonderful to listen again to other birds and feel the calm, feel everything is so nice around us. Warm water. Yes. And now we are again in paradise. And we go into the land again, and then we put our precious things to our heart. Remember, we keep our smile and strength so we can be good and given person. We can really heal our earth all together. So the next generations, many generations can live on the earth. Mother Earth will always embrace us. So in the end, we look to our lung and we breathe in white, strong light. When we are strong in our lungs, we dare to do what we like to do. And we go to our stomach, spleen, and pancreas. Yellow light, take away all the stress. Smile from the heart. And then we go to the kidneys, and here around kidneys are the energy station. We call it in Qigong Dantian. If we are stressed every day, we drain us, we burn out. So this is the way of healing and get strong and enjoy the life. Is get energy and see the blue energy around our kidneys. It's hot, very nice. And our liver is a green. And liver, if we are angry too long, we get sick in our liver. But the heart is connected and we smile and we said, I forgive, forget and let go to the earth. And we get generous. We like to give. We enjoy. We are not afraid. And feel now from Dantian that every cell in our body has got their energy, is clean, smiling, and all our path, energy channels are open. And we feel how nice it is, and we enjoy. So finally, we do like this again. Open for our heart and put our hands on the back near to our kidneys, and the last drops of stress go out. And in the end, we wash our beautiful face and we go further for our life, for Mother Earth and us, full of energy. And with smile, we enjoy. Thank you, Qigong. I hope you have enjoyed. This was just a little part of this. Take about 50 minutes, the whole practice, and we really end with a meditation around. We are sending a golden light into our spine and open the spine and see everything inside. So I say, I'm sure that this is surely we need, and when we are happy inside, we listen more to what we are eating, what our body is, our temple, and we are responsible. There's no one else. Doctors can help us. They can put the legs together, but our body is, healing in a way. So this is what I'm saying, but any questions?
Thank you, Thor. That was truly uplifting, and I feel so much lighter now. And yes, in the spirit, you do certainly feel a sense of joy. And I love the way you brought home our symbiotic relationship with Mother Earth. You've taken us on a flight, essentially, over the oceans and essentially into paradise. One question which does pop into my mind is, could you help us, Thor, to understand why the tongue is placed on the roof of the mouth when we do the deep breathing? Thank you.
Yeah, because when you put your tongue up, then you are saying in your mind, now you must relax and just enjoy. There is a connection from the roof of the mouth up to our brain, and then the brain is saying, oh, now we are going to enjoy, relax. And so it is to help us to open the energy channels. So we put the tongue up, and someone feel the cold spot in the roof. And it is, and then you breathe in from your nose, and you breathe really to circulate. Then you breathe in the front, in the yin side of the body, down to the pelvis, and then you feel up from your backside or spine. It's getting up and lift every time you try. When you have possibility to lift your spine, and you breathe out. And as I said, if there is some stress in our body, then we just smile. And we never go really to Qigong practice. We first sit down and, get rid of any anger, because anger is just coming to us self. We are building up happiness feeling in ourselves. So if we show self-compassion and we really love ourselves, then we are much stronger to be able to give, because then we have the energy to give. So we say in Qigong, here is the mind, I am. And from the heart, I will. What we love, I need love, friendship. But here, down to the Dantian, there is energy. That is, I have the power, I can. So when we are practicing, we really say, don't think anything. Just allow your body like in a sleep. Because then when we wake up, then we are much more focused. We are not afraid. We know better what we like to do. So this exercising has been, built up from China for 5,000 years, and I have heard that they are using in China this practice to heal and in the hospitals. But in Iceland, we have put much, I think today, much more meditation in the practice. So it is not a sport, it is a lifestyle. So we say in the way when I'm teaching Qigong, we are saying we are part of the nature. There is no religion around it. So we can have our own religion, but we can all do Qigong together, just for ourselves to be good and honest person. And then we said I'd never take anger with me. I'm optimistic about the future. I know that we can, with our power, we can heal our earth and we can heal ourselves. But we also understand and learn to be in the moment. How important, and I'm so thankful to be with you today at this moment. When I breathe in now, I feel every people around the world, we can do so much together. If we just have the right spirit, the spirit of love and peace, then we can build and will build. We shall have that in mind. So we must really, in a way, fight in a good way for peace and for Mother Earth.
Thank you, Thor. Thank you indeed. And yes, may Mother Earth bless you and give you energy to continue sharing this fantastic 5-century-old practice in that short space of time. I certainly do feel a different level of energy, and I'm certainly going to be looking further into how I can continue with the practice. So Thor, shares his information in Qigong Life Energy on Facebook. That's Qigong Life Energy on Facebook. Before we say goodbye to you, Thor, could you share with our global friends just 3 tips, 3 pieces of advice that they can take away with them to start a new beginning tomorrow with Energize with your wonderful wisdom?
Yeah, that the first one is the smile. Smile into your heart, and also when you breathe in and look into your body and take the water up to your heart where there's a fire and open, take the sky away and believe, open for the sun and smile. And then and so we just say be responsible, and I will say smile and love inside and give everyone. Although we don't know people, we should smile and give them, you know, at least good morning, good day, and hope everything goes as well as possible. Then we are building up the good spirit. And I will just say to you, surely I like to come to other countries and teach, and also everybody are welcome to Iceland, to our beautiful land, to learn and enjoy the nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thor. Namaste. God bless you. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful wisdom with us. That was really uplifting and enlightening. And for those who would like to follow up on this wonderful practice, it's spelled Qigong, Qigong. That's Qigong. And if you add on life, LIFE, and energy onto that, that will take you straight to Thor's Facebook page for more information. Thank you again, Thor. Enjoy the rest of the day, and namaste.
Yeah, thank you, dear Vasudha. Thank you.
Take care. Wow, that was really interesting, and yes, start the day with a smile and begin with a smile is the message from Thor there. So Healing Our Earth, we are live today on many different platforms, and we are global. So if you would like to share these wonderful opportunities from our global experts, they can tune in to us firstly on Healing Our Earth website. That's www.healingourearth.com. We're also on Healing Our Earth Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Our other Facebook channels are Simran Ahuja Official, Sunrise Radio UK, Hindu Matters in Britain, Hindu Forum UK, Diwali in London, Enrich TV, Honey Kalaria Official, Sarita Sabawal, and Mental Health _Connect. Those are all our live Facebook channels. Please do encourage your friends and family to join us. There is so much to be learned, and as Thor mentioned, together we will get through these challenging times and share our learning and share our confidence from our global expert knowledge. We have years and years of valuable work and experience that's going into these sessions. It really is a unique opportunity to glean what many have taken years to learn. So on to our next expert. Again, somebody who has a wealth of knowledge. His name is Dr. Naveen Thakrar, and he'll be speaking to us about simplified understanding of type 2 diabetes. Dr. Naveen Thakrar is an experienced general practitioner with a demonstrated history of working in the medical practice industry. Dr. Thakrar is skilled in general and emergency medicine, cardiology, and with information technology, HIT, gynecology, travel medicine, cardiology, and with a special interest in gastroenterology and child health issues. He's based in Chiswick in West London, and for almost 40 years, Dr. Thakrar takes on GCSE students wanting to study medicine, offering them opportunities to undertake various work experience placements. He continues to offer placements to interested students. Dr. Thakrar is also on various National Health Service and local medical committees which contribute to upholding the standard of care in the UK health system. For Healing Our Earth session, today, Dr. Thakrar will be discussing a topic which many people have mentioned today, type 2 diabetes, from a simplified and practical perspective, helping us to all to understand the condition. Global namaste to you, Dr. Naveen Thakrar, and a very warm welcome to you. How are you today?
I'm very well, Varshaben. It's nice talking to you. It's a lovely day today, an ideal day in UK. First of all, namaste to you and Healing Our Earth team, and especially Neil Kumar as well. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk on diabetes type 2 matters on your platform. I have got my slides, and I'll try to see if I could bring the slides onto that. And if I got a difficulty, I got another screen where I can read from. Let's start.
Thank you.
My experience in general practice for so many years has led me to basically look at diabetes as the only medical condition which has got so much ramifications in the patient's life. So we'll start it, if you call it, from the back chair of the doctor's surgery. Let's start with the statistics. In 2014, WHO calculated that 108 million people had diabetes in 1980, and which has gone up to 422 million in 2014. Imagine 6 years down the road when we are in 2020. The problem has got more acute. The number of people have been increased, and I would try and basically be as practical as I can and as simple as I can for the audience. Now, let's say, what is type 2 diabetes? Type 2 diabetes, which is very simply, it is when the body is unable to control blood glucose levels. This can lead to a sustained increase in blood sugar known as hyperglycemia. Hyper means high, glycemia is the medical term used for high blood sugar. Let me just turn my attention to blood sugar basics. Normally, blood sugar goes up for everyone after a meal. But if you look at the screen on the right side, but in diabetics and in pre-diabetics, it stays elevated rather than coming down. If you look at the chart, the blue line is for a normal person who has got no sugar issue as well. The red line depicts pre-diabetic status, when you can see that the blood level goes up after food, but comes down a little longer to come to the baseline. And if you look at the green line, it is a Pakka diabetic status, where it has gone to the roof and would take a lot of time to come down. Blood sugar take much longer to come back to normal in unmanaged, undertreated type 2 diabetes. Now, how is it caused? It is caused by a beta cell dysfunction. And the beta cells are found in the pancreas and are responsible for producing, storing, and releasing the hormone insulin. The insulin's job is to regulate levels of glucose in the blood, but in type 2 diabetes, this regulation somehow is disturbed, and one or two things can occur. the body becomes ineffective at utilizing the insulin it's producing, that is insulin resistance, and or the body cannot produce enough insulin to combat the high blood glucose level in the body, which leads to excess glucose in the blood. Let's turn to the next page. Now, in general practice, I'm just being very practical. This is some diagram, which is something which would give you information to see where the patient presents to us for any reason. But especially if you look at the symptoms the patient presents with, let's take a few: blurry vision, increased thirst or need to urinate frequently, recurrent urine infections, skin problems, dry skin, and so on. And all these are many times a little indicators to pointing towards type 2 diabetes. It might be very early. Early diagnosis of type 2 leads to a better health outcome and quality of life later down the line, provided you manage it. In this case, I think the patient should book an appointment again with his or her doctor and get fully investigated. Now I turn my eye to the ugly side of unmanaged type 2 diabetes and the long-term complications. Some diabetic patients are not reliable to themselves. They basically do not take medication in time, or don't take medication at all, or take it very haphazardly. Now, this can lead to problems with stroke, heart attacks, kidney failures, dental problems, and so on. And the important thing is blindness too, in extreme cases, cataracts in eyes. So if you look from this figure, this particular page, it is so important that this could be prevented. The last thing is sexual dysfunction, mostly affecting the male when they come in for just erectile dysfunction. It may be a pointer to diabetes in that particular person. So, it could be an early start of diabetes. Poor mental health, depression, anxiety is a part and parcel of type 2 diabetes. Now let's go to a very important point. Diabetes. This is a totally silent disease. The danger with chronic high blood glucose is that it is not something you can physically see with your own eyes. Eating something with high sugar, which can raise your blood sugar, is not something you can physically see with your own eyes. And that is how it begins. It's not acute. It's over the time that chronic high blood glucose level is really doing the harm to so many key organs of the body. So the earlier we try to get it under control, the better. Now, coming back to the previous slide, you can see the damage it can cause. And what I've said now in the next slide is that, well, it's a silent disease. So just take care, be careful, see your doctor if in doubt. How do you manage type 2 diabetes in general practice? If you look at the chart on the left side, basically it involves every specialty under the sun, from the GP involvement right down to the dietitian, in between vascular surgeon, ophthalmologist, heart attacks, cardiologist, etc. Disease progression can take its toll on the individual as well as health service and other services, social services, rehab, occupational therapy, beds management in the NHS hospitals. The NHS bill for a year is 40 billion pounds a year, out of which 10%, like 14 billion pounds, are spent on year on year on treating diabetes and its complications. Now, let's come down to pre-diabetes. What is pre-diabetes? the NICE guidelines in UK, and this is a definition from there in 2012, a state of raised hyperglycemia, that's high blood glucose level, but not in the diabetic range, and impaired fasting plasma glucose. This chart is self-explanatory. On the left-hand side, there is fasting plasma glucose level. Below that is HbA1c. Now the HbA1c is normally done on a 3-monthly basis. It gives you an average control of blood glucose in any individual for 3 months. You see the normal on the left side, the pre-diabetes, you can see the figures, which is going up, and the diabetes, the figure is going up to 7. Let's learn about blood sugar basics. The slide which I got earlier reflects what I'm saying is the blue normal, the red pre-diabetic, and the green proper full-fledged diabetic. Now, if I come down to lots of data from studies, the good and the bad news. What's the bad news? The bad news is studies have shown that 25%, almost a quarter number of pre-diabetics will develop type 2 diabetes within 3 to 5 years of diagnosis. But the good news is lifestyle interventions can reduce the risk of developing type 2 diabetes by 30 to 60%. Improved diet, physical activity, stopping smoking, monitoring your blood pressure, having regular blood tests can be a huge step forward for type 2 diabetes developing further. Weight loss, reduction in visceral fat, which is the fat inside near the stomach, not outside, can all significantly reduce the risk of the patients developing type 2 diabetes. Now let's see who is at risk of getting type 2 diabetes. This is very interesting. Certain individuals, populations are more at risk of developing type 2 diabetes. Let's look at the left side of the chart. These conditions, they are not diabetics, but they would tend to go the diabetic way very soon if those conditions are not treated. And look at the obesity, metabolic syndrome, high blood pressure, high blood fats, polycystic ovary in women, heart disease, sleep apnea. On the right-hand side, there are patients with a family history of diabetes, ethnicity, lifestyle, physical inactivity, and also particularly a female with previous history of gestational diabetes, which means that they had diabetes during their pregnancy. These women who get diabetes normally give birth to very large babies. They might weigh from 8.5 to 11, even 12 pounds. Let's get on to the factors that can determine diabetic status. On the left side is the factors which is under your control, is modifiable. On the right is non-modifiable, certainly not under your control. If you look at the left side, which is under control, lifestyle factors and prevention. So this left side is certainly totally under your control, and that is how you want to lead your life. Diet, exercise, smoking, alcohol intake, obesity, the weight, BMI side, high blood pressure, all these things is with you, not with the doctor. It's a partnership between the patient and the doctor. On the right-hand side, patient with family history, genetics, age, ethnicity, gender, and in particularly, I must point out that Southeast Asians, Chinese, Afro-Caribbean are more prone to diabetes, and it is it's I don't know whether this is genetic, but it certainly is a big problem, not in Asia, but also in the United Kingdom. I feel the top line, where there is a will, there is a way, and on the left side, if you follow those instructions, you'll probably keep the diabetes off for years to come. So what can you do about it? And to prevent this diabetic situation, Either you are a pre-diabetic or you are already a full-fledged diabetic. I think there is an overlap of what you can do together. This will have a huge impact on your quality of your life. And to put simply, when it comes to diet and type 2 management, consider high protein foods, high fiber foods, healthy fats, opting for more unsaturated fats than saturated fats, fluid intake, reducing intake of highly processed foods, deep fried foods, sugary drinks, and last, consider clever and easy swaps to make. Brown rice over white rice, tofu instead of paneer, lean meats over fatty meats, brown bread instead of white bread, and I would say totally avoid red meat if you can. The other dietary interventions, cutting out carbohydrates, is not really necessary. What is much more important is the quality and quantity of carbs you consume. Opt for carbs that are rich in fibers, as fibers does not raise blood glucose. If you want to eat something that is high in sugar, extra white rice, then consider your portion size, which is very important. Stick to smaller portions to reduce the rise in blood sugar. Eat a variety of vegetables, beans, peas, lentils. These have a good protein and a carb mix. Starchy carbohydrates, potatoes in particular, can raise blood glucose rather very quickly, so eat less of this. Weight loss through diet, particularly losing 5 to 10% of weight, can have a massive health improvement. There's an article which basically says that if you are a pre-diabetic and if you maintain your weight 5 to 10% less over the next 3 to 5 years, more or less, you will probably never get diabetes in your lifetime. Quality of diet to reduce visceral fat. Visceral fat surrounds organs. A professor once told me, he was a specialist diabetic, that when people are hungry, you just go and find something to eat. But he said, tell that man or a woman, do you want an apple instead of what you want to eat now, a bag of crisps, for example? And if he says no, that means he's not hungry. He doesn't need that pack of chips. Lifestyle interventions. Once again, a huge impact on quality of life, despite the known modifiable factors. Physical activity. Making sure to be active at least just for 30 minutes every day. From my point of view, 20 minutes really takes about a mile. So 30 minutes would be about a mile and a half. Doing activities with your partner, for instance, to motivate you further, picking up a group of sport, walking club, or walking to the shopping mall if you want to buy something. Avoid sedentary lifestyle. Have adequate sleep. Stop smoking and reduce excessive drinking. Mindful practices to combat diabetes, related diabetes. Try yoga for hypertension and relaxation generally. I would not talk on medication because there are so medications which need to be individually tailored. Now, how can it impact you in other ways? Mental health. Diabetes support groups can be a good way to help you deal with diabetes. And it is well proven. Financial health. Like, for example, if you are a full-fledged type 2 diabetes, you would find it difficult to obtain a mortgage, or you might, even if you get one, you will have a high premium. Life insurance, the same thing, your premium would be much higher. Then, of course, the quality of life, which can affect your livelihood. For example, in practice, taxi drivers, heavy goods vehicles, bus drivers, train drivers, pilots. If they suffer from type 2 diabetes, not that they're not allowed, I mean, they can still work, but their blood glucose and diabetes must be 100% in control. And the last thing which I would say, there is, if you have high blood glucose, if you're a diabetic, if you've got hypertension, if your BMI is more than 30, all those would give you a high COVID risk in these difficult times. So it is best, it's very important now that people have got more time at home, they can look at their life in a very different way and try to be nice and healthy. And last but not, this is Diabetes UK, is a very renowned organization, and I think if anybody wants to have more information in any language, there's something on Gujarati about bhajia and jalebi as well. But every food is covered. And if you look at the middle book, which is called Word Food in Red, I've got a copy of that. It's a fantastic book to keep it around for the family as well to read. And I think it would be an additional information very quickly to say, like, what portion should I eat? How much should I eat? What food has got how much amount of sugar? And basically, it engulfs African, Arabic, Caribbean, and South Asian foods. Very, very interesting. It's worth reading it. Thank you so much. And I wish that some of you would take home some message from this discussion. And if there are any questions, I'll be quite pleased to take those questions. If I'm unable to answer them, it's a vast subject. I'll make sure that I'll email or reply to those queries anytime. Thank you very much, and nice to be on your platform.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naveen Thakral-ji. It's a really, really important topic, especially to be exploring at the moment. And we very much believe that if there is a possibility of prevention, we very much would like to share the details of that, which you've just done absolutely beautifully. And we heard earlier in the day how such lifestyle diseases, which diabetes can often be described as, does have major ramifications in terms of surviving many illnesses, but COVID-19 has been one of those that's been cited, and you are categorized as being in the vulnerable group if you are a diabetic. So thank you for giving us that wonderful advice on what to do if you're at the pre-diabetes stage or if you're at risk. So I think the message to take away there is, if you do have familial links or any of the other factors mentioned, that you begin to put in place those things, the exercise and managing your nutritional intake, because it's quite interesting. Many people just think it's consuming sugars which might cause the spikes, the sugar spikes. It's actually things such as carbohydrates as well. Would you like to expand on that, please, just to give us a reminder? Thank you.
Yeah, if you are, like a slide which I showed to you earlier, if you are not a diabetic, and let's say you have a Coca-Cola, it would give you a spike very quickly because it's liquid. But in a pre-diabetic, it would really shoot up. And in a diabetic proper, it would go to the roof. And I think that is a bad thing for the body, because the more there is more sugar in your system, there will be more damage to the end organs, particularly your brain, your heart, and of course giving strokes and things. But I think the name of the game is quantity and quality. And I think that and quantity of carbs is important. But if you got carbs with fibers, it's much better. I'm fortunate that I learned, in fact, something from my daughter, who's a chef and a nutritionist. So, and I think it makes a sense, because when she cooks something and I observe things, and actually I've started learning some cooking from her, but I think is an excellent way of looking to see what you're eating from the kitchen, what is coming from the kitchen on the table. And that is eaten by children and the whole family. So I think I always say, leave the food, don't bring on the table. I'll measure the things, come back to my table, and that's my food.
Oh, excellent technique, because obviously if it is there in front of you, the temptation will also be there. And I know.
I mean, for example, if I'm invited to a wedding and I got a sweet tooth, I'll probably, not have my breakfast, because I know that that food is not under my control. It's not home cooked. So obviously, I think you got to take those measures, and weddings, celebrations. So there are times when we are all human, and I think there is a time we'd like to have something and, be with the company of other friends and families. But at the end of the day, it's your body, how you want to use it. And, complications, I mentioned to you, there are very serious complications. And there is no any other disease in medicine which has got so much ramifications. It's every system of the body, every system of the body. And the worst part in type 2 diabetes is if they are not under control, they might need to have amputation. This condition called gangrene. And that's a very sad story, but that can happen.
Yes, I mean, it is incredibly worrying how, every organ can potentially be impacted by diabetes, and obviously the limbs in the extremities, and so I guess as well as diet, that's why exercise also plays a very important factor in terms of keeping your circulation going. Dr. Thakrar, there are a lot of publications at the moment which claim you can reverse type 2 diabetes. Have you any experience or any views on these?
Yes, I have. I have attended a few meetings. I think the vegan diet is one of the diet being used to reverse type 2 diabetes, and I think there's been quite a bit of success. But I think the plant-centric diet is quite useful, but I think one has to be careful, because sometimes you go deficient in iron levels, vitamin B, vitamin D, etc. I also know that fasting, for example, in a week, you have a fasting day, for example, on a Tuesday or a Friday. I think that makes a big difference. Missing a couple of meals a week makes a big difference. Reversal of diabetes in pre-diabetic, it's so much easier than established diabetics, but it's not a norm. I mean, anybody can do that. So at the end of the day, what comes onto your plate makes you diabetes worse, better, and prevents complications.
Thank you for that general rule of thumb. When you mention fasting, Dr. Naveen, what sort of, how would that look like? So just one meal with...
I think intermittent fasting can help improve insulin resistance. That means your insulin starts working better for you, because you're not putting a load of food on that day and consuming your sugar. So, but in our Puranas fasting in different communities is many times a little norm, and some people fast on Mondays or Thursdays. But I think it's a good idea to do that. It cleanses your body as well. It gives you some advantage over prevention of complications. And I think it is to be tried. But food is such a thing that when you look at it or you think about it, when you come from the office at evening time, you can see the salivation in your mouth, what's being cooked at home. So it's difficult, but I think once you get used to that look, this is my body and this is what I want to do. But at the same time, I think weight loss is the key. If you lose weight, you will improve your diabetes enormously. Absolutely. And with that in mind, the pre-diabetic research is that if you do that for 3 to 4 years, you'll probably never, ever get diabetes in your lifetime. It protects you from that. We don't know why. Also, healthy fats like unsaturated fats are also essential in the diet as well. Because there are lots of saturated fats like butter and things. Yeah, excess of that does not help, because it also, you also, one thing one understands, if you are diagnosed as diabetic, take it 110%, you'll become a coronary heart disease patient at some stage. That comes cholesterol. Cholesterol can jam up in your coronary arteries. It can jam up into your brain arteries. It can jam up in your carotid arteries. It can jam up in your legs, causing circulation problems. And that's where many times the gangrene comes in. But then there is also evidence that omega-3 does have protective things on lipid metabolism. Omega-3 improves blood fats enormously. And I think a regular intake of omega-3 would probably beneficial from my point of view.
Thank you, Dr. Thagra. You mentioned that plant-based diets have shown some benefit to diabetes patients. Where can you source omega-3 from naturally? What sort of foods would you find that for a vegan or a vegetarian? Because it's normally associated with fish oils.
There are lots of things in the market. There are lots of products in the market. And I basically rely on the advice of my daughter, who gets it for me because I take it on a regular basis myself. I'm not a diabetic. But things like, rather than going further, you can have oily fish if you are a non-vegetarian, or even a vegetarian, take that. Walnuts, flax seeds, that can help you as well. Chia seeds. My basically breakfast is oats with chia seeds. I like milk, so I mean, milk is a part of it. Walnuts, flax seeds, and I think that's my breakfast, which lasts me till afternoon. But that is one of the things you need to really basically see what you like, what you don't like, and you might have a balance in your mind. Look, this is what I like, because satiety, satisfaction of having any food is most important. You don't want to eat anything which you don't like just for the sake of it. Karela. There's a big experiment in India, and they found that 28% of the patients in India benefited out of that. So I think there are natural foods. You don't have to just go and, buy something, or just go and spend your money in the gym. Walking, weight, lifestyle, alcohol consumption, all these things at the end of the day adds up to see how you want to take your life. Yes, a glass of wine would not kill you, but if you're taking a bottle, well, you know the consequences. So I think limitation of anything in limits is fine, because body has to respond to whatever you feed.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. So we have walnuts, flax seeds, and chia seeds, excellent sources of omega-3, and including the bitter gourd in your diet will help.
I would add two more things. You can also add pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds as well.
Thank you.
So you got quite a list now.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive insight and awareness into demystifying diabetes for us, Dr. Naveen Thagra. I found it very interesting, and it's good to have the real, as you say, it's a silent illness, and you don't really know what's going on inside you. So your prevention measures, your management measures are so important, especially in the current climate. So on behalf of Neil Kumar and the team, a heartfelt thanks to you for taking out your valuable time. And dear global friends, Dr. Naveen Thagra has 40 years of experience in medicine. He's kindly, voluntarily given up his time to share that with us. And a global namaste to you. Thank you so much. May Mother Earth bless you, and we hope we'll see you again. Namaste, Dr. Naveen Thagra.
Thank you, Ashaben. Namaste to all. Thank you very much.
Bless you. So, what an interesting session that was. So many wonderful souls, just from their own goodwill, from their hearts, wanting to help others. And Naveen Thagra is an excellent example of this. You know, taking on students who want to study medicine. And, you know, after 40 years of the practice, you think you might want to take a little bit easy, but he's still ready to give and give and give. God bless you, sir. So, Healing Our Earth, an e-community channel. We're coming to a close today. May I just share that all this has been made possible by our wonderful director and producer, Mr. Neil Kumar, who has been working on these sessions for 24 weeks now, almost since the lockdown began in the UK. And he's got a wonderful team of supporters who've been helping to bring these sessions together for us. And we welcome people of all faiths, those of none, to present, facilitate, and join the production. And these are free. All the participants, all the supporters, the organizers, all the contributors are voluntarily giving their services here. So if you would like to get involved and join this growing global family, please do connect with the Healing Our Earth website. There's a phone number on there. Please do get in touch with us. So if I may just extend our thanks to the team who have made today and so many other sessions like today's possible. Firstly and foremostly, our technical director, Nishit Godek, our media team, Kesh Mordaria and Anita Nomula, our host team for today, Dr. Lalit Soda, Deepa Vitlani, Dr. Sheila Dobi, who kindly joins us all the way from the United States. God bless you, Sheila ji, and Simran Ahuja from India. Our backup team, our little nightingale, Renu Gidumal, Sarita Menon, who also produced wonderful artwork for us, Dr. Lilit Soda, who we met earlier, our chiropractor, Dr. Milan Shah, Prash Kotecha, Malesh Kota, Deepa Vitlani, Jayashree Chowdhury, Bhavi Ram, Dr. Nora S. Vyas, Ravi and Sushma Banot, Rajesh Kumar Singh. Our facilitator team are Deepa Vitlani, Meena Kagram, Dr. Nora S. Vyas, Linda Badvin Dostir, Ragasudha Vinjamori, and Jaimini Patel. Our channel partners are Sunrise Radio, UK Mental Health, Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Hindu Forum of Europe, Bharat Goradia Official, Honey Kalaria Official, Sarita Sabawal. Our special thanks to Strategic Web Success and Indus. That they are at www.indus.co.uk. So, dear friends, sadly, it's time to wish you a safe week ahead. I hope you will join us next week for our wonderful music fest. I can assure you, you won't be disappointed. Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day, and next Sunday we'll be healing you with music and dance. So that's 12 to 7 as usual on the channels I've just mentioned. And the week after that is my favorite week, healing you gastronomically. We have a vegetarian and vegan kitchen. Please don't miss it. You won't be disappointed, I can assure you. So I will close now by reciting 3 Gayatri Mantra. If you know the words, please do join me. Otherwise, I hope you will find peace in the universal words of this special prayer. Namaste. God bless you all. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.